Good morning and welcome to the July 14th, 2020 special work session of the Polk County School Board. And to start off this morning, I would like to ask Mr. Bridges if he would make a few comments. Mr. Bridges?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to let everybody know that the chat function attached to our Zoom meeting is both visible and public. It should be used for technical assistance only. Please do not use it for substantive comments. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges. And now I would like to turn the meeting over to Superintendent Byrd for our Polk County Public Schools Reopening Task Force presentations. Mrs. Byrd?
Can I ask a question?
Good morning, everyone.
Can I ask a question about this first, though? I think before we get into the actual plan, are we expected to take a vote on this? I think we need to talk about the authority real quick. Is the board going to approve this plan?
I would like to ask your patience right now. We need to proceed with what is planned, and then at the end, once we see all that's been presented, then we can talk as a board this afternoon about moving forward. I would just ask your patience to hear what's being presented.
Well, I would like to hear at some point during this presentation this morning the superintendent's position or the chair's position. Yes. on whether the board is required or expected to vote on this. If we are not, what is the authority under which the plan is being implemented? I think those are important questions.
Sure.
Need to be
sure. Yeah, I agree, and I think if you'll just wait and be patient, okay, and let's go through the presentation. I think your questions will be answered accordingly. Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Townsend. Mrs. Byrd?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and we will, to answer the board's question to that, we will be discussing the options in the end of the presentation. Right now, we want to make sure we have the presentation because we will have some guests joining us in the moment. But before I begin the presentation, what I want to share with the board is the following. First of all, good morning to everyone and happy July as we come back. But before I want to start, I want to say that I've been carefully monitoring the numbers that we have along with the Department of Health, Dr. Jackson, looking at the case, our cases here in Polk and in the state of Florida, and notice that we are trending upward with the rise of the COVID-19 cases. Not only in the state, but right here in Polk. So as we have been in constant discussion, Dr. Jackson and I all last week, over the weekend, one of the things that we discussed in our collaboration was at this time, I do not feel it is safe to reopen schools August the 10th for our students and have our teachers come back August the 3rd. This is about not only our students, our families and their families, but it's about our county as a whole. So what I'm going to ask the board is that Dr. Jackson and I have agreed we need to delay the opening of school at least until August the 24th for students, August 17th for teachers, which will do professional development virtually for them. But right now, looking at these numbers, we need to delay that. And Madam Chair, I would like to bring the calendar because we will have to adjust the calendar. I would like to bring that calendar forward as an emergency item today, if it pleases the board, for the delay of the start of school, at least until August the 24th right now for students, August the 17th for teachers. And we'll continue to monitor that because this will be very fluid. So I would like to first ask, can we add that as an emergency item, if that pleases the board, so that we can make sure we get that out to our community, our parents, our teachers, and our staff.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Let me make sure, whoops. Thank you for unmuting me. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Let me make sure that I understand what you've just indicated. So we're looking at, as of today, the date, which is July the 14th, we are saying that we would be delaying the start of school for teachers from August 3rd to August 17th, and then the delay of the start of school for students from August 10th, right? 10th to the 24th. Is that correct, Madam Superintendent?
That is correct.
Okay, and in order to facilitate that, it requires a vote from the board regarding the change to the calendar. Is that correct?
That's correct, because we have a calendar that you voted on with the start date of August 10th and August 3rd.
Okay.
And we need to adjust that calendar.
Okay.
We can be prepared to bring that tonight, if you
Tonight.
all agree.
Okay, so I probably need to have a discussion with the board. I would assume now is the time. This is our work session, and it's been brought before us. So I would like some comments. Let me first say this. Wow, I'm really pleased to hear this from Superintendent Byrd and staff. We've gotten a lot of emails and calls regarding the way folks are feeling. And so my question is, Madam Superintendent, as we move forward, should cases spike and stuff continue to happen, are we going to be continuously monitoring these dates, and if needed, move them accordingly? That's really my question.
We will continue to monitor the dates, and I'm working with Dr. Jackson. We are in constant contact, so we will continuously monitor those. If there needs to be a change, because this is fluid, we will
Yes.
bring that back to you.
Okay, so right now, as of today's date, we're saying we need to push back the start for teachers and the start for students by 2 weeks. So, board members, if you can let me know, Ms. Miller, looks like Ms. Miller has a
Yes, ma'am.
comment?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So are we discussing the movement of the date with the calendar or the actual day of start? Because I'm not in agreement with that date. I want to do what those hundreds of emails have asked, as well as what other districts have done, and make the minimum start date as the last school day of the month.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Ms. Fortney? Hello, Ms. Fortney?
Yeah, sorry, I had some trouble with unmuting.
Okay,
I appreciate the thoughts going into that. My concern is, how do we pay our folks contractually? And based on the evidence that I've seen, and I have it all written out, I would propose that we start e-learning on time. That would be what I'd like to see, with the tethered option or the Polk virtual option for our parents. And I think we need to be clear, instead of delayed opening, that we open on time with only the e-learning or Polk virtual options. And of course, our special needs kids would be handled on a one-on-one basis for individual care. That's my 2 cents. So I'm not for postponing the date. I am for what I just said: e-learning, virtual, with those caveats. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Fortney. Ms. Fields?
First of all, I want to thank the superintendent and her team for really listening and being aware and working with the Department of Health to ensure that we do what's best for our students and our staff and our community. I guess my question is, Superintendent Byrd, in your presentation, or in your opening comments rather, are you saying that we would be opening school on the 24th of August and e-learning, virtual, or are you also talking about brick and mortar?
On the 24th, to the board, the full board. On the 24th, the options that's going to be presented before you today are the options that we would give parents, because many parents are asking for options if they don't want brick and mortar, if they don't want virtual. So those are the options that are going to be presented this morning, and that's what we're going to be looking at opening. We're going to have to open and give parents options whenever there's an opening. So these are the 3 options that we're going to bring forward back on the 24th for the parents. What we want to do after today, because many parents want to make a selection, and we need to see after this presentation, do we have parents that want to go more to the virtual e-learning? And after we go through this, the overview of the reopening plan, give them that right to select their option afterwards. So looking at the 3 options to answer your question, That's how we will open on the 24th. I'd like to go back to Ms. Fortney's question about pay. And looking at this, I'm ready to work with staff as soon as we can, but yes, we will pay staff for the delayed opening until the 24th. The reason we're not looking at right now just going and having staff open with e-learning that day, because we need to make sure we have some training ready for them if we push full e-learning out, because it will look totally different than what it did at the end of the year.
Okay, and the other part of my question is what Ms. Cunningham said, Ms. Byrd, that you guys will be monitoring the situation, and if it needs to be delayed beyond the 24th of August, that would be brought back for consideration.
That's correct. If we need to do any changes at that point, if we feel like we need to go ahead and move forward with e-learning, that's why we want to bring the teachers back for virtual professional development prior to that, so that we're prepared to move forward if there is any more of a delay with the start of the school year.
Okay, then my last question is, and then I'll wait until presentation time, and you probably will cover this, is that as we get into the final stages, the staff will have an option of whether or not they do brick and mortar or if they do virtual e-learning. And that's a part of the presentation, I would imagine, Superintendent Byrd.
You're correct. That is going to be part of our presentation as soon as we can get to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fields. And Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thoughts are on two levels. First, very broad-based level, and then second, more specific to our district. It seems to me we have an obligation to allow folks, whether it's teachers, both teachers and students, and when I'm talking about students specifically, I'm talking about parents, to make a choice. And that choice would be to come back to school in a face-to-face environment or to choose a virtual option. I think it would be irresponsible not to let those folks, for those folks who are uncomfortable coming back to a face-to-face environment, I think that we have to offer a virtual option for them. And more importantly, I think when we offer that option, that they understand and have the assurance that if they choose the virtual option after this situation is under control, whatever that means, that they be able to go back to their original schools, and for the teachers, their original schools, for the students, their original schools as well, that they not lose their place at their school, which is, I think, of some concern to many parents and as well as teachers. So that's my perspective from a broad-based, looking at it from the very high level. Again, allowing folks to have a choice. More specifically, though, if we do that, and I hope, and it sounds like that's the direction we're going, it's going to require a lot of data, because we're going to have to ask people, of course, what do you want to do? What is your choice as a teacher? What would you, as a parent, what would you like your child to do? And then figuring out how to analyze that data and build a plan. Now, maybe we'll hear that plan today. I'm anxious to hear what's been happening. I find it difficult to believe that we've accumulated that kind of data just yet. Maybe we have. And if we have, I'm anxious to hear it. But in any case, it seems to me that that's going to require a lot of time and effort. And I'm not sure that we're going to be able to do that over the course of just a few weeks. It seems to me that's going to take a much longer period of time. So I would think that, I'm with Ms. Miller, I would think that delaying it as long as we can is going to be a much more responsible and productive approach to this. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate that. Next, we have Mr. Townsend.
Sorry, I was on mute. So I think there's a couple of things at work. It's both Ms. Fortney's point and Ms. Byrd's point about, so the August 24th date is by no means set in stone, I'm guessing. Meaning what I heard Mrs. Byrd say was at least. I think it's highly unlikely that brick and mortar schools will open in any real way on August 24th. I think we're probably going to be in the same level. So I think that's, I mean, does it make sense to have a date that opens for brick? I mean, should we just say we'll revisit that when the numbers have reduced significantly. That's just one question. I think I agree with Mrs. Bird on the importance of since probably everybody or lots and lots of people are going to be on some tethered e-version. We're going to need some time to make sure our teachers are fully up to speed on it. And I think it probably makes sense not to try to rush that into place on August 10th and just have chaos. So I guess there are two issues, and maybe Ms. Bird can address this. August 24th is the start date for whatever we're going to call school. Is that right? And then brick and mortar schools we will address at some point in the future when the virus allows us to. Is that essentially what I'm hearing? I just want to make sure I've got that correct.
Right, so what you're hearing is that today we're giving you 3 options. We have to have a start date of school. Because you said, do you even put a start date in it? So we do have to have a start date of school. So looking at the start date of the 24th, and we're offering the 3 options. One is brick and mortar, one you're going to see is Pope Virtual, one is going to be what we call our eSchool, where the students are tied to their school at that point. And that's what we're looking at. Those are the 3 options. Mr. Wilson's point, he's correct. We're going to start sending out after today. We're going to send out the intent so parents can give us that information. We can gather that data. How many are looking at going e-learning, virtual, are you coming back brick and mortar? Because we're going to need that information to staff schools, staff Hope Virtual, and to make sure we are all aware. Looking at the 24th date, as I try to look at things, looking at how you put dates in, because those dates we have to add back somewhere. So looking at having starting the 24th and looking at some of the other surrounding districts, we're aligning up with them as well. Because your 4 counties in South Florida, they're looking at the 24th right now. That could change with them as well, as we're all talking and watching these numbers. That is where we are right now. That could change. It can change come the 20th, where we see we still have a rise and a spike, and we may have to adjust. Also, remember, we have to look at calendars. We have payroll calendars. And so those are all things that I'm going to have staff working on very quickly to make sure that we have all payroll calendars and pay for all of our employees synced to that. So that's what we're proposing, is all 3 options for the 24th. Parents do have a choice to select an option.
Okay. And then it's conceivable. I mean, I personally think it's quite likely that brick and mortar actually won't be a choice on the 24th. I mean, as of now, it is, but the virus could say no, basically, on the 24th. Is that correct?
That is correct. We could be having an additional conversation, but right now parents are asking.
But school will start, right.
That's
but
correct.
School will start, yes, school will start the 24th one way or another. The virus may say no on schools. Okay.
And we will keep you informed and bring that back to the board if there's a change.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Some good points as we all hear our presentations coming up this morning. So thanks for the great questions. Ms. Reynolds.
Yes, I just wanted to echo a little bit of what Ms. Fortney was saying with starting with e-learning. I think it's been discussed a little bit in setting the date for the 24th, but making sure that we're ready to go with e-learning. I would be terrified to put everyone on e-learning on the 10th. I don't think there's enough time to get everyone trained and loaded into the system with Schoology. So making sure that everything's ready to go on the 24th, but I also think we need to give parents an option to, if they want to send their kids to brick and mortar, there's several teachers that still want to go to brick and mortar, that we need to make sure that that option's available, and parents want to know what to anticipate. So we can always push it back, but we'll have a hard time moving it forward. Looking at New York, it took about 3 weeks for them to get into a state of complete chaos to now they're doing fairly decent. So I think moving it back in baby steps is probably the best route. So I'd be fully in support of moving to the opening of the 24th, teachers return on the 17th.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Ms. Fortney.
I surely appreciate everybody's comments, and I just feel like we have safety concerns so many spokes in the wheel, and I've listened and listened and listened to the task force, which, by the way, thank you so much for everybody and Ms. Cunningham for allowing me to serve in that capacity. I just have, you know, I could go with the 24th, but I feel like we are burning and wasting time when we have teachers and staff that could utilize from the 3rd on training on our new platform. And that would not require brick and mortar per se, and certainly not involve children. So I would hope that we consider maybe that as the teacher start date as far as training and staff. And I don't know how that would play out as far as contractually, but I just feel like we're, you know, it is not going away. That's the bottom line. Every expert that I trust, we have a new normal. And I want us to be prepared for that new normal electronically. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fortney. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is for Superintendent Byrd. First of all, Superintendent Byrd, thank you for that update. You mentioned that parents would have an option to choose virtual or otherwise. Will teachers also have that same option?
Yes, they will. We're going to have those surveys out to the staff as well, because we also need to know how many of them want to return back and what are their feelings as well. That's our goal after the reopening today, is to push that information out so that we can gather that from both sides. Thank you.
You know, I'm hearing, and I don't know this firsthand, it's all secondhand information. I'm hearing that the charter schools are being forced to reopen with their teachers face to face. And it just seems to me like that's an exceptionally risky gamble. Hard to understand, well, how anyone could believe that that's going to be an appropriate approach. But thank you for those comments and for the approach that we're taking.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And Ms. Reynolds?
Yes, Ms. Fortney brought up a great point with professional development. I know contractually, I don't think that we can require an additional 2 weeks of for staff to be on campus or virtually training, but is it possible to make some of those platforms and professional development trainings opened earlier than the week before school starts? I know hearing from a lot of teachers that they want to be able to get into Schoology and poke around and see what's there and how they can use the platform with more than a week to be able to do so. Will that be made available sooner rather than later, or will they not have access until the 17th?
That's a great question. We're still aiming to give at least access. I know as former teachers would like to go on to Schoology, play around with it, find out, and quite naturally they can tell us, you know, how they feel about it and some of the things that's working for them and that. So we will have that platform available for them. And we'll start, and we'll also start with some of our new teachers. Some of that training we can embed with them earlier than the 17th, so they're up and ready to go as well. So those platforms will be available, and as soon as we can get them up and going, so they can tinker around on the platform, we'll let them know that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Appreciate it. Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, I just want to actually echo what Ms. Reynolds and Ms. Fortney said. I think that's a good point. I, as a board member, have no objection to the teacher report day being August 3rd for training purposes, if that doesn't run afoul of you know, collaborative negotiation. I guess we should probably leave that to the superintendent and the union. I think that would be helpful to have that time for preparation. To Mr. Wilson's point, and I think this is very key. I mean, we're defying Richard Corcoran's order. Period. I mean, I guess there's some wiggle room where if you read the order, you know, it's up to health department authorities. Apparently, Dr. Jackson stepped up into that role, which I'm glad to hear, because I was a little disappointed last week. but sounds like she stepped up. I think the charter schools should defy too. It's our communities, it's our lives, it's our people's lives. It's this is an act of defiance, and I'm proud we're doing it. We should consider additional acts of defiance, because what the state is requiring, all the state has told us is what we can't do. Anything we build should be built around the comprehensive well-being of kids, not what data the state wants to produce. I would just encourage us as we tweak these plans moving forward, that we continue to defy when it's in the best interest of our kids. I mean, I'm not at all convinced we'd have kids taking 7 classes online. Again, I'm sure we'll get into that, but we should be thinking about what's best to serve children in this crazy era, not how to comply with the same anti-human nonsense that the state's been putting on us for 25 years. So I just want to make that point in response to Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. And just want to remind everybody, we're sort of on a timeline. I think we have 2 more folks that want to comment, and then if we could wrap it up and be thinking about consensus to put the superintendent's request as an emergency item for tonight. So let me take these 2 more, and then I'd like to call for a consensus to put it on the agenda for this evening. Okay, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. I just want to be mindful of parents who have to plan, and I understand this is fluid, but we need to be cautious of people. We need to be cautious of information going to the public in a concise method, so they can plan for children if they have multiple children and what's going to happen. So to say, these 3 days, but it might be 6, and I would like just to look at an overview, and it's getting worse. I mean, we can look at data, no matter what data you're looking at. So I just want to be conscious of that. And also for the teachers, for that PD, I think we have a lot of teachers wanting to learn more and have time, but are concerned about the pay for that. Are they going to start 3 weeks earlier, like somebody mentioned? I think it was Ms. Reynolds, about contractual agreements. That's going to be a concern from staff. So overall, looking at planning not to keep moving it every 3 days, because it's hard for us to get information out to a district this size, is a concern, as well as making sure staff understands that the time they'll spend, even virtually planning, will be part of their contractual agreements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next we have, and our last comment will be from Ms. Fortney.
Yeah, I was going to ask specifically for Superintendent Byrd, can any of that CARES Act money be used for extra pre-planning? And I also want to make sure that we're including everybody in that training, paras, secretaries, even if it's for sanitation reasons, our custodial staff, etc. So I wanted to hear her thoughts on that, please.
Sure. So again, I'm going to remind the board, one, that when we're looking at the CARES Act money, I think I cautioned the board before, we need to look at, and Ms. Barone is going to speak to this a little bit this afternoon, we really need to look towards placing all of our CARES Act money in our fund balance. This is not going to be a conversation just for this school year. This is going to be a conversation we're going to have again next year about the budgets. Many districts around the state are already looking at reduction in force. They're looking at, could be some possible layoffs. So I'm trying to protect our staff. Right now for the summer, we are, for this next month, and I'm asking for the delay, we're able to pay all of our staff through this delay. We'll revisit. We have heard that come in November, there could be some major cuts coming after November. So we're trying to prepare. So Ms. Fortney, again, I'm going to caution you once again, we need to look at the CARES Act fund. We need to make sure we protect the dollars for the rainy day that we're going to have, not just the 2021 school year, but 21-22 school year. So I'm just going to make that recommendation, caution. I think you're going to hear that as Mr. Perrone has been on many of his calls with finance, chiefs, financial officers all over the state. So you're probably going to hear it again. So I'm just going to caution you regarding that.
Thank you, Superintendent Byrd, and I agree. I just wanted to put that out there publicly from the get-go. Thank you. Because our teachers will do it no matter what, if it's offered. because they're just like that.
I understand.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate everybody's comments. We need to move forward because we have presentations still to hear today. So at this time, I'd like to see a consensus by the board. I can't see my full screen, so if everybody could raise your hand or just say yay, I'd like to go ahead and put this item, the calendar change, for currently as of today, to have the move for teachers to start from August 3rd to August 17th on the new calendar, and and then for students change from August 10th to August the 24th. So I would say I'm simply asking for consensus to put it on as an emergency item for tonight's board meeting. Can I have a show of hands? 1, 2.
Sarah Courtney's a yay.
Thank you. Mr. Townsend? Yes, I can't see anybody. Judd, I'm gonna need his help getting my screen back on here. Mr. Wilson is a yay. And who else? Ms. Miller? Yes. Did I ask everybody? Okay, so we have all 7 yays. So Madam Superintendent, please move forward with placing this item as an agenda item going forward for our meeting this evening.
Thank you. I'll have staff work on it as soon as we can.
Thank you, ma'am. And then at this time, I would like to turn it back over to Superintendent for the reopening presentation today.
Sorry. Just to keep up, we do have staff that will be presenting, so I want to give just a quick overview of some things. So as you notice, we had the reopening task force that they actually gathered starting June 1, and you see the dates and you can see what actually has taken place. They then transitioned to work groups where they work in work groups, and each work group was chaired by an individual from that team. They then moved on to have multiple meetings throughout each group, and then they reconvened to make a final recommendation that they're bringing forth to you today. I personally want to thank each of the members that joined the task force. It was a daunting task, but they were very committed to doing what we need to do for our community, our students, and our profession as a whole. So, you know, the conversations they had were hard conversations, robust conversations, but we appreciate the feedback of everyone that was in the work group. Just to recap some of the survey results, and I would like to send out another survey to see how parents feel now. This was done early on. As you can see, we had 37,715 respondents. Again, I'm not going to read those, but if you take a look at the shaded areas, 68% were a parent or guardian, and then you had 7% that was just from the community, and 25% were employees that they responded to the survey that was conducted a few weeks ago in June. Overall, as you look, question 1 dealt with how do you feel about students returning to school for the 2021 school year? You can see there that 38% at that time said they felt comfortable with students returning to school in August. This is why we need to take another snapshot. How is the community feeling now as they're seeing what's happening with the coronavirus across not only the state of Florida, but across the nation? Then you can look at the results. 18% say they felt more comfortable with their students returning after Labor Day, and some just did, 34% said they did not feel comfortable with the students returning to school for the fall, and 10% they did not know at that time. So we're going to make sure that we look at that and that we can express how they're feeling at this point. The second question that we dealt with, how comfortable do you feel sending your students to school with each of the following measures? So the response was very favorable for hand sanitizers, temperature checks, sanitizing the building before and after school, providing boxed lunches, and students washing or sanitizing their hands throughout the day. These areas, parents, staff, and community supported with great levels of support. And then the next question, as you can see, that question was, how comfortable do you feel with sending the students to school with each of the following safety measures? And then those responses were less favorable in the areas with buses and the wearing of masks. Clearly in those areas, the question were at least two that were the least favorable in the whole survey as you take a look at that. I can tell you that just from this alone, what we found out is when we do, and you're going to hear that in the presentation today, it is strongly recommended that we're wearing a mask. You see that we have different cities around our county now implement wearing a mask, and we do have implemented the district office, and those are one of the recommendations that I fully support and will require that all of our students and staff wear masks on campus. And you're going to hear that a little bit more in detail as how does it deal with ADA complaints and all of that. So you're going to hear that this morning come to you. And next, the third question was, when school resumes in the fall, which of the following learning options would you prefer for your students? Again, you can look at the results when they're looking at face-to-face, 44%, online distance learning, 27%, and 27% face-to-face with the e-learning, what we call, where you're going to have the school and the student connected through an online version. And again, 2% did not have a preference. And this is from the feedback, but the greatest at that time was face-to-face. That will probably look a little different for us now when we put out an additional survey. And now I'm going to turn it over to Michelle Townley. John Hill, I want to thank him. He was the chair of the task force committee, and Michelle Townley was vice chair. So now I'm going to turn it over as Michelle Townley goes through the next three models, which you're going to hear about: campus learning, campus eSchool, and Polk virtual. And I believe she's joined with other task force members that they will be speaking and bringing you the recommendations from the task force that they are looking for us to have as part of our opening of school. Michelle?
Thank you, Mrs. Byrd. Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to bring forward our three options after our work with our task force. As Ms. Byrd mentioned, we have campus learning, which is our brick and mortar school, which is for pre-K through 12th grade students. Our campus eSchool proposal, which is 100% e-learning tied to your school of enrollment. This will be an option for kindergarten through 12th grade students. And we're asking that parents make this decision on a quarterly basis. And then we have Polk Virtual School. Just to kind of reiterate something Mrs. Byrd said in the previous slide, at one point in time, we had been discussing hybrid models, bringing partial groups of students in with eSchool as a potential option. But as we were able to collaborate with colleagues in surrounding districts, and we heard back from families and things, this option early on in our processes didn't seem to be very viable. And then lately, with some of the updates from DOE, we're feeling better about our three choices. And so then the third, again, would be Polk Virtual. This is a more long-term commitment, and parents will have the option during our upcoming registration time to select which mode is best for their families. I want to take a few moments to go over this particular slide. We attempted to do a side-by-side comparison for families to highlight similarities and differences within the programs. You'll see there that we do have some, it's a tentative link to an FAQ. I want to thank our PR department. They've been working closely with us to have our FAQs ready for posting as soon as we release our options. So we have more specific questions for families. That was also worked on by the task force. There's also a special note that if conditions are not safe for campus learning, we will pivot those students to campus eSchool for distance learning. So wanted to make sure we pointed that piece out as well. But as you can see there, I won't take the time to read every single line, but many similarities for the first several components as far as standards-based instruction, following our board-approved school calendar, state testing, need to be clear about that, attendance, grades, as Ms. Byrd alluded to earlier. This is not Q4 of last year. Our standing policies for attendance and grades will be in full effect with all options, as well as support for our students, whether they have an IEP, 504, gifted plan, English language learners, host of all of our supports. We are working to provide them in every possible setting. School athletics and extracurriculars, they will be able to participate in their school of enrollment. That's very important. We'll get into it a little bit later. We do have some FHSAA guidelines that we must follow. The school meal program at this time, in the event that we open back with brick and mortar, that will be our option for feeding. We currently do not have some additional waivers that will allow us to keep doing that. Of course, if we find that opportunity available, we will do our absolute very best to meet that very important need with our community. And then special program participation. We do want to be clear that there are some courses that just by the nature of the course are more challenging or may have some unique components in a virtual setting. And so if we have students that are in some of these programs, such as IB, Cambridge, Harrison, certain career tech academies, they need to reach out to their individual school or teacher to see how some of those things might be handled. I'll get into that a little bit more in detail a bit later. Structured class time is for campus learning and campus eSchool. Flexible class times, depending on how they're enrolled, would be more of a Polk virtual option. And so, of course, our family and school partnership is absolutely critical in every setting. But in our e-learning settings, in our virtual settings, parents will have to help us monitor student progress a bit, make sure they have methods in place to have their students get online every day to complete their assignments. So before moving on, just wanted to touch on pre-K for an additional moment. We've had a lot of questions about preschool programs. Currently, brick and mortar is our option unless we as a district have to pivot to eSchool. There are quite a few different preschool programs within our district. We have our pre-K for our students with disabilities, our full day VPK with a parent copay. Those parent copays are critical to maintaining that program. Head Start, we have eligibility requirements that are very specific for our Head Start programs, and VPK has a minimum of 3 hours per day. So some of those requirements we're working closely to monitor what flexibility we may have, but currently we need to kind of be upfront about that. That we're doing our best, but that there may be times where certain pre-K programs have a face-to-face requirement. All right. So as we begin to discuss the campus learning option, we want to frame it around the FLDOE's 6 stages of the day approach. Our task force took on this work from this angle. So we'll proceed with discussing the campus learning from this vantage point. So to provide an overview, again, it's our district adopted curriculum. We'll get in depth more about our health and safety measures, face coverings for students, social distancing. We'll go into more depth there. And again, just wanted to reiterate that if conditions are not safe for campus learning, we'll pivot to campus eSchool for distance learning. So as we begin to talk about the different safety protocols that we have in place, you'll notice across the top of the screen that we're just trying to frame that to the different stages of the day. So we will be having some pre-screening elements that take place, training for students and staff regarding health and safety precautions. Our risk management and wellness department are working on those trainings around COVID symptoms, hygiene topics, hand washing, sanitation, wearing face coverings, social distancing, etc. All of those lessons are being developed for our staff as well as to use with our students. So you'll see there's also some additional pre-screening questions there related to around travel and then the various symptoms that are associated with COVID-19. We are also exploring temperature check methods in conjunction with local health and safety experts with a threshold of 100.4. We are fleshing out these options right now. We had some different feedback from some of our medical experts. We're in close communication with Dr. Jackson and our own wellness department. We are also having to be realistic about the logistical challenges of the concept of screening everyone at the door versus random sampling. So we were able to get some information from other districts who are using a variety of options. And like I said, we're still working on this component. This is an area that we may need to revisit as far as temperature checks and getting everyone in the door. So definitely temperature checks will be taken just exactly what that threshold is and how we are working with those logistics. We're working to, again, flesh out some more. Face coverings and social distancing. This is also an area where we know that cloth face coverings for students and staff are required. We're having to work through some of the details as more and more information is received. Unless a student has a medical exemption or staff member has a medical exemption, it could be for a variety of reasons. We've also been following some information from municipalities and some information from medical experts again about students under the age of 8. So we are exploring the option of potentially strongly encouraging that where feasible, really thinking about, do we need to just limit that to pre-K, kindergarten, first grade? Lots of social and emotional impacts with that, their safety, the beginning of language learning and oral language fluency and things of that nature, as well as some of our students that have special needs that would most likely be covered under a medical exemption. So we are also working on code of conduct implementation, making sure that while students may choose to express some creativity with the designs on their face masks, that we must honor the components in the code of conduct where those items should not be offensive with any of their designs, so much like the language that is reflected there about clothing. Also, if, what happens if a teacher requests for you to briefly move down your mat so that they can verify your identification, especially as the school year is beginning and teachers are getting to know their students. That will be another element that needs to be spelled out as far as for student and staff conduct, student conduct for staff requests. And then also, what are the consequences for insubordination if a student is repeatedly not wearing their face covering after being asked to do so, especially when in close proximity of another individual. So those are, again, some pieces where the details are still being ironed out. We know our schools will work on signage, social distancing on the floor, and seating markings. We also have our facilities department. They're working on provisions of screens at the school reception desk area. And we're also going to have to limit non-essential visitors and activities involving external groups or organizations where we can. And so there are also some links there about hygiene and social distancing. We have some great resources from the CDC that are both in English and Spanish, as also visually appealing and appropriate for the various different age groups within our school. When we speak about cleaning, we have ongoing and routine environmental cleaning and disinfection, especially of high-touch areas. Mrs. Usher and her team have been working diligently around these processes. Deep cleaning in response to a confirmed or suspected case also occurs per the CDC guidelines, as well as some additional guidance from the Department of Education. And we also have contracted services on standby for additional cleaning support if necessary. There are also some links there to the documents about exactly how the CDC and the EPA are recommending that cleaning, and those are the procedures that Mrs. Usher and her team are following. In regards to transportation, we know this is an area of great concern for our families as well as for us in helping to keep our students as safe as possible. So in this setting, we will be requiring face coverings for all students. Mr. Davis and his team have helped to intensify cleaning protocols for the buses, both before, after, and in between routes. Hand sanitizer devices have been implemented on the bus and attached so students can use that hand sanitizer as they board and get off the bus each time. We'll have assigned seats, we'll load from front to back, and encourage social distancing at pickup and drop-off points for students as well. We also have some particular FAQs for parents about the bus, as well as school bus operating COVID-19 protocols from Mr. Davis and his team that will be shared on our website as well. School nutrition, having breakfast and lunch is a very important part and service that we provide to our students. We will recommend grab and go for our older students, and we're working on designing food delivery models for younger students that might have a little bit harder time toting those lunch bags around. And so, again, working on with our principals and helping to support them by providing some guidelines for them on how they might approach that task is in the process as well. When the weather permits, we'd like to utilize some outdoor seating and again, hand sanitizing, using the disposable items. As much safety protocols that we can put in place, we have been working to establish. Arrival and dismissal and visitors, we alluded to this a little bit earlier about visitors, but we will need to limit access to just those essential components. We also will, have as our students are dropped off in the car rider line or they're greeted at school with walkers and bike rider areas, we'll have to make sure that they're wearing their face covering and social distancing as well. The school nurse will need to have a designated isolation area in the event a child or staff member comes to school or presents COVID-19 symptoms during the day. This piece is being worked on with the Mart Wilcox Center, Ms. Audrey Kelly, and through recommendations from the Polk County Health Department. This is an area that varies by building structure and that we will work with each nurse to establish these priority care options. Campus circulation patterns as students move about hallways. We are going to do our absolute very best to keep them at least 6 feet apart, designate hallways as one way when feasible, posting directional reminders on the walls and the floor, designate entrance and exit doors also where feasible to reduce the chance that people meet face to face. So these again are areas where our principals will have to have some flexibility as each physical building is unique. Some hallways may be more conducive to one-way traffic than others. There may be other creative we can do with class changes and moving about the campus as principals know their physical campus is the absolute very best. Just wanted to take this opportunity to mention that each school does have a pandemic response plan. Those were created in March or updated in March. And we're working to provide some additional guidance on how we can update that pandemic response plan to include all these elements and to have a process for continuously updating them with the Department of Health as things are necessary and as this is again a very fluid situation. So we want to have a process in place for those to be reviewed, submitted to the regional assistant superintendent for each school, and monitoring by school teams as well. The classroom will also be an area where we try to keep students separated as best we can. When we cannot keep students 6 feet apart due to class size or the physical limitations of a classroom, some of the things that we have learned is that if we have students sitting in the same direction, that seems to be a recommendation from some of the medical experts that we're putting into place. We will cohort groups of students as possible. Sometimes that's easier to do at the elementary level, but we will do our very best to work in that means as well. Discontinue activities with large groups of people. While we love to recognize and honor our students through awards and assemblies and have some fun pep rallies and things of that nature, we're going to just have to think outside the box and approach those tasks in a different manner and take it to a virtual celebrations and things of that nature. So to still make the elements of school and those important recognitions a viable piece of our daily life for our students, but we'll have to definitely do that in a different manner as to avoid crowds. Again, even within the classroom, frequent hand washing and hand sanitation. We're also going to limit the sharing of personal items. It's often quite common to have a community cup of pencils where if you need one, you get one. We might have to think about that in a different approach so that students are really using their own items as best we can. We're also going to not use lockers for the 2020-2021 school year and explore alternating schedule methods. This came up in our task force in order to try to help reduce class size changes. This really needs to be done where it's feasible only. We have to be careful with scheduling models because they could have an indirect impact on instructional minutes as well as the number of units a school might need. So this is again going to have to be an area where principals might know this best. If they can cohort schedule a group of say 6th graders with the same teachers for the core academics and keep them in the same area of a hallway, or maybe, you know, many of our high schools have their 9th grade buildings and they can work to cluster students. We'll recommend that. But that'll be a challenge that we're still working on. Whole Child Supports. Want to thank Dr. Steinke and the Whole Child Support Work Group of the task force. They did a great job thinking through some very challenging settings for our students. Again, there's reference there to our school pandemic crisis response plans. They have also added some areas in this plan that will address student social and emotional needs. This will come into more detail towards the end under our next steps, but this will be due at the end of July. Mental health supports are also very important, and we are working to have more trauma-informed train-the-trainer models to support schools, Cognito online health simulations to assist schools, and district-wide mental health resources will be updated on our website. And we have scripted messages and lessons for schools on how we will transition students back into a school setting to maintain consistency. So that's another resource that the team has worked really hard on to be able to provide to our teachers so that they feel supported as we transition back to school. We also have to update our instructional continuity plan, and the Whole Child Support team has provided some alignment information in that regard, especially for our students that are on modified curriculum through access points. Other special topics for our students with disabilities, we're working to develop some specific guidelines for teachers of our deaf and hard of hearing students to collaborate on how instruction and services might look for them and be different. We know one of the things that our deaf and hard of hearing students rely on, in addition to sign language, is reading facial expressions, and that's very challenging to do with a face covering on. So where might face shields better benefit those students, or other mechanisms in place? So we have a team working on that as well, while working to provide more detail in the ICP for our related and itinerant services, as well as helping schools prioritize IEP meetings and reviews through more formal protocols that can be accomplished in a virtual format. Extracurriculars, we alluded to this a little bit earlier, but we do have protocols in place for athletics, fine arts, and extracurriculars that are currently already being used for our students. Want to thank Dan Talbot and Beth Cummings and our different athletic coaches and fine arts teachers in their areas for their help and support with those guiding documents. eSchool and Polk virtual students may participate at their school of enrollment, so we wanted to make sure parents were aware of that the eSchool option, especially where students are still tied to their school of enrollment, their extracurricular options, as long as we're able to have them, will still seamlessly be available for them under the eSchool plan. As a point of just communication, we have canceled our foreign exchange student programs for this coming year. We felt like in working with that was the best safety interest for all. That's also very similar to other surrounding districts, as well as some universities. And then field trips are also canceled for the first semester. Second semester trips, we'll review that as more CDC recommendations evolve. So now our campus eSchool options. So I'll take this opportunity to really thank my team and my co-chair, Stephanie Yoakum. We had a lot of great and robust conversation around what instruction might look like in an eSchool setting, and just appreciate the great dialogue from the team as we fleshed out some of these options. So the eSchool students and teachers will still utilize the district adopted instructional materials. This option allows a child to remain in their zone, choice, or magnet school of acceptance. So if you have accepted a place at a magnet school, or you're on a COE transfer, or you've been accepted into a career academy, This particular option allows you to work remotely from home on your schoolwork, but stay tied to your home school. We are asking, just for planning purposes, for parents to help us out as much as they possibly can with a quarterly commitment to distance learning. This will help us, as Mrs. Bird said earlier, with our staffing and student numbers that we'll need to take into account to meet the needs of our students. Electronic devices are needed, as well as online access, but we will work to support students if they may not have one of their own, again, being able to check out those items much like they did during Q4. And then when parents need to meet with teachers, this will definitely be something we can easily do in a virtual setting. And then again, just a reminder, if campus learning closes at any time, this eSchool option will be what we pivot to. So again, just to reiterate, Ms. Bird started us off in this manner, but just to make it very clear, this is something the committee felt very strongly about, that we want parents to know that this is not the same emergency status that we had to quickly move to in Q4. Our teachers will have additional training. We do have, as it's been mentioned, Schoology, which is an online common learning management system that will be utilized. One of the chief complaints in Q4 were the multiple platforms that students and parents and even teachers had to navigate. So we've heard that concern and have worked really hard with our technology department and our curriculum teams to establish Schoology as that platform. So a typical day for a student in eSchool will follow their regular school hours. They'll follow their regular schedule. There is an expectation for attendance, and grades will align with district policy. Again, this is not the emergency status. So just as your teacher would assign you assignments in class and grade those accordingly, that same structure will happen in the eSchool setting. Teachers will also be utilizing web conferencing for synchronous instruction. So for example, if you're in Mrs. Smith's 4th period algebra and it's from 11 to 11:52 each day, you're going to log on at that time and work on your algebra. So teachers will be available following the typical day, and students will follow the typical day as well. Again, if students are comfortable and ready to return to their campuses second, third, or fourth quarter, they can do so. The whole child supports that are provided in the brick and mortar setting will also be provided through the eSchool. And we will have the eSchool option available as a tool for students who may become ill or may need to quarantine themselves. And then we have our third option, which is Polk Virtual School. Again, this is our longstanding virtual option in Polk County. Mr. Darren Williams is our principal of the Polk Virtual School. He and his team have been doing a tremendous job fielding many questions and emails. And so Polk Virtual is a commitment by semester, same that electronic devices are needed, online access is needed, and you are still a student of Polk County Public Schools. And so if parents have more specific questions about Polk Virtual, we have been updating their website with the similar FAQs like for the other options so that they could visit the website and really glean much more information about Polk Virtual School. And then employee supports. As Ms. Bird stated earlier, we are working to have employees express their desire of which particular setting they feel most comfortable working in. We also want to reiterate that our health clinics remain committed to promoting the physical and mental well-being of our staff. We have telemedicine and telecounseling up and running. We also have our employee assistance program that will continue to provide supports to employees. And then again, employees with underlying medical conditions will be able to work with those options and risk management to seek out their accommodations. We also, as we get to the point of staff expressing their desires, Mrs. Porteous and our technology team have been working to improve the staff portal tools that will be very helpful to our employees. So as we look towards next steps, we are hopeful to email to all staff the intent to return registration, We have the discussions and negotiations with our unions taking place. We hope to have those registrations available July 15th to the 27th for staff. We also have a press release that we are ready to go with about our student registration. Again, those timelines for families to make a decision will be around July 15th through the 27th. We also next week have our school administrators training and making preparations for 2 days around our COVID-19 protocols. We know that we will have to continue to monitor, improve, and reflect on our health and safety protocols to keep students and staff well. We do have to submit our plan to the state in the template form about our instructional options by July 31st. And we are also working to update the instructional continuity plan by the 31st. We are preparing for increased social and emotional supports for our students and staff. This began back in June, early in June, and will be ongoing for the foreseeable future for sure. We've mentioned Schoology, our learning management system. Our teams began working diligently in June. This is ongoing, and we're hopeful to have that ready for our teachers in the next few weeks and maybe even sooner. Increase technology devices for students and advocate for the internet connectivity for all. This is something that has been brought to the forefront at even greater levels than before. There is a digital divide among our students, and I think we need to recognize that and help equip them as best as we possibly can so that they can be prepared for not only eSchool or distance learning if they choose that option, but truly the world that they will be working in as they become productive citizens. So at this time, that was all that we had for the presentation prior to our special medical guest. So Ms. Bird, do we have a little bit of time to take some questions or?
Yes, we do. At this time, have some time. I know that some of them are trying to get in and they're having a little bit of trouble getting into the Zoom. So we do have time for the board to have questions.
Yes, that's what I was going to ask. I know we have some board members that have questions. Madam Superintendent, would it be possible to go ahead and answer some of those while the others are trying to join us live?
Yes, ma'am. And the task force members are ready so they can bring forth any questions and answers that the task force would have had as well.
Okay, before we start that, let me make a couple announcements. We're planning to take a break around 10:30. And then secondly, we would like to mention for the board members and any other participants to stay on the meeting at breaks and so forth, and do not exit the meeting. If you want to, you can just get up and leave, or you can turn off your camera at that time. Okay, moving forward. Questions from board members? Mrs. Miller?
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Townley, for going over this very lengthy report. In doing that and talking about the length of it, I am still concerned that we do not have the time frame that we're doing to implement all of these shields in the front office and all of the extra things and train the staff on how to use them and how to direct one-way hallways in high schools with thousands of kids. I'm not sure that I am confident even in pushing out our start date that we are going to have time for that to be implemented and for it to be successful. I want to mention students with disabilities. As far as Polk Virtual, we need to be very cautious in messaging what is available with Polk Virtual. Not all students have access to that, especially students on access points. Florida Virtual and Polk Virtual neither meet the needs of students on access points. And so their choices will be limited to the tethering option to the school, and they can work with staff to do that. I have a couple of questions with kind of are we adding additional staff to take care of temperature checking thousands of kids through a door? Elementary schools, I think, will be most successful in trying to implement some of these precautions that we're taking. I'm worried about our high schools, especially. I have 3 in my district. I don't have the larger ones that Lori has, but we have high schools, and I'm concerned with the amount of students in trying to. This is a great plan, and I just want to make sure it's not a compliance plan. And I know we have good intent to make sure it's well followed through, but the reality is that I'm worried that some of this may not be able to happen, especially with this short amount of time. The third, are we going to leave the face masks for the younger children up to the site-based management? and how we do that messaging so parents understand that it may be different for their school compared to the schools down the way. And do we have money coming in, anything to help with all the facilities costs? Is there any money that's additional? This sounds very expensive. And where's that coming from? So those are my questions.
Okay, I'll address the face mask piece, and then I believe Ms. Porteous hopped up to talk about potential additional staff for temperature checks at the high school. So with face masks, that's something that we'll want to revisit, and speaking with Dr. Jackson and things, as much as you may heard, like with City of Lakeland and some other municipalities, making new recommendations about requiring for students or children over the age of 8. I believe we're going to take a district stance on that, not leave it up to individual schools, but really spelling out what exactly those accommodations or medical exemptions mean. That is a piece that we're still working on. So just to clarify that, masks are required, but giving that latitude of where feasible in, say, a pre-K classroom, and then, or with a student with a medical need, we need to spell that out for our principals more clearly, and that's the piece that we're still working on. So while face masks will be required, we're trying to be realistic in honoring how exactly can we support our students that may need an accommodation with that regard. So with that, I'll hop up and Ms. Porteous will join us.
And Ms. Miller, while they're shifting over to Ms. Porteous with the face mask, we're looking at those individuals because we do know we have students that have special medical needs that cannot wear a face mask, and we're going to look at addressing that through a medical documentation regarding the face mask. So I just want you to know we are talking about that not only with the pediatricians and the doctors from New Morris, but with Dr. Jackson as well. But those are conversations that the task force brought up, and that we will be looking how to accommodate that, and they'll have the medical documentation behind it. And that will not be a school-based decision. That will be coming from the district.
Thank you. But I think my question was for the 8 and under, if that was going to be school site-based. She just confirmed it would be district-based. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Tedra Porteous. To address Mrs. Miller's question about high schools and specifically having enough staff. Mrs. Miller, what we're looking at are a number of options. The first would be to repurpose staff that we have there, or utilize the staff that's already on campus. We realize that it's going to be a monumental feat to do that. However, we're looking to building principals who know their buildings, who know their staff, to figure out kind of what they can do. If from there they determine that they need additional staff, we would be willing to utilize other staff members, meaning, let's say if we have some bus drivers that are not being utilized. When this first hit in March, we only used probably about 200 bus drivers. We had another 200 bus drivers that were not doing anything. And so that would be an employee pool that we can pull from. We're trying not to spend any additional funds, and we're trying to keep funds we're trying to be as conservative as we can with the usage of our funds. And so we know that employee costs is where we tend to spend a lot of money. So I'm saying that to say we would hope to utilize the staff that we currently have to assist school sites in temperature checks of all students and of all staff.
Will we be increasing hours of maintenance staff to do these cleanings, these additional cleanings during the day and things that we'll need? Will we be able to raise the hours offered to those staff members?
So we are looking at that. We're looking at really all options in terms of trying to ensure that, one, the buildings are clean. We know that we're going to have some additional costs, which means that we'll likely have to increase our staff there and the amount of hours that they work so that we can ensure that the buildings are clean and sanitized every day.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is someone there to talk about the Polk virtual availability to students?
Certainly. Hold on for 1 second. That's Dr. Spanky.
Good morning. Yes, Ms. Miller, we have had pretty extensive conversations with Mr. Williams. So every time that one of those students is enrolling or attempting to enroll in Polk Virtual, he's reaching out individually to those families and discussing what that looks like and how that needs to work. We're also recommending with the schools that we talk about IEP meetings for some of those kids, depending on the situation. And then he and I have also discussed some additional ESE supports that may need to be added to Polk Virtual to accommodate students that enroll who have IEPs that are on regular standards, but also have accommodations or, different things that Polk Virtual can support them with instructionally, but they need that additional support from an ESE teacher. So we were talking about what we can do with staff there, but as far as the kids specifically on access points, when they try to enroll or they send that intent in, he and his team are reaching out to those families individually.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure we were messaging that correctly because 3 choices are not available to every student in the district. But we do have options to make it, equitable for them. They just might have to go around, a different way to get to it.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller, and thank you, Ms. Porteous and Dr. Steinke for updating us. Next, we have Mr. Townsend.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank Ms. Townley, Mr. Hill, and the whole crew on the task force. You guys have obviously done a lot of thinking and working on this. I'm pleased with it. I have several sort of things just to consider, things to think about. The first is really for the board and maybe for the superintendent as well. I think we should write a letter as a board and a superintendent asking the county commission to impose a countywide mask order. We should probably send that to every local government. I mean, if you want the option for kids to come back to brick and mortar schools, we're going to need as much participation from the community as possible. I think we have a good relationship with the county commission. I like those guys. I think that we should ask them that as a board. So maybe we can revisit that in a bit. There was some discussion of using outside spaces for food. I think we certainly, when the weather improves, we ought to really think about outside school as a whole. One of the things that comes across consistently when I talk to healthcare professionals and what I read is that the risks are diminished by a factor of 10 outside compared to inside. I think that's why we're allowing extracurriculars to move forward. Come October, brick and mortar may be outside under a tent. And that I think that's the kind of creativity that I hope we'll be thinking about. I think one of the problems with the deep cleaning and what we do in relation to when there's an infection is that right now testing is running 7 to 10 day lag. It's almost pointless to test a child because we won't know for 7 to 10 days or anybody else. It's one of the medical professionals I was speaking to just said we should assume that there's always an infection and just clean as if there is every day. Unless the testing improves significantly, and there's no indication that it will, I think we have to have that as a consideration. And then I wanted to ask what I think is, and they said those N95 masks should be reserved for people like healthcare workers who are in close contact, who are in clinical contact with a patient. But my question becomes, what are we going to expect our adult staff to do when there's a fight? Or what are we going to expect our adult staff to do when there's an extreme behavior? Are they going to be expected to intervene physically? And when they get that close to kids who are expectorating, a lot of content, face coverings that are protecting the kids are not going to do the teachers and staff much good. So I have a real concern about that. And I think we need to make it very clear what our expectations of our adult staff is when there's an extreme behavior. I don't think that's a thing we can answer here, but we better answer it. Anyway, that's for now the things I want us to really be thinking about and considering. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Townsend. Ms. Berger, were you going to respond?
Madam Chair, just to let you know, we do have Dr. Alexander is on and Dr. Jackson right now. We have two of the four doctors that are on. If one of them wanted to respond to the wearing of masks, if you wanted them to take that right now.
That would be great. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Alexander or Dr. Jackson, are you on the call? I see you there.
Yeah, hi. Go ahead. Thanks, bye.
Welcome, Dr. Alexander. We're excited that you're able to join us today. So if you heard Mr. Townsend's questions, would you like to address some of those?
I'm sorry, I just got in. So what was Dr. Townsend's question? And
I'm not a doctor,
oh,
but
sorry.
I listened to your discussion and Dr. Jackson's from the last task force meeting, and I think what I was taken by was the discussion of defensive masks, in N95 masks versus masks that are designed to protect from stuff coming out. And I think one of the things that was missing in your discussion of that was extreme behaviors in schools and fights in schools. And I think we're really, our staff, our adult staff, is very often expected to get into the same kind of contact that healthcare professionals are with patients. It's almost clinical, and I didn't hear that addressed. And I, part of that's your take as a doctor, but part of it's our take as staff. Are we going to expect an adult staff with a non-protective face covering to intervene in a fight or an extreme behavior when lots of stuff is being expectorated?
Okay. So this is a great question, and I think it's a completely appropriate question. There's going to be no short answer, and this is probably something you and I should even discuss offline a little bit. But the short answer is this: where we use a mask like an N95 mask is where there's actually aerosols being generated. For instance, if we suction a patient, an intubation, and there's some physics here. What's actually being generated are microscopic particles that travel more than 6 feet. They sort of float on the air. For your average kid coughing or sputtering or whatever kids are doing, what they're generating there are macroscopic particles that typically don't travel a long distance. And so what really is more important is things like eye protection and a mask, not for filtration, but just to literally act as a barrier, kind of like stepping around a corner. So obviously, any teacher involving themselves in an altercation between two students, that's already a dangerous situation. And I don't know that anybody can say that there's a specific set of PPE recommendations for something like that. But I think a face cover, some eye protection, not necessarily an N95 mask, but just a good medical mask like a loop mask or something like that would be the most important part. And then some good hand washing when all is said and done. In terms of the N95 mask, and these are not a panacea. And in fact, if you're not properly trained to use it, if you look at most trials of N95 masks out in the community, they're no better than an average face mask. You literally have to be wearing the damn thing on your face so tight it's leaving marks. And if you look at people in nurses and so on in New York City, that's what you see. So I think there's a lot of talk about N95 masks. An N95 mask is a little bit like it can go 220 miles an hour, but when you're driving down the Interstate 4, 70 miles an hour is fast enough, and your Ford Escort can do that just fine. So any N95 masks are not a panacea. I think that a regular mask, some eye protection, that's going to get you where you need to be.
Yeah, Yeah, well, I mean, is there a mask or a kind of covering that you would say is more helpful defensively in the sense of preventing stuff coming in than just a cloth covering would be? And if there is, that might be helpful to share with Michelle, and so we know the distinctions.
Good question. I don't know that I have a good answer. Probably the person that I would talk to, the people I'd talk with is the local police force and see what they're using in altercations like that.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that an N95 mask offers you a whole lot more than a regular mask other than expense, inconvenience, and discomfort.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander. And Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I want to do a quick introduction before we move on. Joining us today as the special guest is Dr. Kenneth Alexander, who is the Division's Chief of Infection Doctor for Disease at New Morris Children's Hospital. Also on the call right now, we have Dr. Joy Jackson, is the Director for the Florida Department of Health here in Polk County. And I don't believe they're on yet, but if they come on, you'll have Dr. Cadilia, and she serves as a physician with an infection disease team at New Morris Children's Hospital. And Dr. Nicole Hines. Dr. Hines is a pediatric medical director for Lakeland Regional Hospital. So those will be the medical experts that we have, and these are the medical experts that we have been actually engaging with on the task force and throughout the process. So I just wanted to make sure that I did do some proper introductions. Sorry, but thank you and welcome.
Yes, thank you so much, and we really appreciate your time and talent as we discuss all of the different things that are going forward as we attempt to reopen schools appropriately. So your knowledge and your professionalism and your advice certainly is going to be something we will be seeking as we move forward. Okay, let's continue with questions. Mrs. Fortney?
Thank you. Mrs. Miller actually hit a couple of them as far as the Polk virtual for our special needs population. And I'm quite sure that Ms. Hanley has stated in the past that we are much more flexible on Polk virtual than we are Florida virtual. But I still, I noticed that the Polk virtual asked for a semester commitment, whereas face-to-face was a 9 weeks. I believe, I don't know if that was, I guess, if they start with face-to-face, they can't move to Polk virtual is my question. And I agree with Mr. Townsend. I've been involved in numerous groups about trying to get our county commissioners on board with mandatory masks. I think it'd make our life much easier. You know, as a science teacher, I'm not comfortable with going back face-to-face at all because there is no way to guarantee safety. And it's, as Mrs. Bird said, not going to look the same academically. And we need to be mindful of the time, actual academic teaching time when we start to do all these things to protect our staff and students. I had a question about how we're going to document for the medical exemptions and the shields, which Ms. Townley pretty much answered. Do we have enough school nurses and staff to supply, you know, to staff our schools? I've read some reports where we, not us in general, but in general, school nurses hard come by. I know we're already having supply chain issues with personal protection, and realistically, the supplies needed and to keep everyone supplied for 180 to 196 days is just shocking. And my biggest concern, I've brought up a couple other board meetings, is the protocols are not being followed now. I've had community members reach out about people practicing at our local schools, not following the CDC guidelines. Our employees in buildings not following CDC guidelines. And to me, as a science teacher, the enforcement of the mask is going to be a nightmare in general. And I never heard, what if a staff or a student tests positive? What is our protocol? Which is why I'm leaning toward e-learning as an option for sure. But You know, even if, let's say we do e-learning, I think teachers should have the option to actually go in and use their classrooms without interruptions. As again, a science teacher, I know y'all are tired of hearing me say that, but there is no way I could do e-learning outside of my classroom with the number of labs and stuff that I actually did do. There's no physical way. I can't move my classroom to my house. And then the other concern I have is the EAP program. Is there any way that we could extend the number of approved appointments because of the extenuating circumstances? Because I've heard complaints that it's just not enough as it is. And that high-risk group being asked to work already, that's not being followed. And then my last one was the 7:15 to the 7:27 registration intent for staff. Did I miss that, Ms. Townley, about parents? Is that the same as the parent sign up for each individual kid? And I'll shut up and listen. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That is our intent, to have the student and staff intents back to us by July the 27th.
Thank you. And I would like to add to that. Again, we need to have that date, Ms. Fortney, so that we can gather that data. We need to gather that data so we know how to move forward. Also, the discussion about e-learning in the classroom, Ms. Townley and I had a great discussion about that on yesterday, about when teachers have to do that being in the classroom, because as a former teacher, yes, all your materials are there. You can actually provide a better lesson right there, use your smart boards and everything. So that the conversation we did have regarding e-learning on yesterday. But I would like to ask Dr. Jackson, I know, there she is, regarding the mask, because I've heard that come up a couple of times, and about the county. So I would like to ask Dr. Jackson if she would like to speak to that, because I know that's something she has been working on, and we've had conversations about it.
Yeah, thank you. And certainly masks are a hot topic right now across multiple sectors. And certainly public health is an advocate for wearing of masks, particularly in areas where we cannot ensure social distancing. So I'm certainly an advocate for that. I've been working with community partners, local governmental agencies to put my 2 cents in worth, and those policy decisions are made at the municipality and county level. But I think certainly the advocacy is there, and we will see what happens as we go along. We will be in this for the long haul, and these are all measures we should be following individually and collectively in groups where we can, from the standpoint of social distancing, wearing of masks, hygiene measures, etc. And if I could also go back to the example that Mr. Townsend gave about the staff member that had to come between potentially some students, and I very much appreciate Dr. Alexander's points, but I think also practically that staff member should really go into the restroom and do a pretty good cleaning, washing not only the hands but the arms, anything that was contacted. Do a face wash, change the mask, do everything to clean any part of their body that could have been exposed. So I would suggest that as well. And I also heard Ms. Fortney speak about what happens if we have a case in a student or a staff member, and just realize that the county health department will be in lockstep with you all and with Mark Wilcox as we investigate. We are in the process of determining the team. This is not going to be one person from the health department. It will be multiple people that will be there to assist the school board, the school system, when we have, not if, but when we have cases. I've got an epidemiologist identified that will be on the team. There's actually a training this afternoon from the state for school health nurses. So all of my team is going to be on that, as long as my epidemiologist, and we'll be working closely with Mark Wilcox to support all of our schools to the absolute best of our ability.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson. And I know everything else after that has to be bargained. And I guess we as a board need to establish that protocol. Is that what I'm hearing, Mrs. Bird?
If you're talking about with the mask, yes, we are going to establish that. Yes, ma'am. And with them, as far as the washing and all of that, we're going to establish that. I also want to say we're going to need to adjust some of this information to actually support our decision within our student code of conduct.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that adjustment will need to come before you as well.
Yes, ma'am. I'm still to the what if and making sure that we have protocol, and I just wanted to put that out publicly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome. We do have
Superintendent Byrd.
Yes,
Ken Alexander. If I may I have about 2 minutes just to give sort of an overview of this from a medical perspective? Again, I've been working with several school districts, and if you're willing, I'd just sort of like to share a little bit of perspective that I think will help people understand the priorities and the things that the board has considered. Is that all right?
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Well, so to begin, thank you very much for the opportunity to share thoughts with the board and people. And I will say you've got a very good partner in Dr. Jackson. And this is one of the most important times when the health department and the schools can work together. And recognizing that Dr. Jackson, as a state official, really has in a lot of ways the last say and access to the things that we need. Clearly, we're in a time of great uncertainty, and if I hear the word unprecedented one more time, I think I'm going to poke my eyes out. That's all everybody keeps saying. But I do think there are some guiding principles that the school board and parents can use. And I think it's been very clear as I've spoken with members of the school board and spoken with Dr. Jackson that safety is the #1 priority. The second thing to keep in mind is that this virus is a part of our lives for the foreseeable future. This played against the idea that I believe firmly, I think most people believe firmly, that school is important. That, schools are called upon to do many things. It's not just education, but it's socialization, it's nutrition, it's safety. As well, we live in a society where parents need to work, and school is an important part of what allows parents to work. And so, as was said already, school will work differently, and we are still learning, and we're trying to benefit from what other countries are learning as they open their schools as well. But the thing that I want parents and teachers and staff and the school board to be confident of is that children will do well. If you look in the state of Florida, there have been a total of 2 pediatric fatalities, and both of these have been among older adolescent patients who were morbidly obese, which is a risk factor for bad COVID disease. The vast majority of children do very, very well, and so our concern should really be around the protection of teachers and staff. Yes, we want to worry about the kids, but what's good for teachers and staff is good for the children. Not only that, but we live in a community where there are many multi-generational families. And so one of the things that families need to consider is when that child comes home, are we also protecting family members at home? If there's a grandmother, a great uncle, this kind of thing. And so at this point, trust is what matters most. And realizing that there's a lot of noise and a lot of anxiety out there. And parents need to understand, right? We live in a world where a lot of parents think that you have to control everything. Well, if we could control everything, we wouldn't be in the situation we are in. So our job here is not to prevent risk, it's to reduce it. We're going to mitigate risk as far as we can, realizing that there are things we can't control. Things like a school bus is going to be a challenge, right? There is no way that you can get children 6 feet apart on a school bus without turning it into a limousine. So we're going to have to worry about some of these difficult challenges and choose our risks. Same for the cafeteria, right? You can't eat with a mask on. And so we're going to have to come up with ways of mitigating risk in places like the cafeteria. So we'll change what we need to. In reference to, from the comments before, science matters. And I think here's what we'll do. And we can't be afraid to change our minds, right? Politicians view changing your mind as a sign of weakness. Scientists view changing your mind as a good sense and a sign of strength. One comment about the building. If you look at what puts children at risk, I think the biggest risk is respiratory transmission, right? And that we can affect with masks. Contact transmission is a lesser issue. And so while I think for many parents, the idea of a clean school is some guy with a rag going around washing lockers, that's probably not a good use of our money or our time. And that focusing on the respiratory transmission is paramount. And this is why masking and social distancing are our most important things. In hospitals, in pediatric hospitals across the country, I can find no cases of child to provider transmission, right? Children don't transmit effectively to adults, and there's an emerging literature here now. But in the hospitals, we're using masks, we're washing our hands, and we're distancing as much as we possibly can. So the people that are fighting the use of masks, that's not necessarily a medical issue. That may be a political issue. It's certainly not a public health question. Right? I think the data for the importance of masks are very compelling. Vaccination will also be essential. I think one of the things we've got to keep an eye on is immunization numbers are down. And the only thing worse than a COVID outbreak is going to be a COVID outbreak with a measles outbreak. And so it's going to be very important that the district enforce vaccination rules, not only in the kids coming into the building, but the kids going into virtual school. Probably the greatest fly in our ointment right now is testing, right? The state has yet to crack this nut, other than people are saying, well, get tested in your pediatrician's office. I got news for you. Your pediatricians don't have testing. There's no access to it. The turnaround time is long. And so this is going to be a big problem and something that we are going to need to keep an eye on. And this is why I think in the end, parents need options. I think the district is taking a very smart approach, giving parents different kinds of options. And there may be times when you'll have to move between those options. So in summary, I think that moving forward is absolutely the right thing to do. It's the courageous thing to do. It is not without risk, but I do want people to understand that a child getting infected, a teacher getting infected, is not a failure on the district's part. This is what viruses do, is that they infect people. And we have to just make sure that we are looking both at the benefits of our education as well as the risk, and then be ready to change based on what science teaches us. There's going to be a lot of criticism out there. You're going to deal with a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks. Criticism is easy, planning is hard, but we've got to stay light on our feet. So that's my my 2 bits in the whole deal, and I'm happy to continue the conversation.
Doctor, this is Sarah Portney. I want to thank you for saying science matters, because it does. And I'm still curious about what your professional opinion would be for a threshold of infection at a school site or building that would warrant shutdown.
So this is a very complicated question, and actually this is probably Dr. Jackson's ball to hit as well. I think the more important consideration is not so much the number of children that are infected. I'd worry primarily about the staff, and there's 2 things I would follow. One is, can we maintain sufficient healthy staff to provide or to carry out the mission that we're trying to carry out? Again, children don't transmit effectively to adults. There's an emerging literature here. It just doesn't seem to be the case. So the first rule is, do we have enough healthy teachers to do what our teachers should be doing? How do we ensure healthy teachers? Well, it turns out that in our hospital, where our doctors and nurses are getting infected is outside the hospital. They're not getting infected from patients. It's what they do at Walmart. It's the family members they visit. It's the friends they have over for dinner. So part of protecting our staff is going to be educating them and making sure that they're being careful. The second thing to keep an eye on is actually hospital beds. If your 62-year-old diabetic lunch lady develops symptoms and needs a hospital, is there a bed for her? And if there is a bed for her, then we're probably safe to move forward. If there's not, then that's a time when I think you need to have a very serious conversation with Dr. Jackson about slowing down what we're doing.
Thank you so much, sir. I so appreciate your input and your time for being here. You know, my experience is a science teacher, and I have found through 30 in a classroom that kids generally mind you. It's the adults that we have trouble with. And I just want to put that out there.
Well said.
Great. Thank you. This great conversation. For all on, we have to take a quick 5-minute break, but please don't hang up. If you will all just go and mute your mics and stop the video right there, Sharon, if you would like. But there's going to be a quick 5-minute break for an adjustment here. Thank you. Come back in 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Better now that Good afternoon, and we are back at our work session today. And I want to thank everybody because we had to take a quick break, and hopefully we can get everybody populated in here. Mrs. Byrd, would you like to go ahead and continue? Or do we have questions from the board, I guess, at this point in time? Let me see who was next on the list. Give us just a minute. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Hang on just a minute. Mr. Townsend.
Yeah, just a couple of points for Dr. Alexander. I mean, I think all the data he's referring to comes from a time when the virus outbreak was not remotely at its peak as it is now, outside of New York City or the New York area, and there were no schools open during that time. I just posted an article from Texas in the chat where a doctor there is talking about the tsunami, and I believe it's Hidalgo County, and he said that his personal patient, one of the kids had gotten it and given it to both parents, who both died. Now maybe that's not true. But I think we don't have any experience opening brick and mortar schools in the middle of an exploding pandemic. All the data you're citing comes from earlier experience, which wasn't that. And I think when you look at other countries who have open schools, their sort of national viral load is infinitesimal compared to ours. And so I guess I would like for you to explain. I mean, even the head of the American Association of Pediatrics sort of changed her mind, or specifically said for Florida she would not reopen brick and mortar schools under these conditions. What level of viral reduction would you like to see, or do you think we should go ahead and open now? I mean, like, well, what sort of reduction would you be comfortable with, or are you comfortable now?
So to begin, no one's comfortable, right? Anybody that thinks they know what's going on, no one's going to be comfortable, right? There's no level here of the virus being gone where there's going to be no risk. The best I can do is this. First of all, there is now a body of experience from schools around the world. There's been a couple of papers published, but you're right. This has not been in the midst of active pandemic. The United States has done poorly in controlling what's going on here compared to other countries. So anybody that says this is anything less than a make it up day-to-day activity is pulling your leg. Now, what we do know, again, is that transmission from children to parents is ineffective. It's not zero. And just like everything else in life, I'm sure somebody can point at something. That being said, the plural of anecdote is not data. And so I always worry when somebody's got some single report of something happening. We don't make public health decisions on the basis of exceptions. We make them on the basis of real trends. And I know you appreciate that. So you're right. We have very little experience to guide us. What we do have as well, though, is we've got the proven benefit of our schools, as well as the hypothetical risk that we're facing. And so, I think what I would like to see happen is that if families have the means to homeschool or to virtual school, and their kids can thrive in that environment, by all means, they should do it. If you've got an elderly grandparent at home who would be at increased risk because of the possibility of somebody bringing something home, by all means, do it at home. By the same token, if you've got two working parents and you don't have a choice, or if someone's been laid off and is working other jobs, a lot of the families you and I serve don't really have a choice. And at that point, I hate to say pick your poison, but I think you select your risk and go with it, realizing that none of these pathways is irreversible. not an easy answer. I don't want to sound like a politician.
No, I got you.
I want to sound like
Well, I agree. I actually agree with that fully, and it's what I wrestle with constantly. But I think one of the things that you may not understand, because you're not in the business of education in Florida the way we are, is that there is no we. I mean, you keep using the word we. The federal government hasn't done anything to support schools, hasn't done anything to make them say, if this was a priority to open, they would be moving heaven and earth to do it. I mean, they've already put $7 trillion into the stock market. Secondly, the state of Florida actually took resources away from us. It took $400 million away from state districts over actuarial concerns for down the road pension costs. That's $9 million for us here. There is no we, and you could actually be really, really helpful to us if you would push on this we question a bit and get our political leaders to take the lives of our kids and our staff as seriously as everybody on the screen does, and as seriously as you do as well. I just think you're not exposed to the reality of education in Florida, where the entire model is actually built to crush humanity, not really support it. And so anyway, that's a political discussion, but I just wanted to give you some background on.
Well, no, and I appreciate your concern. I think it's valid, and you're right. I'm looking at this through the lens of a medical provider in a state where Medicaid payments are 48th in the nation. So the investment in children, or the lack thereof, as the case may be, is not restricted. But I think you're right. I think the we is at the county level. I think that the people above that have abdicated their responsibilities, and we are left cracking the nut as people at a district level, at a district healthcare level, and that's what we're going to have to do, is get our hands dirty.
Great. Thank you. And I know we have Dr. Hines, and I don't know, Dr. Hines, if you want to weigh in at all on the medical side of what you're seeing, because you are within our community.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Since the start of the pandemic in March, in our practice in Lakeland Regional Health, we've seen only a few cases of children or families requesting testing for the coronavirus. And we've only had one positive case in a child, and it was from our other office in the Winter Haven location. I think just a comment on transmission between the kids in the pediatric age group and adults. I think one of the things we have to consider is that since the onset of the pandemic and the abrupt closure of schools, kids have been at home, and we have still seen significant increases in the numbers of cases. So then when we go back to what role do kids play in terms of transition and being playing a significant role as a vector of transmission in the illness, I think when we look at the recent studies, we can see that kids are not as significant a vector as we previously thought. Otherwise, we would not have seen the increase that we have seen thus far. And I think Dr. Alexander is probably more equipped to help me with this. But based on my own opinion as a medical provider, I don't think that kids play as significant a role as we previously thought. I think the issue here is the adults, being the teachers and the staff in the school, infecting the kids, because the studies that we've seen, which they are limited, do not really support as the evidence kids being a significant vector in transmission. And I'm going to just ask Dr. Alexander to just weigh in on this with me.
Well, your point's very well taken, Dr. Hines. It's nice to hear your voice. Your point's a very good one. That again, I think our concern is for the adults in the school. If we look at a pediatric hospital as something similar to a school, what we're seeing is provider to provider transmission. And even there, most of that seems to be outside of the school. I suspect that, when we say children, of course, now we've got the problem of everybody from Head Start up through graduating high school. When I say children being a low risk, I think it's the younger kids that are at low risk. As you move into adolescence, you exhibit adult behaviors, you are adult sized. I think they may pose more of an infection risk, but this is then the group that you can get to wear masks and this kind of thing. So my greatest concern in a school district is exactly like my greatest concern in the hospital. It's what the nurses, doctors, teachers, custodians, administrative staff are doing at home outside the building rather than what's happening in the building.
Thank you. We have a question from Ms. Miller.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I just want to say, I think we can agree that we're treading into new waters. I wouldn't compare a school to a hospital environment only because it's usually a lot more sterile. Our schools, we employ 10,000 adults. So if we want to take the kids out of the equation at this point, which I'm reluctant to do, I am still very concerned about the adult situation that we have and the age of a lot of our staff members. I just want to hit on a few things and somebody can help answer. You can direct Ms. Superintendent if you don't mind. Our busing situation, I listened to the committee speak and they talked about we might have to go 1 to 2 a seat. We're pushing 2 to 3 kids in a seat on some of these bus routes. I'm very concerned with, we're not going to be able to take their temperatures as they get on the bus because I agree there's nowhere to send the child home. If they happen to be ill, if there's no one at home, you can't send them back to their home. So we're putting kids on a bus that we're not sure of their status. And then we're bringing them to school and to try to get them off the bus and take their temperatures at that point. We can't really control that environment and our bus drivers are already overwhelmed. I'm not sure they can control that environment to make sure masks are being worn. So that's one thing I'd like to hear from the committee that they've made progress on. The protocols and procedures, I think, need to be clearly defined. I hear from a lot of staff who've heard nothing or telling me their principals have 0 to limited information. So later on, I'd like to hear about how is it going to be on our website? What is the resource for staff to go to? And when we talk about pulling additional staff for support, the staff that's usually pulled is sometimes, and not always, ESC inclusion staff or support staff. We need to be very cautious of pulling staff in if that's our only resource for support. We have not been funded. I appreciate that being brought up, and I appreciate the doctor's acknowledgement that we are walking into something that nobody's sending money to help, and there's multiple facilities that needs to be looked at and additions made and sanitizer and just supplies in general. That needs to be talked about later tonight at the board meeting. But we have got to get the 150 or 160 emails that I've gotten in the last 3 days, push those people back towards our legislators at the state level and at the federal level to ask where are they in helping fund this kind of support needed. And I'd also like for somebody to talk about our clinic that's available to our staff members. Unfortunately, I happen to be at urgent care that has nothing to do with COVID at Watson Clinic. And I'm watching school board staff come in. One of them suspected positive with COVID, but they were saying they didn't have the resources at our clinic to do a chest x-ray. And I think we do. So I need someone to define what our staff clinic will be able to handle, and if testing is even available for them, or if maybe they'll direct them somewhere else, what that procedure looks like. So the busing and our clinic would be the 2 main things. And also, Doctor, I don't know if you've ever, Dr. Alexander or Dr. Hines on the phone, I don't know if you've ever visited one of our center schools. They are much like a medical facility with kids who are on feeding tubes, kids who have to be changed daily. What would you advise for masks or precautions in that setting? Because those are much more medical models, and there's 3 of them in this county. We have other sites with similar, but those are concentrated groups of children who would be vulnerable to this disease, as well as the adults working in that facility. Thank you.
I do know Mr. Davis is going to take the busing question because he's on a task force of busing. And then I'd like to follow up because I know there was a great deal of conversation regarding some of our special needs students and, you know, that at the center schools. And the doctors did weigh in heavily on that for students that had trachs and different things like that. So first we'll go to Mr. Davis, and I see he's queued up ready to go to talk about busing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So for busing, we realize that, you know, social distancing on a school bus is virtually impossible. The CDC guidelines require one student per seat, then skip a seat, and then another student. That would be 13 students per bus. That would take all day to get students in. So what we have looked at is no more than 2 per seat. With that situation, we understand that if all the students came back and rode the school bus, that would create a hardship. It also, we would require that they wear a mask. We have hand sanitizers installed on all school buses. As soon as they come on the bus, they would use hand sanitizer. We also have our, before the bus driver ever gets on the bus or the bus attendant ever gets on the bus, they will be required to take their own temperature. They will be required to report that temperature. If their temperature is over 100.4 or 100 degrees, they would immediately contact their supervisor before the bus is ever touched in case we needed to use a substitute driver to use that school bus. They will have frequent daily cleaning. They would do a in-depth cleaning at the end of their run every day. They would do a light cleaning between runs, and they would do a heavy cleaning in between their runs. So if they came in on the bus that morning, they would have a clean bus. At the end of their run that morning, they would do a deep clean. So the afternoon run, they'd have a clean bus. We understand that there are some high-risk bus drivers and bus attendants. Those that are working with our special needs students will have face shields so that they're working with our students with the greatest health risk. They will have full face shields that we have purchased for them. Like I said, there will be cleaning between runs, and our drivers and attendants will be provided the cleaning materials at our service centers, at our fuel sites, and we have all that equipment in stock ready for them to pick up and use.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. In addition to that, the last discussion with the medical professionals, when we look at the busing, to load the bus from the back so that we can limit the amount of transmission going back and forth between students in the seats, load the bus from the back, as well as on the days that weather permits to lower the windows on the school buses. Those are some of the recommendations from the medical team that they've given, not only just to other school districts, but those are some of the ones that they've given to us through the task force as well when it comes to the transportation of our students.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. I missed that section on my
That's okay.
my document.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Dr. Alexander, did you have?
No,
Okay.
no more comments. I think Mr. Davis summarized it well. This is a tough issue, and there's going to be, you know, again, it's like everything we do. There are risks and benefits, but I think getting the kids to school is key.
Thank you. We also had the question about the clinic. I believe we had questions regarding the clinic and why they're doing that. The information about our task force, we're going to do a timeline. We're going to have FAQ sections. That's all going to be put on our website, is where we're going to house everything for our community to follow all that information to see. So you're going to see that go. We're going to have that website so that hopefully we can answer all the questions that are asked of us and keep that up to date as much as possible. The question about the clinics, Mr. Perrone is there to speak about the clinics and an x-ray machine, I believe, Mr. Perrone.
Yeah, we do have X-ray machine in Lakeland. However, we are not, if people have symptoms, we're sending them out. We're concerned about infecting the people at the clinic, and then we'd have to close that down. So we are sending people out. If they call with symptoms, we do send them elsewhere. That's the process. We are looking at testing in the future, so we'll update you on that, but right now we're not.
Yeah, and I have a question. Have we talked to clinics like Watson Urgent Care? Because they said that was the third one they had today sent to them, and they were not aware that we were not able to accommodate them. And so have we had those conversations to where we're sending? Are we able to tell staff to go, and so they're not going to the clinic to be turned away to go 45 minutes the other direction?
I don't know the exact communication. I can get you that information, but we're doing a lot by phone, asking them symptoms, and then we send them elsewhere.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Perrone. We have a question coming in from Ms. Fields.
Okay, I have quite a few questions, and I'm going to be mindful of others that might have questions. So I would imagine that if they aren't answered today, we can get it to the superintendent, and then the staff can come back. I did have a question for Mr. Davis on the line of what Ms. Miller wanted to know earlier. My question is, I know that we don't know how many parents are going to opt to do brick and mortar, but how will the routes be impacted since we're now having to downsize the number of students that we're going to be able to transport on the buses? Did you hear my question, Mr. Davis?
Yes, ma'am. That was a great question, Ms. Fields. We don't know who will pick brick and mortar. So we normally in a school year transport around 50,000 students. That's up to 77 passengers on an elementary school bus run. That's up to 60 on a middle school run and 55 on a high school run. So we're looking at the maximum of 51 to 52 students with 2 per seat and 1 in the very back seat. And with our special needs, the maximum we can transport, I think, is 24. So it could have a great impact, but we don't know that number yet. Hopefully, once this information is presented to the public and they decide that if that is a choice, they use brick and mortar, then we'll be able to plan our routes accordingly. Right now, we are planning like everyone would be going back to school. And with that case, it will take double runs and triple runs to get students into school.
And how are we doing with our hiring of bus drivers, Mr. Davis?
So that's another task that has been difficult. We have advertised, we have, spread the word. People are concerned about coming to work for the school board and work with students. So our classes have been lower in numbers than what we have liked to see. And we also have a number of drivers that are at high risk. So we don't know if they will return or not. I know that Mrs. Porteous is working on a intent to return. We've done something internally. We have about 168 drivers that are at high risk. And if those drivers did not return, that would compound the situation much, much worse.
Thank you. Yes, I had a question from Dr. Jackson. Dr. Jackson, I don't know if you're aware that I work at Girls Inc. and we're doing a summer camp for our girls. And we have seen that girls that's in kindergarten and first grade struggle managing their mask. Even though we're working and trying to get them to understand the importance of it along with their parents. So I'm a little bit confused and need clarity. Do you recommend students younger than 8 wearing a mask, or do you recommend that it be optional for the parents?
Well, I think at best I would recommend students wear masks. CDC recommends that children older than 2 can be masked, but I know that will be difficult for some parents. So I think that's a policy decision from the school board if you guys are going to enforce elementary masks. I personally think that they're most important in middle and high school. But I think that that's going to be something we may have to see if we can manage to mask the younger kids, probably less important than middle and high school kids.
Thank you. And as I said, Ms. Superintendent Byrd, I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to yield the floor, but I do have one last one. How are we going to ensure that parents are informed and held accountable for their role in this distant learning, making sure that their children are engaged and that they're going to be able to navigate through the system? And a lot of the parents are basically have said to me that they really struggled when we were doing distant learning the last 3 months of the school year. And I know it's going to be different this year. It's going to be much more organized. But what are we going to do to communicate to them what's expected of them, and how are we going to be able to support them as they get ready to launch this this method of learning for their students? Because at the end of the day, I think every parent wants what's best for their child. They sometimes just don't know what that looks like.
Thank you, and that's a great question. One of the things that we have to do is, if we're on e-learning with our schools, is we have to do progress monitoring of those. So we will be monitoring attendance and setting it up where there is a schedule at this point, and monitoring that schedule through that. That was one of the things that we discussed. I believe the instructional team actually discussed that with the task force, the monitoring of the instruction, because we don't want students to just click on for 30 minutes and click off, and no one knows that they're not actually receiving the instruction and they're actually participating in the instruction. So there's going to be some instructional monitoring. There's going to be where we have attendance checks within there, and there will be calls doing the e-learning. And so that is one of the things we're going to do. There's going to be communication with parents as well. We're going to have to make sure we communicate fully with the parents what e-learning looks like. It's just not going to be they can click on and off when they desire to. There will be a schedule for them doing e-learning. Hopefully that answers the question, and I know we're going to flesh more of that out. I don't know if any of the instructional team had any other items to add to that when it comes to the instructional side.
I had one more question, Superintendent Byrd. I think Ms. Townley mentioned, and Ms. Townley is here as well, Ms. Townley had mentioned that the teachers, and I would assume the parents would be working from the classroom. That's what you guys are going to recommend. And is that going to be optional, or is it going to be a requirement?
Thank you, Ms. Fields. I think to go back to your previous question, just to add a piece to Mrs. Byrd, if students are participating in the eSchool, they will follow the typical schedule of their school. So elementary students is usually in the neighborhood of 8 to 3, high school 7 to 2, etc. If a parent is needing different flexibility due to their work schedule, that might be an option where Polk Virtual may be a better fit for that family. To answer your question about teachers accessing their classrooms, we know that teachers need to use their classrooms for instructional purposes, and we will most definitely work with them on that regard. However, if they are in a situation where they are medically fragile themselves and have met the requirements and the intent to register put out through Mrs. Porteous's office, then they would be able to do their work from home in that situation. So we're going to have a little bit of flexibility with our employees, but we also want them to know that, if they need to get into their classroom and they can best do their work from there, then we're going to work with them as best we can in that regard.
Thank you. Have a question from Ms. Fortney?
Thank you, Superintendent Byrd. Respectfully, I would ask our two guest doctors to tell us what facilities they are associated with, if at all possible. And then did I hear you say we were going to enter through the rear of the bus, Superintendent Byrd, or is that just an option? And are we going to have an attendant on every bus to monitor the mask? Thank you.
Thank you. One of the recommendations that came forward from the medical experts was to have them to enter from the rear of the bus. And that is what we're going to do and push out, to have students, when they load the bus, we're going to enter from the rear, and then we'll flip it when they're exiting the bus. That will keep them from, passing each other multiple times. When it comes to the attendant, that's on every bus. That's something that we're going to have to look at. But what I will tell you is that Mr. Davis is working with his team. They will be masked, and we will be looking at how we have the buses. But until we get the information back from our families, that's how we're going to know how to staff the buses, like we're going to know how to staff the classrooms. And now I would like I know we have Dr. Cadell as well, Dr. Hines and Dr. Alexander. I believe the board member just wanted you to state again which facility that you actually are currently serving at. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Byrd. I appreciate it.
So I'm at Nemours Children's Hospital in Orlando. Again, I'm Chief of Infectious Diseases. I don't have children in any of the schools. My girls are public school kids, but they're grown up and off working their own jobs. Dr. Kadia?
Well, I'll go ahead since I don't hear Dr. Kadia. This is Dr. Hines. I'm with Lakeland Regional Health. I'm the Pediatric Medical Director. I have 2 kids in the public school system in Lakeland.
Okay, and this is Dr. Khadija. I am the technologically challenged person. I haven't figured it out well yet, it seems like, after this time, but also at Nemours Children's Hospital. I'm the other infectious disease physician there alongside Dr. Alexander. And I do have children in public schools in Orange County.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have questions coming from Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you. I have a few questions, so I'll try and make it quick. We've heard a lot about the survey/intent form that'll be going out to both staff and families, that as far as what they're selecting for the fall. My encouragement would be to call it an intent form, not a survey, because I think we need to make sure that parents are required to fill something out saying what their intention is, realizing that if they select brick and mortar, they can always change back to virtual. But I think for our planning purposes, we need to make sure that all parents are selecting. The fact that we only had 25,000 survey responses the first time in a district of 106,000 is a little bit concerning, because I think if we only get 25 to 30,000 back a second time, we're not going to be able to plan very well. So I just would encourage us to make it required for parents to fill out as much so as possible. As far as the timeline moving forward, it looks like we'll be putting out that it has to be returned by July 27th. Is it possible to get, I know we're working on F&Qs for basically everything we do throughout the school day. When will those be available? And is it how soon, I guess, can we get them posted so that parents are making their decision based on the information that we have?
Ms. Reynolds, I'll just clarify if I misspoke. I actually have the school intent registration in front of me right now, and we have used that language that was discussed during our task force. So if I called it a survey, my mistake. It is actually called the school intent registration form. We do have it for all three options because even if a parent is choosing brick and mortar, we have some questions there about their transportation desires, as well as if they have a device their student can use and internet at home, so that in the event that we do have to transition to eSchool, we have that information collected, not only from our students that select the eSchool option, but from everyone. We also have those documents translated into Spanish and Haitian Creole, and the FAQs also are ready to go and have been reviewed, and they are, if not finished translation, they are in the midst of the final translation pieces as we speak.
Awesome. Following that, is there a possibility of making some videos that we can put up of what an average classroom will look like, what school bus seating will look like, what our cleaning process is? I just think any visuals that we can give the parents and public that will be helpful so that they can see what the reality will be when we return.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Miss Pleasant is here and she heard that, and their team is working incredibly hard on many, many things for us. And so those will be some of the things that we work on in the next coming days and weeks as well.
Awesome. Thank you. The next question I have is for Dr. Jackson. Could you speak a little bit to the cases that we have in Polk, specifically looking at the mortality rates for Polk? Many other states have put up where their mortality rates are, as far as what the demographics are. Is it your 20-year-olds? Is it your 85 plus? I know in Polk that we have, I think, over 50% of our mortalities have been in nursing homes and assisted living facilities. But if you could just speak a little bit to what that graph looks like. I don't know why Florida isn't putting it up on their website, but that has been omitted from ours. So if you could just talk a little bit about what that looks like in Polk.
Okay. So in a nutshell, Polk will have about 8,000 cases of COVID as of today. Of those 8,000, 518 cases are in children up to to age 18. So about 6.5% of Polk cases are in children 18 and younger. Okay. As far as mortality, we've had 141 deaths. The deaths have ranged in age from 27 to 103 years of age, which with our average age of death of 77. So definitely our deaths are skewed to the elderly population. As far as individuals who are diagnosed with COVID, our median age is right around 40. So what we have seen over the past month to 6 weeks is a younger age is contracting and getting tested. Not so much children, but in that 15 to 24 year age group is where it starts to increase. And our most heavily impacted age group for Polk is in the 25 to 34 age group. And then again, our deaths are predominantly in our elderly population.
Thank you. And I just want to note that, we have not had any mortalities for children, that it is a much higher population, higher age range population that seems to be unable to recover. But we also have had deaths for kids during this time period because they're not safer at home. So I think that's a very important piece of this, that we have to make sure that we're taking care of all of our kids.
Absolutely. If I can add, you all may or may not be aware that there's now a pediatric dashboard on the Department of Health website. So if you just Google Florida Department of Health and go into the COVID section, there's now a dashboard for pediatric cases. So you can monitor this, and it gives statewide data, and then it gives it as far as number of cases, number of tested, and percent positivity for each county individually. So I just wanted to put that plug in. And also, interestingly, as far as the multi-system inflammatory disease, we've had no cases identified in Polk. And there have been a total of 13 cases identified in the state of Florida. So it is incredibly rare. We don't want to see that one either. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. I think my last question for right now is we've heard a lot from parents about attendance policies. Obviously, we've promoted the strive for less than 5 for years because it is important that students be engaged in their learning and show up to school to be able to gain that education. But we also don't want kids coming to school because it could potentially be a truancy issue if they stay home when they're sick. So what are our plans in place for how to address the attendance policy and making sure that students are staying home when they need to stay home, and that parents don't feel that they'll be penalized if they keep their kid home from school?
Thank you. And we will make sure we adjust that as usual. Anytime we have students that are out sick, they have to have their doctor's note with them. And so I know the attendance team, they were looking at that as well. So we're going to make sure we continue to do that. But also if they're really sick, we can put them on virtual if we need to. So that way we can make sure they're not losing any more time academically. I don't know if Ms. Townley, I saw you jumped in, if you want to add anything else there.
You got what I was going to say. Just that we do have plans in place that if a student in a brick and mortar option needs to quarantine or becomes ill, whether it's for COVID or for any other reason, sometimes we have students with injuries or, might break their leg in football, not to have accidents that happen. And so we'll work and support them just as we typically do and with our attendance policies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. We have a question from Mr. Townsend.
Thank you. To Sarah Beth's point, and I think it's important, the options are not just mortality and fine, or, we don't know a lot about the disease and there is potential for lasting harm. So one of the things I wanted to ask the three doctors about is I just saw a report from Palm Beach County in which they're just discussing evidence of lung damage in kids that have been asymptomatic when they're looking at scans. Again, I'm just seeing the report. I'm curious if you guys have scanned lungs in this way. Is there anything to that? And is there any sign of, you may not get terribly sick as a child now, but is there something that's going to harm you when you're 30? And can you give any insight on that? And is the other thing I think I understand about the virus is that load matters, which is why sometimes healthy healthcare providers have gotten in trouble in bad settings because they're getting a lot of it. And that indoors outdoors is a pretty big distinction. Anybody I've spoken to in the healthcare world they tend to talk about a factor of 10, the risk being diminished. And to me, I think that points to using the outdoors as much as we can when the weather improves. Can you guys talk about those three things real quick while we've got you?
Yeah, happy to, Mr. Townsend. You're asking very good questions. And so first of all, let's talk about outdoors first. There's an old adage that in chemistry that the solution to pollution is infinite dilution. And certainly in contagion, things are much less contagious outdoors simply because things float around. This is why, for instance, in cruise ships, we saw very high attack rates. People are on top of each other, density matters. So I think you're spot on. Anything we can do outside, we should absolutely do outside. And that's not only education. If you want to visit with your neighbors, it's time to put the lawn chair in your driveway and have a beer that way. So you're spot on. As far as the ramifications and the injuries to children, again, probably the best we can do is look at what's happened in the New York hospitals. At Nemours, I think we've been up now to a total of 6 patients admitted, only 1 currently with us. And the others have been discharged without incident. And in fact, for the child that's currently with us, his COVID is actually an incidental finding. That's actually not why he's in the hospital. Now, that being said, you pointed out that there's evidence of lung injury that persists after the infection. I'm not at all surprised about that. This is well described with other viruses. Influenza is a good example. It's well described that if a patient gets influenza, they will have pulmonary function abnormalities for 6 months to a year. So this is not a great surprise. There are, of course, very rare case reports of people getting such severe COVID disease. I know of one patient, again in New York, I believe it was, that ended up with a lung transplant of all things. So there's no doubt it can be absolutely horrible. In terms of long-term ramifications, and now we're moving beyond simply the injury that may have happened to the lungs, or perhaps an adult having a stroke or something like that. I think the jury's still out. I don't think we know yet. We've not seen these things with the other coronaviruses, SARS or MERS, but again, those are much more rare infections. So I think we will see things. I don't think that they'll be common. I think that was all the questions.
Well, the question of load, like of
oh yes,
like if one of the things I've read is that, you know, sorry, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think your point's good. It's described in many viral infections. Chickenpox is actually a very good example. That the more virus you're exposed to, the more severe your disease, your infection may be, and whether that's simply because the amount of virus overwhelms kind of the initial defenses of the immune system or what, I don't think anybody knows yet. But I do think that's a very good point. And this again argues for things that you've mentioned already. You know, schooling as much as we can outdoors, reducing the density in the classroom, personal protective equipment, especially that mask, maintaining our distance from one another. So it all makes sense.
Right. I appreciate that. And everybody's right. It's an individual equation for every person that we have to mass produce. And so it's important. I mean, I try to be as non-abstract as we can be, to be as real as, so I appreciate you bearing with me on this.
Thank you. We have a question coming from Ms. Miller.
Thank you. I have two questions. My glasses are very glare. They have a glare. I'm going to take those off. Can someone address, because as the doctor mentioned, my biggest concern, not that I'm not concerned for the children, but is for our staff. And so can someone please talk about, from the district angle, what happens when someone gets sick? How are we notifying the principal, and how are they protected as far as days that will need to be quarantined? That's been a big issue from staff. I'm concerned that staff members have ill parents at home or ill children in our community, parents that are parenting adult children with disabilities. There's a lot of them that work in our school system. So how will that be accounted for with time that might need to be taken? Because we cannot, I don't think the doctors would agree that we should be combining classes, and we have a shortage of substitutes already. So is there a plan in place or a committee working on what that would look like? That was my first question.
Yes, so I will tell you that those questions did come up with the task force, and I know Ms. Porteous has been working with, along with Linda King over in risk management, when talking about what do we do with our staff, and how do we, when they have to come to a quarantine, how does that look for our staff? I don't know if even Ms. King is on, or either Ms. Porteous is in there. And they're probably not, because I think Ms. Porteous may be working on the calendar right now for you all. But I do know that is something. One of the things I can tell you that I do know the conversation was that they are going to make sure that they follow the process of ADA. So with any of that they have to follow that process when it comes to that, and they notify them. The first thing I would tell them is once we notify, a staff notifies Ms. King, and they can look at the side of them for when it comes to leave and how much time we give them. Mr. Hill has another group that they've been working with, along with Mark Wilcox, what to do in the event and the procedures that they follow when someone is identified. So, and I know the doctors also talked about on the last call that we were on, do you move a whole class versus do you move an individual student? So first I'm going to pivot over to Ms. Porteous. She can talk about the teacher side of it with the leave that she's been working on, and they're working very closely with risk management. Mr. Hill will then go from the procedures, and then I will pivot to the doctors. Their recommendation as when we find someone in the classroom, because I think that will sum up all your questions then, Ms. Miller.
And also for our substitutes, Ms. Porteous may be able to answer who are going to, all these new procedures and protocols, who will be training the subs and for those?
Okay.
Thank you.
So if I take your question, just based on the substitutes, so that will be done really by Kelly Services. It will be in conjunction with us. So not only Kelly Services, but with us. So what we'll do is develop a list of protocols and procedures. We'll provide those to Kelly Services to make sure that they are trained on the front end. All of their staff is trained on the front end. And then when they come into the buildings, they would know all the protocol that they are expected to follow and to maintain. So that would be the first thing. Secondly, when they get in the buildings, we would provide them another set of protocols just to make sure that they understand what the expectations are. And then we can go from there, particularly just with the subs, if we only look at the subs and kind of isolate them. If we look at staff, so we're doing a number of things. In March, when we first left and we had to go to distance learning, it was kind of a, I don't know, a mix up, right? In terms of trying to get the information for us to make the decisions that we needed to get. I sent out the Google form, I had staff fill that out, et cetera. And so what we're doing this time is we built something in staff portal. So what happens now is if you are, if you have some symptoms, if you are ill, or if you have to be quarantined, you would complete a form in staff portal. Essentially, once you hit submit, that form will then, not the copy of the form, but just the fact that you completed the form will then go to your manager and or building administrator, and then to let them know that you're out and or will be out and or have experienced some symptoms. Then another copy of that form will also go to risk management. And from there, risk will contact you as the employee and let you know what your options are in terms of the leave that's available. There are several leaves that are available. So right now, under the emergency sick leave, that was, when did that start? I want to say it was started in April. The federal government passed it in April. May 1, I'm sorry, in May 1, under that you have 10 days of leave. So we will pay for the leave for 10 days. And then after that, you have to use your own leave. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. Madam Superintendent, I had one other question.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Miller. I was trying to get your other ones in 3 parts.
Okay.
Mr. Hill has,
Yes, ma'am.
you asked about the process, and then I know the doctors were going to weigh
Yes.
in when you asked the question about if someone's in the classroom.
And so we have been working diligently and very closely with Audrey Kelly and Mark Wilcox, along with Linda King and her team. And Ms. Porteous described the process that we built out. We started out with a decision tree, and basically what we've developed is once an employee contacts their supervisor, the supervisor then contacts Audrey Kelly and Mark Wilcox, and then they contact the employee and then support and assist with nurses. And then also they contact our health department, and that collaboration, working through those processes, how they determine how to support and assist the employee, and then making recommendations as to what we need to do in regards to mitigating the situation, providing healthcare options for our employees, and then how do we mitigate the situation for their peers and our places of work. So those protocols are being built out and refined, and we started with a very simple process, and the more complex it's gotten, obviously we've tried to keep it simple, accessible, but also building out those processes. They'll be very clearly stated, and we'll be communicating that. We've also built and connected Rachel Pleasant to that team so that we can communicate effectively when we do have those potential situations where there has been a possible exposure or exposure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I didn't know if any of the doctors want to weigh in on the last question about what the recommendation was that was made to the committee regarding if someone in a classroom was notified.
Oh, I'll touch on this, and then I'll ask Dr. Jackson, because really what the question, probably the key question is where is infection coming from? Do we have a case of a child transmitting to another child? Do we have a teacher transmitting to another child? Or is it the most likely scenario that this is something they're coming to school with? This is the way you answer that question is contact tracing, which is something that health departments are very, very good at. And I probably will defer then to Dr. Jackson at this point, because it is my understanding, Dr. Jackson, that you folks have a plan for helping the school with contact tracing?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So you're exactly right. And each situation has the chance of being rather unique as to how it's handled. And frankly, just to back up a little bit, you may have a teacher or a student that develops symptoms at school. On the other hand, you may have a teacher or a student that has a test and the health department knows of it first. So I think it's important that we coordinate. Also, we may have individuals who are identified as exposed, but they've not yet gotten symptoms, and they may never get symptoms. So we'll be working closely with Mark Wilcox to develop the procedures for each one of those situations, and then to determine what level of exposures others may have and who needs to be excluded. Worst case scenario, somebody is at work, an adult that's sort of hot with COVID, would we need to exclude an entire classroom? That's possible, but that would not be taken lightly. More likely situation would be somebody contacts our supervisor on Sunday night and they find out that the person that they live with or a close friend has tested positive and they were exposed. So we may have individual staff or teachers that need to exclude, but they've not gotten to the point that they are themselves likely infectious, so it may not impact others. So there's many permutations of this, and we will need to work through these individual scenarios.
So I think it's important too that we make sure, and I know this is the term that Dr. Jackson is going to use, is define what an exposure is. Right? And that we don't define an exposure. This is not something you get walking past somebody in the hallway, right? The exposure criteria we use in the United States are perhaps are probably the tightest in the world. And we define an exposure as 10 minutes, some places use 15, of face-to-face exposure within 6 feet with neither party wearing a mask. So if people are wearing masks and one person turns out to be infected, that's not an exposure. So this is it's not a case that you're going to walk past somebody in the hall or get on the elevator with somebody and get infected. 6 feet or less, face to face, without a mask on either party for 10 minutes to 15 minutes, depending on where you look. That's an exposure. That doesn't guarantee transmission. That simply puts you at risk of transmission.
Thank you. And I know Dr. Khadija just sent a message that she has to get off because she has a noon meeting. I didn't know if I want to give her the moment to say something. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Okay. Hey, no, I just wanted to say thank you guys for taking it's very serious, because I have seen how much work has gone into everything you've done, and the deliberations and listening to the parents, because it is a very critical point for everyone here, and parents and teachers, staff, everyone is anxious. So it just shows, and I applaud you because it has been a very detailed response that you've given. So congrats and thank you. And please feel free to reach to either Dr. Alexander or myself. We're here to help. So thank you guys.
Thank you. And we're not going to let you get away too far. So we will be in touch as we go through this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Superintendent, I have a noon meeting as well.
I knew that many of you had to jump off. Thank you as well, Dr. Alexander, for providing us your expertise and guiding us through this process, as well as Dr. Cadell, Dr. Hines, and Dr. Jackson. So I don't know if any of them have to jump off, or if any of the board members have any last minute questions for the medical experts.
I have one real quick about clothing to clothing transmission. Someone asked me that. Is skin to skin or face to face or clothing to clothing? Is there a distinction between them? Can you talk about that?
So that's a wonderful question. It appears that clothing is not an efficient way to transmit. And in fact, in the hospital, we don't require people to change out and wear scrubs or anything like that. People wear isolation gowns when they're having potential contact with respiratory secretions, but clothing itself appears to be a very inefficient way to transmit. Hands, on the other hand, unwashed hands are the root of all evil.
Okay, gotcha. And for Dr. Jackson, just on the testing question, if we're going to have 7 to 10 day lags on test results, which we're probably going to, what's going to be the trigger of, like, it seems like symptoms will be the de facto trigger when we start contact tracing people, right? I mean, we can't really look at tests.
So I think, in my opinion, if somebody is suspicious enough based on symptoms that they need to be tested, we are going to recommend they exclude until that test result is back.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, I know you had one more question today, and after Ms. Miller, I'm going to go to Ms. Reynolds.
I do, and it doesn't include the doctors. This is for staff. I know over the last virtual learning experience, we assigned 1 computer per family. If families are choosing the tethered option, and they have to be online at a certain time for an actual school day, are we increasing the laptops available to families so they'll have 1 for each child in the home?
Yes, ma'am. And we actually revisited that in Q4 and issued multiple computers to many different families. So we'll make sure that messaging is a little more clear. But yes, if a family needs multiple devices for their multiple children, then we'll have to do that for them.
Are we also going to continue the busing with Wi-Fi capability?
Yes, we've been in talks about that. And once we better know students' intent for registration and we can be strategic with the locations of those buses, that is our intent, to put them in the communities that need them the most.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Miller, I just want to clarify, the reason that we started with 1, we did not know what it was going to look like. And that's why we went back and revisited and then passed out more to a family when they needed 1.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Reynolds?
Sorry, my hand is down. My question was already answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question I saw coming from Ms. Fortney.
I'd like to go back to what I think I heard on 2 different occasions, just to clarify. I'm back on the buses. You did not mean that they're using the escape hatch in the back. Okay, thank you. That's why I was so okay. You meant load from the back of the bus, not physically.
Right.
Okay.
They're going to enter through the entrance and they're going to go to the back and start seating in.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's what we mean.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because I thought if I thought that we could, I think I already had some bus drivers reach out with that same, what?
No, sorry for the confusion.
No, you're fine. Sometimes I have marbles in my head. I want to go back to Ms. Porteous, so so basically we're saying if exposed or have symptoms, we cover 10 days quarantine, let's call them COVID days for lack of a better word. And let's say that the employee ends up very, very ill, and we find the tracing came from the school site. Is that now fall under workman's comp, or because, most people don't have a big bank of days, and I'm not quite sure being asked to go into a pandemic that would even hold water, in my opinion. So I'd like some more detail, and that could be later too, Superintendent Byrd.
Okay.
I know we're pressed for time.
Right, and I was gonna say, I know Ms. Portis is actually working on the calendar. She said she stepped out, but I will tell you that this is why we have included our risk management division on there. And Ms. King we'll make sure we put that as a FAQ and spell that out very clearly within our reports, and we'll make sure we send it to the board prior to that, so it answers the question as well. Okay. And we had a question from Mr. Townsend. I think, did we answer Mr. Townsend's question? He jumped off. He may have jumped in and asked it to the medical doctor.
No, I'm
Okay.
good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm good.
thank you. Are we seeing any more questions, Ms. Worthington? Ms. Cunningham?
Okay, so, okay, now that I've unmuted. Okay, so board members, superintendent is requesting that we today, right now, while we're all together, to see if we can give consensus to staff for the reopening plans that were presented this morning. And I think you know the three: the campus learning, brick and mortar, campus eSchool, and then of course the Polk virtual school. So wanted to have, if we can, a quick discussion if needed, but ultimately I'd like to see a show of hands or consensus to give superintendent and staff to move forward with the plans that were presented to us this morning. Anybody want to have a comment first? And Mr. Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My really it's a question for Superintendent Byrd. And I just want to make sure that we have assurances, first of all, that our teachers who want to choose a virtual option will be able to do so. And that additionally, when time comes, when we're fully back face to face, that they will be assured that they can go back to their regular schools, not only for our teachers, but also for our students.
That's a great question, Mr. Wilson. And let me say, the task force, when we were on the task force, one of the things we said with virtual, understanding that we have some of our teachers that, would probably have could have a health problem, and they have to go through the process with health risk management, and also some of the 65 and older, we're giving them that first right of option. They have to go through the correct process with them. So that's going to be part of the intent as when they start following that up. As far as them, returning to their school, yes, that is correct. The options today is really you approving the three options so that they can move forward, and it gives the parents options so that we can gather the information of, which parent is going to say yes to brick and mortar, e-learning, or Polk virtual, so we can then build out from there. So that's why I wanted to make sure that the board was aware that's what you would be approving, those options today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Great question. Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, just I'm in favor of moving forward with this concept with just a couple of caveats. I mean, one, and I've said this from the beginning, I'm not going to coerce anybody. So if there comes a time when coercion of either staff or our kids, I mean, compulsory education is inherently coercive. So if we get to the point of brick and mortar schools and there's any kind of coercion built into it, I'm going to have a problem with that. But that doesn't sound like this. So also, as long as we're making it clear to the public that the 24th start date for brick and mortar is entirely subject to the realities of the disease and the health department and all of that. I would also, again, like us to be thinking hard and emphasizing the possible outdoor aspects of things, particularly when the weather gets better. I think that might be a way to get some people back into brick and mortar-ish experiences. And I had a third thing, and now I've lost it. But I'm fine. I mean, you guys, this is good. But the devil's always in the details on it, and I just reserved the right to speak. Oh, I don't know what I was going to say. I was very pleased with what Ms. Porteous described about how we use the bus drivers in the past. I want us to use every human being we have to be a resource for every kid they could possibly be. I hope that we will think in those terms rather than compliance with what the state's tried to impose. So I just want us to encourage, if there are classes that don't make a lot of sense to force kids to take, let's have those teachers do things that are helpful to children's well-being, and let's keep paying them while they do them. So those are just some of my general principles, but I think this is fine to move ahead on. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Appreciate it. Ms. Reynolds?
Thank you. I just want to quickly thank the task force for all of their work and giving us 3 options that are truly should fit most of our families' needs, if not all. I think it's important that we have options, as every individual and every family is a little bit different in what they think is most important right now for their health and safety. So I just want to thank them for coming up with options, and am happy to support this evening, or now in consensus.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I just want to, with all that we've learned today, which is a great deal of knowledge and the list of things that still need to be done, the 3 options I think are best for our families. I want to make sure that tethered option will have accommodations for people who do not qualify for Polk Virtual. And as long as those accommodations are made by case basis or at the school levels, as far as timed, there'll be kids, if they're not able to do Polk Virtual but need extended time, may not be able to log in. That needs to be considered. I also want to talk about the great encumbrance of what needs to be done in a short amount of time. I am very concerned that this start date, even pushing it to the 24th, is not giving people enough time to put any of this into place. So while I support these options, I would have rather have seen a start date at Labor Day. And I would like to see us updated at the next meeting in this month with the financial impact of what this will cost us. I cannot imagine the total of plexiglass everywhere and all of these things that we're doing. So can I request that we have that at the next meeting? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I've already spoken to Superintendent Byrd regarding that. We had a conversation, and I know that Mr. Perrone and staff are working very diligently to try to get us some numbers. I had hoped we would have them today, but it was not to be. So we will definitely have a presentation for you on the 28th. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Fields?
Yes, I wanted to commend the reopening task force and the leadership of Mr. Hill and Ms. Townley. And I am also in support of what is being proposed today, with the understanding that the superintendent and her team will continue to monitor the virus cases that we have in the county. And if we need to delay it beyond the 24th, that we have that discussion well in advance so that everybody will know how to prepare. And that if we end up having to shift to a later time frame, that we can get everybody on distant learning, Polk virtual learning, so that we don't delay them getting back into the swing of things as it relates to getting their education.
Thank you, Mrs. Fields. And Mr. Wilson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take exception a little bit to something that Mr. Townsend said earlier, and I say this with all due respect. I take exception to the term in defiance to our state leaders. It's my opinion, having read what has been made available to us, that they have put the onus on us to make the decision for our school district, and I see us as being in full compliance with that. We're doing what we need to do to take care of our school district. I have no interest in not being compliant with our state leaders, but I absolutely will do everything that I can and need to as a school board member to make the right choices for our school district. I think that one life lost can never be recovered. And as difficult as it might be to provide education under these difficult circumstances, through hard work, that can be rectified if there are some challenges that we run into. So I think making the right choices for our community are absolutely in the best interest of our community and in the best interest of our state and in compliance with what our state leaders want. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And Ms. Fortney?
I too am in favor of the three options and do appreciate all the task force work. I also have concerns about the rollout. We tend to have everything looks good on paper and then the rollout doesn't match the intent. That's a concern, especially with the timeline. You know, I am in total agreement with Mr. Wilson. One life loss is one too many. And again, as a science teacher, I want us to be as cautious as possible. And that's for our staff and students. And I realize the impact that we have as an economic driver, even within our own community. And I am all for keeping everybody employed. And even if it may not be at what they exactly want to do, it is for the benefit of the good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fortney. Mr. Townsend?
Just to briefly respond to Lynn, I'm not sure he and I read the same executive order, but if our state leaders want to redefine this as compliance, I'm happy for them to do that. I would particularly like them to give the $9 million back. That would be helpful in doing some of these things. I'm sure the other districts would like the $400 million back in doing some of these things. Anytime they want to become partners and be helpful and waive things that would allow us to have the flexibility we need to actually serve our kids, not serve their very narrow data and financial interests. I'm happy for them to partner with us in that, and I will talk about how wonderfully we're all complying together. So we can have a great compliance dance. So anyway, call it whatever you want. It's the right call, and we should continue to make the right calls and not really care what Richard Corcoran says about them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Townsend. And I'm just going to make a few comments myself to be brief. I too feel that we need to move forward with what the task force has recommended and presented to us today. I also want to thank each of the members. At one point, when I looked at the list, there were 98 different individuals that have served in some capacity on this task force. That's an incredible amount of folks from all different areas of the county, from all different groups. And it took a lot of time and effort, I know, for everybody, and particularly when the folks were asked to go into subcommittees to delve deeper into some of the different items. So just thank you to everyone. It was a lot of work. And are we perfect? Do we have the exact plan today? No, I could not say that to anybody, but we have come a long way in a short period of time. And the one thing I'm asking everybody is to remain flexible. As we roll out these plans, there's going to be so many different questions and so many different items that many of my colleagues here today, each of you, have brought up. And those are things that we're just going to have to deal with as these things come about. So the other thing I want to say is I too feel that we have to be flexible, because quite frankly, the date of August the 17th and August the 24th, once again, that's what we know today, July 14th. In a week, in 2 weeks, that could change. So we just need to let the folks know today that is our best guess, but if things happen on the health side of our county, we may need to move those dates again. And I also agree that outdoor classrooms and outdoor opportunities, I'm seeing a lot of that as my daughter is moving out of state to a college up north. That is a lot of what they are going to be doing as well in order to try to maintain the social distancing, but still have opportunities for discussions in various literature classes and so forth. So I know our teachers are incredibly creative, and given that flexibility, I think we'll be able to manage it together. But the key is we have to work together. We have to continue to communicate, and we have to keep everybody on the same page. And I am confident that we, as a board, supporting our teachers, our staff, our students, our families, our communities, that we are poised and ready to do that, which was basically exemplified here today. So I'm really happy that we've, as a group, that we've been able to approve. Madam Superintendent, you heard each of the board members unanimously approve our reopening plans, and we look to you to keep us apprised as we move forward. Working with our health officials, and I would be remiss if I did not say a thank you to Dr. Alexander, Dr. Jackson, Dr. Kadia, and Dr. Hines for joining us today and giving some really great answers to a lot of our questions. So there being no further information, well, let's see. We've got board members that just wanted to speak. Okay, Ms. Fortney.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody of what Mr. Hill always says, which is the task force is fluid. And I want us to continue to tap our own internal resources, our teachers, our bus drivers, our guidance counselors, their representatives, our social workers, and make sure that the boots on the ground are getting their input, not just by emailing board members, which I must have handled 100.
Yes, ma'am, I would have to agree. Yes, that is, I'm going to say amen to your comment. Yes, we need to continue to work with those that are on the task force who represent us all, and came up with this great reopening plan that we saw today. Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, I want to be clear about something. You said unanimous approval. I mean, I think what we're giving is consensus.
Yes, I did.
But there's a specific thing to that. I want to make sure the decision to open physical schools comes back before us to be discussed. Like if that date's approaching, I mean, and I'm sure it's a formality, but you know, I would like for that decision to be reviewed by the board again. I don't care about the virtual options are fine to move ahead, but I don't want August 24th to come and the virus to be at the same level and then we decide to open. You know, I want to make sure that decision comes back before us. So maybe that's something we discuss at a different time, but I just want to make that clear.
Yes. Okay. Well, I would, what the purpose of my saying a unanimous decision is because we were asked by consensus to approve the 3 reopening plans. And one of those obviously is brick and mortar. And we've said, all of us, I think at one point today, that we are going to continue, the staff will continue to monitor the health concerns and that they will reach out to us if the date of the 24th would need to be moved later into August. I trust them to communicate with us regarding that, because we have to get those school intent registration forms to our families. And I understand that the actual date could move, but it's still a registration and an intent to choose which of the 3 learning patterns they would prefer for their children.
Let me just say that I think it would be wise for everybody involved that before the actual decision to open physical schools happens, that the staff bring that back to the board. That's a position, just so that there's not disagreement, and so that's all. I mean, move forward with everything you're doing, but I just want to throw that out there. Okay.
Okay, let's see what other folks think. I personally do not agree. I personally feel that we have given staff today, after hearing the presentation, the ability to continue to work to open and open on the 24th as of right now, but knowing that if we see health concerns and issues in our county, that date could move towards later in August, not earlier. So I'm not sure what you're asking for, but let's see what others have. I got a bunch of hands up. Let's see, Ms. Miller.
I think Mr. Towns is referring to the fact that under state constitution, and we should be voting on, where's Wes? He can help. We should be voting on the closing and opening of schools. And we did not vote to close schools under that pandemic. But I think we should, as a board, vote to open the brick and mortar. Now, if we need to do that to, whenever that needs to be done, we need to take that opportunity to show as an elected board that we voted to open brick and mortar schools. That may be what he's referring to. I don't know if he can clarify that.
Well, before he does, let me just say that the calendar is coming before you tonight as an emergency item with those dates. So yes, you will be voting on that tonight.
Okay, that's what that's what I'm getting from this. And I know that was questioned to me from other districts, why we didn't vote to close. So I want to make sure that we have a clear decision on the opening and closing of our schools done by the 7 board members. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be done this evening. Hold on. Mr. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm in agreement with this as well. I think my only concern is I'm not confident that we can gather that much information and dissect it and, aggregate it and make the decisions that we need to make by the 24th. That's my greatest concern. And, if Superintendent Byrd says we can, then that's fine. But somehow I'd like to see that data before we actually move to opening, schools in a face-to-face manner.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And I agree with you. I do believe, though, right now we are trying to look at the reopening date as the 24th. So, but we've all said in a different way today that we're going to continue, the staff is going to continue to monitor and keep us apprised. And if there is a problem, we would move that date later in August. Ms. Fields.
I just wanted to kind of reiterate what I had said earlier. I think I even questioned this to the superintendent, is that if we get in a place where we are not able to open on August the 24th, would she come back to us and advise us in a timely manner and not wait until last minute? And the superintendent said that would be correct. So Superintendent Byrd, can you reiterate that, please?
Yes, ma'am. To the board again. As stated earlier, in the conversation, the collaboration we have with the health department, if we determine that we need to look at a different date from the health department, we will be bringing that back to you. And I did state in the beginning, and because I think we have to make sure we monitor what's going on. Dr. Jackson and I, we're right now, I think we're new best friends. We talk every day. But it's very important to me and to her that we talk. We are the largest employer in the county, and what we do is going to impact the entire county. So therefore, yes, it will be coming back to you if we have a need that we have to adjust again.
Thank you, Ms. Fields, and thank you, Madam Superintendent. Next, we have Mr. Townsend.
That will probably be fine. I mean, what I'm trying to avoid is, I think we all may have a different level of virus infection level in our heads that's acceptable for opening the schools again. What I'm trying to avoid, because I can tell you, if it looks like it does now on August 24th, I'm not going to be supportive of opening schools at scale. We can either have that discussion as a group, or I can talk about it publicly on my own. I guess that I'm just trying to keep it. This has been a very good meeting, and we've talked through this very, very well. I just want there to be unanimity in the decision making process. It's not really an authority power play. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking to each other before we pull the trigger.
Mr. Townsend, what I can say to you is that if it looks like, if on the 24th, if those numbers look like they do today, I can guarantee you, Dr. Jackson and I will be back here again talking to you about, we have great concerns about bringing students back and our staff back face to face. I can tell you that we will be talking, and that will be a concern to us.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Byrd. So we are going to wrap this up. Yeah, we need.
My hand up.
Okay, very quickly, Ms.
It is
Fortney.
very quick, and it's Mr. Wilson's point. I want to be able to see all that data prior to as soon as possible when we collect that data. I agree with Mr. Wilson.
I will tell you, as soon as we collect it, I won't even wait for a meeting. Once we get it collected and disaggregated, I can make sure I forward it to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Superintendent and Ms. Fortney. Now we do have one information item. Mrs. Byrd?
Mr. Perone, you have the information out of the CARES Act. Mr. Perone, are you on?
Yes, I included for information the GEARS and CARES Act that is due tomorrow. So we have to have board approval to accept funds, and we're not asking for approval today. I just wanted to give you the information that we will be sending up, and then at a later date we will ask for an approval of those funds. What I did want to point out was that we're putting it all into salaries. Excuse me, as the superintendent said. So that'll build our fund balance for next year. That's the proposal. We could always amend that if the board so chooses, but that is our proposal. Does anybody have any questions with the?
Ms. Miller?
Yeah, I appreciate this is more of a procedural thing, but I would like to just state again that we need to see the CARES Act money going into the fund balance, as you discussed, is one thing. We need to see the impact of what this has done to our budget on the next meeting. Could you spend just 1 minute and talk about how much of the CARES Act money is going to charters that may have also gotten the employment loans and other resources, and they're now getting this as well?
Yeah, can you see, does everybody see the screen here?
We only can see the quarter. No.
Let's no.
Can you share it?
Oh, I'm gonna, where's share?
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
No.
Yeah, it is.
We're almost there. Hold on.
I'm trying to see with my new glasses.
There's share screen. Are we there? You got that now?
We can see it now.
Okay, good. So I can scroll down. On the bottom here, you have the CARES Act, less charter and private. So it's 25.9. And we got approximately 34 million. So that's between the state holdback of 10%, charter, I think might have it was like 1.9, and privates was 3 million. So we lost about 5 million from that's going to charter and private. So that's the number that we're looking at, the 25.9.
Mr. Perone, were we able to apply for the same loans that the charter and private schools were able to apply for?
Are those the ones that you emailed earlier?
Yes.
I believe we don't qualify because that was small business and we wouldn't qualify under that. I believe that was only for, and there's certain criteria for that. So I don't believe we were eligible for small business affairs funding under that.
Were we granted any money from the Polk County CARES money that came in that they were in charge of, the county?
We have been in contact with them. We have sent them a list of all of our expenses to date. We continue to give them, every time probably weekly, we give them a new update and they're going to get back to us. But we have a number of items that we submitted that we think we'll get some funding for. And
do you have an amount of or any kind of ballpark on what we're asking
I
from the
think,
county?
I believe, I can get that for the board, but I believe we submitted over $9 million.
I would like to see those funds accessible for some of this new infrastructure that's being built in all of these schools. So if you could update us on that, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, just alone, Dr. Barrios ordered 10,000 computers when we did the distance learning. So we've included those and any other cleaning and all the stuff that we did in March, April, and May.
And I think the PPE. And the county had $120 million and they had a lot of programs. But we are the largest employer and we are tasked with opening schools for all children. So I would like to see that investment made from the county where it's available. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
It'll be really quick. I just want to make sure as we're looking at the charter share, Ms. Miller mentioned the PPP loans that many of them were eligible for. There was a caveat in the PPP loan that you had to have a loss of income, which are schools that are funded by FTE dollars did not have a loss of income. So I just want to make sure as we're approving their CARES Act money that we're not going to get an illegal ramification with them as far as that they have money coming from both sources, because the CARES Act seemed to spell out that that was not allowed to happen. So I just want to make sure that we have a plan in place for that.
Thank you. Ms. Fortney?
Thank you, Superintendent Byrd. I agree with Ms. Reynolds and Ms. Miller, and I would love to get that information. All of us, I'm sure, have budget concerns when they drop the shoe. Has there been any discussion on the district staff being put back into classrooms or any kind of furlough or cut in pay for some of our higher salaried folks?
No, we've had no conversations regarding that.
And again, Mrs. Fortney, until we understand how many of our students are actually looking at coming back, that data is going to actually drive a lot of decisions going forward.
Thank you, Superintendent Byrd. I just wanted to put that out there in discussion. Thank you.
If there are no other questions, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn the meeting over to you at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Byrd, I'm sorry.
Yes?
I just wanted to update what the fund balance looks like.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And if I, where it was it? Oh, there it is. Sorry. So with that, as we talked about putting this 20 million into the fund balance, if we use that straight, we are projecting that we would end next year at 4.771. That is why we're so concerned and why we are asking to recommend that go into the fund balance, because if we don't, then we're going to be dangerously close to we would actually be under 3%. So we really need to do as good a job of putting that away in order that we end next year with a healthy fund balance. And that's not even where we really want to be moving into 21, 22, but it does. I'll show this on the 21st when we get the final numbers. It shouldn't change much, but that's what we're looking at right now based on everything we know.
Okay, are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Perrone. And now, Madam Chair, I turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Byrd. Our next item of business is to review the agenda for tonight, but I think pretty much we've talked about that already today with the reopening plans. And we will be opening up tonight with the public regarding Superintendent Byrd and the search, which we're about to have it start at 1 o'clock with our search firms. And then we will be adding the emergency item on there to be able to vote on that this evening. So there being no further business, board members, please stay on the screens. Do not turn off. They've been asking us all day today to stay on the meeting and not to leave the meeting. Just turn your videos off. And we'll see you promptly at 1 p.m. Thank
Does that
you.
include people watching, Lori?
Thank you.
Does what include people watching?
Keeping your screen on.
Yes, it says,
Okay.
yeah, do not exit, right, board members and other
Thank you.
participants. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Polk County School Board's work session for this afternoon. And this afternoon, we are going to be hearing from 4 different search firms across the country to see what proposals they have for our superintendent search. We did receive 4 proposals that you're going to be hearing from today. And each of them have a time slot within which they're going to be presenting. So we are going to have a presentation for about 20 minutes and then opportunity for board members to ask questions after that. And each firm has been allotted about 45 to 50 minutes per presentation. So with that said, I'd like to go ahead and start and ask if Miss Andrea Messina is with us yet, so that she could start. There she is. And Miss Andrea Messina represents the Florida School Boards Association. So Miss Messina, whenever you're ready, we're anxious to hear what you can do for us.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am. Perfectly.
All right, perfect. I know you can see me with a mask on today, and so I wanted to just explain that I'm actually at the Sarasota County School Board offices because they're choosing their superintendent in a meeting at 3 o'clock today. And with me is my superintendent search team, Dr. Bill Vogel, who's to my left, and Mr. John Reichert, who's to my right. They're here and they're going to answer some questions. But because we can't sit 6 feet apart in order to do this video, we're wearing our masks. So just to be clear on that. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. And we are going to follow my PowerPoint here. Is that clear for everyone? All right, perfect. I have to use you, Lori, because you're the face that I see, okay? So first, I want to thank you for inviting us to come and speak with you today. As I said, my team is here in Sarasota. We're working on the Sarasota superintendent search today as we speak. Hopefully, we'll be concluding that. But we're always excited to work with school districts because the Florida School Boards Association is uniquely positioned to really care about the district, the board, the community, and the placement of the right superintendent within that context. We're here for the long term. We're here to work with you day in and day out. We're here to answer your questions and provide support for whatever it is that you need long after your selection has been made. I do want to introduce our team. First, I'm the executive director of the Florida School Boards Association, and I'm a former school board member. I served on a school board for 3 terms, which is 12 years. And during that time, I hired 2 superintendents as a board member. Now, I'll tell you the same thing that was told to me during that time. Hiring a superintendent is the single most important decision that a board will make, because what you're doing is deciding on who is going to lead your district internally and externally, as well as work with the board. On my team is Dr. Bill Vogel. He works with FSBA. And he also works with the Superintendents Association. He serves as one of their master mentors. And he is a former superintendent in Florida. In fact, he was superintendent of the year at one point in Florida. So he has the superintendent perspective, where I have more of the school board member perspective. To round out our team, we have Mr. John Reichert, who also works with both FSBA and FADS, and he is a former HR professional. So he brings the HR perspective. We look at it as a 3-legged stool. We've got the HR, the superintendent, and the school board member perspective on this team. Some of you probably know Mr. Reichert because he did a lot of work in your district helping your HR department a few years ago. Many of your staff know him well. And that's one of the things that we actually want to point out about our team is that you all know us, your staffs know us, you know the boards that we have worked with. And what we tell people, prospective boards, is we encourage you to reach out to any school board member in any district we've ever worked, to talk to any staff member in any district we've ever worked, and ask them how they would assess our commitment to their community. So why should you choose our firm? Well, first off, We are the Florida experts. What you see before you with the blue dots are the districts in Florida that have appointed superintendents. The yellow dots are the districts that are currently elected superintendents whose terms at the end of November will shift to appointed. So these are all the appointed districts within Florida. Since I've become the executive director of the Florida School Boards Association, which was in 2015, these are the districts that we have worked with to either help place an interim superintendent or a permanent superintendent. So we have worked in all of these districts in Florida since 2015. And they're all listed in your materials that we sent in advance. Additionally, one of the things that really makes us unique is that through our affiliation with a group called NAS, which is the National School Boards Association, it's an affiliation of superintendent searchers. I have the ability to pick up my phone, call the executive director of the School Boards Association in Idaho, and say, hey, have you worked with this applicant from Idaho? What do you know about him or her and their relationship with their board? Why is this person leaving Idaho? What's the story behind the story? And for executive directors of state associations, there are only 50 of us in this entire country. We all know each other well, we all respond to each other immediately, and we all know that placing the appropriate superintendent in a school district is one of the most important things that we can do. So we work very hard together to try to find the right balance and help districts on their search for their next instructional leader. Additionally, we have experience working and recruiting both in-state, out of state, minority, and non-traditional candidates. And one of the things that I'll tell you is through our superintendent searches on the slide that I showed you a few back with all of the stars on it, the candidates that we get from these searches, sometimes they're younger candidates that maybe aren't quite prepared to be a superintendent, but we know that that's something that they want in their career path. So one of the other things we do, especially Bill and John through FADS, is to work with aspiring superintendents to ensure that they get the best varied and wide ranged background so that they can become really solid candidates for their next superintendent interest or application. So we work with all sorts of candidates trying to help get them what they need to be strong superintendent applicants. One of the things that really sets us apart is the amount of time we, our team, is willing to spend in the district, boots on the ground, with your community, with your board, and with your staff. Depending on social requirements at the time due to COVID, we would typically attend any board meeting, any workshop, and many of your community input sessions. We would facilitate them. We don't rely just on staff, and we don't say you can only do this 2 times or we'll only be here 2 times. We really think that it's important for you to see us on a regular basis, get to know us, and that we're available for questions at any time to the board. We also want to remind you that it's really important when you have a question to get your question answered really quickly. And so we have availability to all of our candidates, the board, and the media. You'll never find a time when we don't respond, probably within minutes. That's one of the things that's really great about having a 3-man team is if Bill's in a meeting, Andrea can respond, or John can respond, or if Andrea's in a meeting, one of the others can respond. We always are in constant communication with each other, and we make sure that we are consistently responding to all of the candidates, the board, and the media. And I don't want to take the media part lightly, because I think there are some challenges that can arise if you have a company that is not familiar with Florida Sunshine and Florida Public Records. Those are 2 important things that we keep in mind in everything that we do, so that there's never any question of whether we're meeting those obligations. Well, there we go. See, I actually got ahead of myself. The other thing I would tell you is that FSBA knows your board members. we know your community, we know Florida's education and legislative landscape. So we know what are the important issues in Florida and the knowledge that people have to come to Florida with. We know where there are gaps from people in other states, which doesn't mean that they're not good candidates. It just might mean that they need certain supports. But because we have this knowledge, we try very hard to find the right fit for your board. Each board is different. And not only that, each board is different at a different time in their history. So what you're looking for right now might be different than what you might look for in 10 years, for example. We also have close proximity to Polk County. And so our proximity can reduce travel and lodging costs. Dr. Vogel and Mr. Reichert both live in Seminole County, which means that when they come for meetings and other events, they have no overnight lodging requirements. I live in Leon County. So if I came down, it would depend on the time of the meeting and things like that. But we have close proximity. Typically what would happen in a superintendent search, we wouldn't all three necessarily be at all meetings, but certainly the meetings that I make an effort to be at are when you're going to choose your semifinalists, your finalists, vote on who your superintendent is, as well as be there for all of the on-ground interviews when we get to that stage. The other thing I want to mention is that since 1977, this team has been involved in education in Florida. And that's really something that we are proud of. We've been actively involved through HR or superintendent or school board member activities, which means people know us and people trust us. And because of that, we tend to get candidates who we've actually had candidates say they'll only do a search if we're doing it. They'll only enter and apply because they trust us, and they trust us not to they trust us to answer their questions and to advise them correctly and not to lead anyone astray. We protect the interests of the candidates, but we protect the interests of the board as well. And they know that. They know that we're fair-minded and they can trust what we say. Our team approach, as I said, we are not just a team, but we work with you and your staff as a team. We work with your HR department. We conduct background checks with legal firms. We work with your school board attorney on things. All sorts of things cross over between your staff and our team. And so together we create a full functioning team. Even today, like I said, we're in Sarasota, and the superintendent's support and the board support are just crucial in the details and on the ground planning. And we really appreciate the work that they're doing here and that they did 2 weeks ago. I don't know if any of you saw some of the things that came out of the Sarasota search, but if you go on their website, you can see their full superintendent search portal that we helped them build. And they actually had a single bus for each of the 5 candidates to take their tours on. And the buses had their names on the side as they were driving around town. But that's how they were able to do community tours while social distancing. The candidate was in the back of the bus and the tour guide was in the front of the bus. We also offer follow-up additional services. We, through FADS, not just FSBA, we work with FADS closely. We work with the superintendent and your board during the transition, because hiring is just one piece. Once the person's hired, then you have to build this onboarding plan, a transition plan, and the first 100 days and then the first year. All of them we feel important that we want to be a part of to help build with you and your new superintendent. We also work with boards to assess and evaluate their appointed superintendent through their annual evaluation system. One of the things that we want to point out is that we have seamlessly adapted to virtual platforms for all aspects of the superintendent search as needed. Now, Sarasota was the guinea pig because of when COVID fell and where they were in their search. We had already gotten through community surveys, but there were other things that we just had to figure out in order to make them successful. One of the things I wanted to point out is typically we would encourage you to have a meet the candidate sort of evening where citizens can come out meet each candidate and ask the candidates questions. But in times of COVID, we were unable to do that in Sarasota. So what we did in its place is during the board public interviews, citizens could input their questions. Before the evening's live Facebook event, which is what you have a picture of here, we pulled all the questions together, looked for common themes. I then asked questions on behalf of the community. Some were general questions, some were specific to each individual candidate. But what's important, and what we learned through this, is that when we had typical meet the candidate nights in communities, we were probably at our high point, we had about 250 turn out. But when we did it live on Facebook here in Sarasota and allowed them to input their questions throughout the day, I checked just today before we got on this, and they have a viewership now. It has logged 1,499 views. Almost 1,500 people watched that interview with all of the candidates. That tells us that that actually reaches more community members than a face-to-face meet and greet. So it's something that we will ask districts to seriously consider, because the point of reaching out to the community is to get information out there. Now, that's the actual presentation I have, but what I want to do is go into the proposal that I sent to you. If you could turn to page 6, I just want you to look at a few things I want to point out here. This is our superintendent search timeline, which gives you an idea of how much time it takes to do each thing. But I want to start about halfway down the page with the bulleted items. And I want you to see, Lori, are you looking for something? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I needed to unmute. If you can maybe wrap up in the next 5 minutes. I know we started just a minute or two behind. Everybody's trying to keep me on track here because we have several of them.
So you're ready for questions in 5 minutes?
What thereabouts?
Got it.
Do you think you can complete your presentation by then? That would be great, Andrea. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries. So I just want to point out the bulleted list here. We start with a pre-search interview where we get some input from the board to make sure everyone's looking for the same thing. We conduct input sessions, which can be internal and external to the school districts, and we actually facilitate them. We help develop the recruitment materials. We determine the process for selecting the candidates. We provide on-site representation and facilitation at the community meetings. We're here during the on-site interviews and selection meetings, and we help with the contract negotiation and agreements. So I'll stop there since you're ready for questions and answer questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the information that you were so kind to send to us ahead of time. Each of the board members have been presented with a notebook, and all of your information was included there as well. So now what I'd like to do is open it up to the board for questions, and let us start with Mrs. Fields.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Hi, Andrea. Good to see you. I have a couple of questions. It's probably here somewhere, but is there any statement here that says that if we hire a superintendent and if he or she does not work out within the first window of, I think it maybe is a year, that you guys would come back?
We actually put that in the contract. It's not in the proposal, but it's typically in the contract.
So can you tell us what that looks like?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the language in front of me, but yeah, it typically says that if the superintendent doesn't work out, I think we have a 1 year, I know we definitely have a 1 year in there, and I have to ask my attorney if we have a 2 year on that. But we have never had that be a problem. We think it's very important to vet the superintendent candidates before you hire them, and we have a very thorough process to do that.
Okay, and then my other question is, are you doing any other searches in our state other than just finishing up with Sarasota at this time?
Yes, ma'am. If you look on pages 2 and 3 of the proposal, you'll see that we have both Escambia County and Martin County. Escambia County is actually going to hire their superintendent in September. So too is Martin. They both have a little bit different start dates, but their new superintendents start in November. So their hiring date is as much as we can, several weeks before the November. I don't have the timeline in front of me. John Reichert's going to hand it over to me here. And let's see, September is Escambia is going to choose their superintendent September 1st. Martin's going to choose their September 2nd. So they're both the first weeks of September, which means those searches will be concluded the 1st of September.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions, Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mrs. Fields. Mrs. Miller?
Hi, I'm sorry, I was trying to get that to work. Hi, Andrea. I know that we've talked in the past. I just had a couple of questions. Polk is very unique in the size and demographic of this county. And I know a lot of the counties you've worked with have smaller student population. Can you tell me a little bit about working to attract candidates to this setting who will be residents of our county and work to be a part of the community and things that we've talked about that is so important? And also, have you done search? I was involved on the community angle for a couple of our last searches for superintendent. Can you tell us, just for transparency, how many FSBA has helped us with? That might be good in the past.
I cannot confirm how many FSBA assisted you with in the past, and I will tell you that is partly because when I became the executive director in FSBA, the records were not such that I can go back and tell you all of them, and I apologize for that. But I will tell you that when Ms. Bird was hired, we were the consulting firm working with the district. We started that search, and then at a meeting, they decided, she was the interim, as you well know, at the time. And I will also say that when I became the executive director in 2015, the entire process for how we do superintendent searches is very different. Number one, I have a team, as I mentioned before, and number two, the steps in the process are very different. So I really can't speak much to what my predecessor did or didn't do, other than to say I know that he was involved in some of your previous searches, but I cannot confirm. I do want to talk about the attraction of someone to your district to become a member and really involve themselves in your community, because that is important. And I think it's really important that you guys are clear when you advertise for a superintendent that you are looking for someone to come and join your community, not just come and be a superintendent and move on. There are districts that are okay with the other scenario, but if what you're looking for is someone to come to your community, put in roots, and be in your community, most superintendents in Florida are clear about that. Some superintendents from other states, we have to make that clear to them. But as long as you all are clear from the beginning that that's what you're looking for, then that's what we need to say. The reason I say that is because some districts are looking for a change agent, and there's no expectation that the person's going to be there long term.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. Ms. Reynolds?
Sorry, I was trying to get back to unmuting. Hey, Andrea, thanks so much for joining us today. I just wanted to see if maybe you could talk a little bit about the community aspect of selecting a superintendent. How many people do you normally recommend on a panel? What have some of those panels looked like across the state? Obviously, we're a bigger district, so it's hard to encompass everything that's in Polk County when you only have 4 or 5 people, or even just the 7 of us. That it's a very diverse district. So how would you recommend encompassing all of that as we're selecting a superintendent?
Perfect. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to hand my headset over to Bill Vogel, because I want him to answer that question, partly because I want you all to see him, but also because Bill is one who likes to talk about the community involvement angle. So I'm going to just pass my headphone over to him.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate today. Could you repeat the question for me again? I did not hear that.
Sorry, it was just talking about the community. Obviously, Polk County is a very diverse community, and we have 105,000 students, over 700,000 residents. How do you recommend encompassing our entire community and making the decision of superintendent and making sure all of those voices are represented?
Thank you. I'm very familiar with Polk County because of the work that John Reichert and I have done there, and I'm familiar with the different communities. I would suggest that we have some sort of initial community forum in each of your different communities. And normally we ask the school board to identify which communities that they would like us to meet with people in that community. We believe we can, even with the COVID situation now, we believe we could use technology to do it or actually do some on-site work there. So that's how we would engage the community. Another thing that we have been successful on is using community surveys. And we've used community and staff surveys, and we've identified the survey respondents by the zip code. And so that has given board members and us an opportunity to know what the concerns of each particular community are. But we are prepared to go anywhere in Polk County to ensure we have community input.
Can I just follow up real quick with, as far as creating, I know on one of yours you put community panel members and how many members. How large do you think is too large for a community panel?
Should you utilize community advisory committees, we have worked with groups as many as 25 to 30. And with that number, we're able to get a good representation from the entire community. Normally, if the board chooses to go that route, we ask each board member to select representatives, maybe up to 5 or 6. And in some situations, the boards decide they would like to have certain constituent groups represented. For example, it might be a Chamber of Commerce person. And so we have a conversation with the board to see how they would like to select the committee. But we are very comfortable with working with groups of that size.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds, and thank you, Dr. Vogel. It's good to see you again, sir. Okay, next we have any other questions coming from the group? Okay, so I'd like to ask a question or two. After reviewing your proposal, let me find my page here. I noticed that the costs that were presented is the flat consultation fee, and then of course, direct expenses to district and estimated. So I'm going to assume that the items that are underneath direct expenses would be those items that would be in addition to that flat fee. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's based on, for example, let's talk about advertising. We give you a full list of places where you can choose to advertise and how long you might choose to advertise. You may choose all of them or some of them, and you may choose 30 days or 60 days. So it depends on some of the choices that you make along the way.
Okay, so I know most of them have numbers filled in the advertising area, as you've just described. There's a range there. Do you have an average? Because I know a lot of this, unfortunately, is going to come down to dollars and cents. And so for a typical district our size, you know, to get top 3 candidates nationwide, where in that range do you think that particular number might be from your experience?
Let me just ask John Reichert here.
Yes.
The question is, what would be the average advertising budget for a district their size? So could you give me, for Escambia, for example, I know they did a lot of the advertising for 60 days rather than just 30. Their total was under $5,000 in Escambia. They actually had a longer advertising period.
Okay, so if I use that number of 5,000, I should be safe in making those calculations. Is
Yes,
that correct?
That's why we have it there.
Okay, and when you have travel at the bottom with the letters, are those individuals?
Yeah, that's Bill Vogel, John Reichert, Andrea Messina.
Okay, I just read ADM and I thought that meant admin, so I didn't know who
Nope.
that was. Okay,
Maiden
that
name.
wasn't, okay, that's good. That's awesome. Okay, I see. And then you did mention, and you put it in the comments there regarding travel costs being at a minimal, because obviously if, you know, Dr. Vogel and Mr. Reichert live Seminole County, that's a hop, skip, and a jump essentially from us, and could avoid some overnight stays as needed. Okay.
Exactly.
That's it. That's the only questions that I had having to do with finances. I've worked with y'all for years, and think the world of all of your folks. And Andrew, you've been a great executive director to FSBA. So I just want to say, is there any other board member that has another question? Mr. Townsend, I see does.
Yeah, hi, Andrea, and this is probably just a formality. Just and for me, it's around price again as well. Like, so the 30,000 flat fee that encompasses all those things in the bullets. There's no sort of a la carte aspect to it, right? It's just a full package.
That is correct. We don't like to say that we're only going to come to 3 school board meetings or 5 workshops or something like that, because we really believe that we want to be there as often as you need us there. And in some districts, they actually are sad when Bill and John leave because they feel like they're a part of their staff. They're there so frequently just to do things, but it's the commitment that we have to our local school districts here in Florida. And we really do not want to put a limit on how often we're here to support you.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Ms. Fortney?
I'm just curious what involvement our union presidents would have in the superintendent search with FSBA. Thank you.
First off, and this is a really important point, Sarah, so I'm glad you asked the question. We don't impose our process on a board and say that this is how you're going to do it. We sit down with the board at that pre-search interview and we discuss what's important to this district and how do you want to move forward. Do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? And we create the search that you all want. The reason that's important, and it's interesting you ask about the union, but in some districts, we've had very active union members. In fact, I go back to St. John's, where they had the president of the union and the president of the support staff union on their community advisory committees, just like when Mr. Vogel was talking about you get certain constituencies on that committee. So I can tell you the same happened in Volusia. They were very active. In fact, I'll specifically speak to Volusia. They had a input session with just their teachers. They also had an input session with just their support staff. So we do exactly what the board wants. I'll tell you, we've worked with other boards that don't want their union involved. That's their decision. In some districts, the board does a lunch for the finalists to be able to meet the finalists in an informal setting. In one district, we had support staff being the drivers for the candidates as they toured the community. It's however much or little the board decides.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Fortney. Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, sorry, just one other thing that occurred to me about community involvement committees generally. What is typically their role in terms of decision making? I mean, do they typically make a recommendation on a candidate or on finalists? What's your take on that?
Yeah, we think it's important that the community play a role, but when you ask what is their role in decision making, we make it very clear that it is the board's decision on who they're going to hire for a superintendent. So the one thing we don't do is hide any of the applications from either the community or the board. You'll get, if 55 people apply, you'll see 55 applicants. You won't just see 10, you won't just see whatever, you'll see all 55. What we ask the Community Advisory Committee to do is to take those 55 applications and to look at what did the board say they were looking for? What are the qualifications? What are the minimum qualifications? And what are the preferred sort of characteristics? And match up based on the applications. And I'm going to just say 55 because I already did. So your Community Advisory Committee would come in with the 55 original applicants after the deadline and say, here's what the board said they wanted. Here are the ones we think the board ought to continue to consider. Those are the words that we use. The board ought to continue to consider. We do not have community advisory committees rank candidates because we believe that it's just not a healthy environment. We want all candidates to continue to have, kind of a broad ability for appeal. And we want everyone the board members especially, to have an open mind towards a pool of candidates. We believe there are a number of people who can fulfill the requirements of the position. Then it comes down to fit, and that's for the board to decide. So the Community Advisory Committee really filters the applications based on what the board says they want, and then makes a recommendation to the board of a pool of candidates without prioritizing them. Here are the 5, 7, 10, 12, whatever we think the board ought to continue to consider. At that point, the board can accept all of what the Community Advisory Committee has put forward to them. The board can say, well, you guys have given us 10, but we really only want to accept 8. The board can say, you've given us 10, but we really would like to pull another one out of the pool and go with 11. It's the board that makes the decisions, but the community is advising the board.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Anybody else have any questions? Andrea, we have a few more minutes. If you would like to add anything, I was hoping to wrap up in about 5 minutes. So if you would like some closing statements, we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Okay, great. Yes, what I'd like to say is that we take very seriously the responsibility of bringing quality candidates, diverse pool of quality candidates to school boards. We take very seriously the board's obligation to their community, and that the hiring of a superintendent requires input and information gathering from the community. So we're here to be your partners in this. We're not here to dictate anything. We're here to work with you and try to find the best superintendent for your district.
Thank you so much. Did Dr. Vogel or
do you want a final comment?
Does anyone else want to make any comments?
No, they're saying thank you.
Awesome. Well, we thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. Thank you for submitting your proposal as you did so that everyone was able to look it over. And we appreciate it. And we're going to say thank you. And we're going to go off here in a minute. I want to just let the board members know once again to remind you, please do not leave this meeting. Simply close your screen, and I'll look forward to seeing you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you. And as I said before, reach out to any school board member with whom we've worked. We're happy to talk to answer any other questions that you may have.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Polk County School Board work session for the superintendent search firms, July 14th, 2020. At this time, we are going to hear presentations from Hazard, Young, and Atia Associates. And at this time, I would like to ask Dr. Bill Adams if he would like to start off by introducing himself and the folks he has with him today.
Thank you, School Board Chair Cunningham and members of the Board of Education for allowing HYA to join you this afternoon and make a presentation on our search process. I'm joined as part of our team by Dr. Monica Brown and hopefully very shortly, Dr. Connie Collins, who's having go forward. By way of some background, we understand your protocols and the limitation of time and that you received the materials in advance. And so what we're going to try to do is just highlight from our signature search process the 4 phases. Before we do that, though, I would like to share a little bit about what sets us apart and how that may fit into the presentation, and then a brief introduction of myself, and then Dr. Brown will pick it up from there. And if Dr. Collins joins us, she'll give a self-introduction and do the follow-up as well. Well, by way of description as to who we are, we've done over the past 30 years or so, our firm's done about 1,400 successful searches. We have 100 plus nationwide associates and a full-time staff of about 30, actually 30 persons plus. But I think what makes us somewhat different, we have that national reach, but we have a regional and certainly local approach as well. I happen to be from Naples, Florida, and having spent the last 11 years in that beautiful area of the state. And one of the things that we offer, we're permitted by sunshine laws, and sometimes in Florida we have to be, very careful of that. We do offer a web-based portal for board members, so that at any time, any place, anywhere, you can stay in touch with the search process. And obviously, we have to do that within the limitations of what we're permitted to do in the state. Our community input piece, I believe, is significant in that although most of our competitors will use a community-based survey, ours is research-based. We actually use the first portion of the survey to do a SWOT analysis of the perceptions of the stakeholders, and we can disaggregate that by stakeholder groups. We think that's important to understanding the process. And then we, with the second part of that survey, are able to identify those leadership characteristics that help us get the fit and help you get the right fit for your community. The firm is certainly probably one of the best in the industry at identifying successful candidates. And we've been particularly adept at doing that, especially when you look at the length of time that superintendents tend to stay in a district and what the relationship is between that and the governing body and how that affects student achievement. By way of personal background, as I've already mentioned, I live in Naples, Florida. I was professionally involved in public education for 44 years, serving as a teacher, principal, and superintendent. What may be a little unique about that, 36 years as superintendent in the same district. Learned a lot, especially early on when there were, and we all continue to learn every day, but learned a lot that with that experience, not only the importance of the partnership between the governing body and the leadership team, but to identify good leaders and to have good leaders surround you to do the job that we have to do for the students we serve. Off of our team, 9 superintendents, 8 principals, 2 college presidents, one assistant commissioner. So we got to understand the importance of leadership. And then finally, before we move on, in terms of educational leadership searches, been involved since 2006, started with a competitor who's going to make a presentation later this afternoon. Have done search work in Broward County, Collier County. In fact, very proud of our superintendent who's still there and one of the best we think in the state, Camilla Patton. Had done work in Brevard, done work for commissioner searches in Florida. So have a broad understanding of the challenges. Recently, we as a firm did Duval County, and Dr. Brown and I just recently completed the Indian River County search. So with that, Dr. Brown, if you'll pick up with your intro and our presentation.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Adams, and thank you, Ms. Cunningham, and everyone on our call today. My name is Monica Brown, and I served as a superintendent for about a decade in New Jersey. Prior to that, a principal and a teacher. And now I'm teaching at the college level and working with HYA because one of the things that I felt was most fulfilling as a superintendent was finding the right people to fill the right positions. And I'm able to continue with this passion of mine as an associate for HYA. Dr. Adams and I have worked on several searches together, and Dr. Collins, who I hope you'll meet in just a few minutes, she's also going to round out our team. She is from Illinois and has done many searches in the Midwest. So what I'd like to talk to you about is our process. But before I do, there are certain themes, and to be respectful of your time, I know you've read our materials. So I feel like I want to tell you just some themes that I think would be interesting for you to know. The first thing is, as a company and as your consultants, we want to get to know you as a Board of Education and to customize your search to meet your needs, because there is no single type of search and there's no best way to do a search. The search should be something that meets your needs. We do have experience in Florida, especially Florida does have some very distinct rules as far as candidates submission, and we keep that in mind and work with the board to make sure that that is always taken into account. We have contacts all over the country, and I do see that my contact, Dr. Collins, has just been able to log in, so we'll get her here in just a few minutes. Hi, Connie. But one of the things that we pride ourselves on is that we are a national organization, but we take the time to get to know you locally and to engage your community in the type of search that best fits your needs. Dr. Collins, would you like to continue with the engage phase? I started it, but I know that's your specialty, so I want to make sure you get a chance to jump in.
Okay, and I'm Connie Collins, and I apologize. I don't know what was going on. As many times as I've done Zoom, I couldn't get on. Really want to talk about the engage phase, which really begins with our meeting with the board for a planning session. And during that planning session, we're able to discover from the board what it is, how you want the search to look, what you want the timeline to be, and how we need to move forward. After we have done that meeting with the board, then we are starting with the actual community engagement. That begins with an electronic survey of community constituents. And this is the HYA Community Engagement Survey, which is a research-based instrument and offers analysis, a scoring logic, and a reporting framework. The survey is provided in English and Spanish. If the board would like the survey provided in additional languages, that option is also available. We have survey options, including a state of the district that gives you national norms, and our survey and interactions will give you detailed information about your school system, how your constituents view the current state of the district, and what they believe must be your strategic priorities. This works much better than simply asking the community, what do you want to see in the next superintendent? We pull all of the information together that we have gotten from the survey. We also take a look at holding meetings with the community individual meetings with board members, individual meetings with other people within the community and a part of the district that you feel we should hold. And then we hold focus groups. If you would like for us to have any other types of forums or really work with any panels, we're willing to do that. We're able to do it. We have experience doing that. We can have the community involved in any way that the board would like to see the community involved. It can be as much or as little involvement as you would like. HYA is a green company, and so we try to remain green as much as possible. I recently completed a search with the Atlanta Public Schools, and they used the community as a way to give input by having a community interview team that consisted of about 20 members from the staff as well as the community and parents. They listened to the 6 finalists and then provided their feedback to the board for the board to make the final decision. So those are the components of the engage phase.
Thank you, Connie. I'll jump in with our recruiting and selection. And just to finish those themes, and Dr. Collins and Dr. Adams discussed them, we're flexible, we are focused, we will make sure that the search is customized to your needs, and we work for you, and we will work as hard as we can to find you the best person to be your next superintendent, because that is the most important decision that you will be making, or one of them. So back to our recruiting, we will discuss the strategy for recruiting during our planning meeting, and it is very important that we get to know your board, get to know all of you, and discuss interests and needs of the board members as far as the recruiting is concerned. We do have national contacts. As Dr. Adams said, we have local knowledge, but definitely a national reach. If you just look at our where we live, the regions of the country that we live, Dr. Collins is in the Midwest, I'm in the Northeast, and Dr. Adams is in Florida. So we are all heavily involved in our local associations, school boards associations, superintendents associations, and we are, and I teach at a local university in the doctoral program for educational leadership. We are always involved in those emerging leaders and also active with leaders who are currently in their seats. 2/3 of our successful candidates we found were people we recruited along the way. These are successful educators who may not have known or been thinking about applying in Polk County, but once we get to know you and your needs and the direction you'd like to take the district, then that's when we get to work with our connection, finding people who have either have great passion in the same areas that you do, or have good experience and concrete experience in the areas where you would like to see the focus over the next several years. We consider ourselves successful in our recruiting efforts if when you interview that first round of interviews, if you say it's very difficult to make a decision because it's because everyone you interview could be good in their own way, that is how we know we are successful at interviews. At recruiting. Also, as I noted, Dr. Adams, Dr. Collins, and I are all very much still active in organizations, whether that be AASA or our local school boards. Also, I want to give some respect and honor to Connie, who just came off the board of the National Alliance of Black School Educators. So we're very, very active, and we know the people who, many of whom have served in very large districts. Polk is a very large district, over 100,000 students, and it does take a special type of person to be able to come in and work in that type of setting, and we would always, of course, keep that in mind. And as Dr. Collins said, we worked in some very large districts. She's just off Atlanta, and congratulations on that job. After the recruitment, as we're recruiting, the three of us would be meeting frequently via Zoom to interview prospective candidates and to discuss from our perspective, based on your leadership profile that you created with us and your preferred characteristics, we would then start ranking candidates based on your needs. We would also make sure to start the initial reference checks, whether that be electronic, talking to their references, talking to the people we know they've worked with, since we have great contacts around the country, to make sure that we're bringing you the best possible candidates. Once we have a slate to present to you, and if I could just stop and back up, that the board would be, all the information along the way would be open to the board the entire time through contacts with any of us or with us as a team. But during our first meeting with you, the planning meeting, we would be asking you, how many people do you want to interview, and how many people, many of our boards say 8 to 10. We would try to give you our 8 to 10 best candidates to meet your needs. However, again, that doesn't mean you don't get to see everything else or all of the other people we've talked to. It just, we would try to honor your time and your efforts by bringing you the people who most closely identify with the needs and the future of Polk County. We would be there not only for the community input sessions that Dr. Collins described, but we would also be on site for the interviews and to help you to facilitate the selection process. As I stated, we know we've done a good job recruiting when it's a difficult decision to make. But if the board can't make a decision, then nothing gets done. So we're very skilled at helping boards to come to consensus over either a group of candidates to go to the next round or for a single candidate with whom to begin contract negotiations. We use, depending on the board's wishes, we use many different strategies. One that we just used in Indian River, Dr. Adams and I, was the Delphi technique, or the Delphi strategy, that allowed us to collect information on the opinions of the board members prior to beginning the discussion. And it very much made the process very streamlined. I invite you to go back and watch some of those board meetings if you have the time, because we were able to make sure that everyone felt comfortable on the board, everybody felt heard, and eventually they came to a unanimous decision on their next leader. After that, we do suggest that the board engage in a third-party background check. And the reason why we think going with a third party is so important is because the choice you make, we need to make sure that, that there is nothing in his or her background that would keep them from doing a good job for you. We use an outside firm we recommend. Again, this would be up to the Board of Education. We recommend Baker Banks. And not only do they do the typical Google searches and electronic social media, but they also check the financial background of the candidates and the financial and the, of course, legal and credentials, excuse me. So making sure that everything is set prior to negotiating a contract with any given candidate. We would then, of course, help you in those negotiations and then move on to the transition phase, which I will throw that back to Dr. Adams.
Okay, thank you. Recognizing that the time in it very quickly, there are a lot of questions. Let me just do the transition real quick. First, out of respect to all candidates, we reach out to candidates.
Excuse me, Dr. Adams, could I just intervene? We normally wanted each firm to do about a 20-minute presentation, and we're kind of there. So do you think you could wrap up in the next 5 minutes so we can allow time for questions by our board?
Absolutely. Recognizing the importance of the transition for the person to be successful, we will meet with the board and the superintendent to share what's been learned from the search. And certainly work with the board in providing any salary data and or comparisons, compensation that might assist your solicitor or your attorneys or whoever would do the negotiations. The only other thing I will mention in terms of transition are our guarantees. Our search fee is a fixed fee, although we will match for comparable services any other firm that offers comparable services in process to us. And then we will not go back and solicit a candidate during the first contract or not within 3 years without written permission of the board, unless more than half of the board changes in a given over that first year. So I'll conclude with that to allow as much time as possible for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Adams, Dr. Brown, and Dr. Collins. In absence of questions, I'm going to start off with several if I could. Dr. Brown, you said you're from the Northeast. What area, please?
I was the superintendent in Bergen County, New Jersey, Upper Saddle River, for about a decade. So right outside of New York City.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Thank you. Looking at your information on page 9 regarding the fees, I see the consulting fee for the search and the amount that's been given there. Under item B, associate expenses for travel, I understand that you wrote it be reimbursed by the board and so forth. Can you give me an idea roughly in the searches you've done for Florida, what would you give me as a ballpark for that number? I need something to go on. Just an estimated expense there.
Sure. Essentially, here's what we follow in terms of any expenses that we incur. If there's travel involved that is driving travel, it's IRS rate that we use. If it's flights that are required, it's the lowest cost flight that we can get. And generally, I would think for the two that would come in, one from the greater Philadelphia area, one from Chicago, it would be Orlando and relatively inexpensive flights. Any lodging is GAO requirements. So if you look at the three of us, I would think that the total would not exceed $7,500.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that, Mrs. Cunningham, the three of us would be extremely strategic with you as far as planning our travel. For example, for community groups, we could do several in a day if they are face-to-face. If they're electronic, obviously the travel doesn't become as much an issue. Right. But we would make sure we would be there as much as we can and to be there with you to help you through the process, and always be available to you via Zoom, phone call, or email. But we would do our traveling as strategically as possible.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And am I going to assume then, because of saying Philly and Chicago, and then Dr. Adams is in Naples, that you would be our search firm team working on this?
Correct.
This is the team of three of you. Okay, and with Dr. Adams living in Naples, it's at least close by versus out of state. So my question is, if you've done others in the state, do you rely more heavily then on Dr. Adams to be able to be here, or what is your thought on that since he's local?
I'm the team leader and certainly would be available at any time in terms of travel for any face-to-face.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. And then in the next section, the optional additional services, it says, well, you know what it says. My question is for travel interviews, the candidates and so forth, that obviously they would be reimbursed. And once again, my question is, there's no dollar figures or not even a range listed in there. What in your experience is an average cost if we, let's say, brought down, I think one time we did it, it was 4 or 5 candidates. Could you give me an idea for your top 3, if we brought them down for interviews and tours, community meetings, what that number might look like?
it really depends on the number of meetings and how you bring them in. I can give you a couple of examples. When we did Broward County,
Yes.
It's such a large organization. They had a government rate at a hotel. They took 5 candidates, kept them all in the same hotel, paid a coach fare, and then one way to keep costs down are to do initial interviews on, for instance, a Friday, followed up by either Saturday or Monday follow-up interviews, so that the candidates don't have to come in more than one time.
Okay.
Recently in Beaufort County, which wasn't Florida, but we had a Florida candidate come in, they did something very similar to that.
Okay.
We also have had boards in Indian River. They put a top stop. Their top stop on the candidates, I believe, was $1,500 a candidate for maximum, regardless of what it costs. So we've worked with boards and have advised on what you can do in terms of placing a top stop on candidate travel.
Okay. All right. That concludes my questions. Next, we have a question from Mrs. Fields.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I had a couple of questions. I wanted to know, are you guys doing any searches in the state of Florida currently?
We are not as a team. The only search that I am currently involved in with Dr. Brown is Pemberton, New Jersey at present. Connie, are you involved in any active searches?
No, just finished Atlanta and Fort Wayne, Indiana.
And there is nothing active right now in Florida.
Okay, and then my other question is, how long, Dr. Adams, how long have you been with Hazard, Ateo and Young?
I believe about 9 years, somewhere in that range without looking it up. Prior to that, from 2006, was with Ray and Associates.
Okay, and the reason why I'm inquiring is that I don't know if you guys are aware that we have utilized your services before. We've had 2 of our superintendents, former superintendents, that were actually hired through your company. I didn't know if you knew that. And the gentleman that was over the search was Dick Green. He might not even be living anymore, I'm not sure.
Dick Green is no longer active anymore, but he was until about 3 years ago.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fields. And now we have a question from Mrs. Miller.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, I have a quick question. At the end of this, can we ask you a few questions about the process or your experience, and maybe Ms. Fields could give input? That might be helpful to me.
Yes, of course.
Okay. My question to the firm, I was looking through your material, and we are a larger district. I see that you helped Duval, and I just learned from Ms. Fields that your company had worked with us in the past. And I think you mentioned a South Florida district in Florida that you've placed a superintendent with. My concern is the uniqueness of Polk County in recruitment, as I probably participated as a community member in the last several, and there wasn't a plethora of candidates busting down the door to get to an interior Florida county that doesn't get a lot of proceeds from taxes just due to the sheer volume, the rural area that we live, and the prices of our property not even equaling what they would get in Duval and or any other coastal county. Do you have experience? Can you give us a little bit of insight of working with a district that has those kinds of limitations sometimes on attractiveness for candidates?
Sure. Let me begin, and certainly our team members can jump in on this, by saying that Florida searches typically do not, whether it's a coastal county or not, do not get the number of candidates that we will get in North Carolina or South Carolina. And why? And that's because when you press the button, it's public information. And that's the way it is. We recognize that. So candidates recognize that. So unless a candidate, especially you're one of the top 30 districts in terms of size in the country. So when they look at a district this size, what are my chances? So one of the things that we have to do is promote the district and the assets of the district. As you look at some of the things that you've done with your career programs and the recognition they've got, they're the kinds of things we point out. And it's our job to build that recruitment look. When we did Beaufort County, you can say, oh yeah, they have Hilton Head, but they also have the Broad River. And if you're north of the Broad River, 60% of the population is in poverty. So you recognize that as you recruit, and volume, sure, it helps. But if there were 60 candidates, the number of candidates that we now, Indian River is a coastal county, but the number of candidates for Indian River, we were competing with Volusia County, which had much more in the way of resources, was offering a lot more compensation. And we got one of the top candidates in the whole mix that was a candidate in both counties. So it's a matter of how we couch and promote your assets, who you are. And there are a lot of assets. We look at Winter Haven. Look at some of the, you can say Interior County, but it's Florida, and we can promote. We believe your assets and why Polk County is the place for your next job. And I think that points out that a lot of times the people that we recruit don't know they're looking for a job yet, or don't know they might be a good candidate or a great candidate for Polk County. I probably didn't answer the question specifically, but we'll point out what some of the factors are. And some of the factors are that candidates often don't want to take a chance in Florida. But there are only really about 25 opportunities when you look at the 67 counties and you look at the number of elected superintendents versus the number of appointed superintendents. So we're aware of that, and we'll promote Polk County.
Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, Ms. Miller, one of the things that we do is not only promote the county, but make sure that the people we bring to you are also very excited to come to Polk County, that there's a desire to become a part of the community, to become an integral part of not only the schools, but the entire community. And that's part of our screening process. They might be a great person on the West Coast who's doing a great job, but if they're not going to become part of your community, to become familiar and love what they're doing, then it's not going to be successful. So we when we're promoting Polk County, we also screen the candidates based on their desire to come to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Anybody else have any questions from the board? If not, I would just like to say thank you very much to Dr. Adams, Dr. Brown, and Dr. Collins for being able to join us today and give a presentation. We appreciated that you sent in your information to our district, and each of our board members has had a copy of the information sent in to review in preparation for our meeting today. So let me just say thank you so much for taking the time, and we'll be in touch. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And board members, we now will adjourn until 3 o'clock. Good afternoon, and thank you, board members, for coming back here for our next presentation. I would like to take just a minute and introduce Dr. Ralph Ferry and Dr. Marjorie Wallace, if y'all want to kind of wave so they see you. Yep, we're very excited to have them here representing McPherson and Jacobson LLC. They are another national search firm, and you've received the backup for them already, and they're here to present. And let me just mention to Dr. Ferry and Dr. Wallace, we've been setting up today and having about 25 minutes for a presentation by each firm, and then the rest of the time for board member questions and comments. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to you to begin your presentation.
Well, thank you so much and it's an honor to be here to present what McPherson and Jacobson can do in collaboration with you in terms of searching and identifying your next educational leader, which is, as you know, a critical and one of the most important functions of a Board of Education. Our format is, I've done several of these Zoom presentations, and our format this afternoon is, instead of putting up and sharing a screen with you of a PowerPoint presentation, we'd rather you have the opportunity to connect with us a little bit so you can see us instead of us speaking behind a PowerPoint. I know that you have the presentation and the proposal from the firm. So our format is, we're going to introduce each other. I'm going to introduce myself, and Dr. Wallace will introduce herself. And then I'll give you an overview of the firm and go through the 5 phases that we use during the search process. And then we'll open it up for a Q&A. Or at any time when we're speaking, if someone has a question, just please interrupt us, because we take a lot of pride in making connections with our boards that we work with. And we really want to collaborate with you because this is your search. I mean, we do have a protocol, but this is your search. So I hope that format works for you. And thank you once again for having us here this afternoon. My name is Dr. Ralph Ferry. I'm a retired superintendent of schools, and you probably might have figured out I'm from New Jersey and New York. I was a superintendent for 21 years, most of my experience in New Jersey, but when Governor Christie created some parameters, many of us chose to look in different states, and I was very fortunate to go and serve the district of Sewanaka Central High School, which is the largest central high school district in New York. Now, when I say large, that's 8,700 students. Of course, that doesn't even compare to the number of students in your county district. But in New York, that was the largest high school district. It was a very diverse district. We had a tremendous amount of success. As a matter of fact, I take a lot of pride in that one of our high schools, particularly Elmont Memorial High School, which is right in the neighborhood of Belmont Racetrack, is actually identified by Education Trust as a high school that beats the odds in terms of our graduation rate. We had 96% graduation rate, and our school that school was approximately 90% African American. And matter of fact, very proud, 2 years in a row, we had a student get accepted into all 7 Ivy League schools. So we know we were really good at what our expectations were. I've been with the firm since 2018. I just finished 2 large searches this past winter and spring in Norfolk, Virginia, and Roanoke, Virginia. And I'm currently finishing up a search in Pennsylvania. So I would be able to dedicate all my time to work with you. And I'm also very proud to say that 6 weeks ago, during this pandemic, I have become a Floridian full-time. So I live in Lake Mary, and I can dedicate myself to you as I'm very close in proximity. So you really have kind of boots on the ground in Florida here. So thank you, and I'll pass this off to Dr. Wallace.
Okay, thank you. I'm Margie Wallace. You have my resume in front of you, but I was an executive director of an ESA. I was there for 42 years. We served 17 school districts in Pennsylvania within 3 counties. We had about 104 programs for our school districts, many varied, a lot of special education. In fact, that was my beginning experience, and my degree, as you could see, was in special education. Since retiring 8 years ago, I became a full-time Florida resident as well. However, I do spend some summers up here in Pennsylvania, but I do not spend winters here. Erie is very cold. That was my promise to myself when I retired, that I would move to Florida. And I happen to live in the next county over from you. I live in Pinellas County. And so I watch the television nightly, and I hear a lot about Polk County, and I feel I'm pretty familiar with your area. So that's pretty much what I've done. And I know we want to talk to you a little bit more about what we do. So I'm going to give that back to Dr. Ferry and have him start talking about the different phases we have. And hopefully you'll have some questions.
Thank you. So our mission revolves around, as you saw, that we believe that every student, we're a student-oriented firm where we believe every student is entitled to an outstanding education. And our mission is to work collaboratively with you to ensure that you hire the most quality educational leader that you can to serve you as a community, as a board, and certainly as a school community with your staff, and most importantly, your students. The firm has completed and put in place approximately 750 superintendents. We have 125 superintendent consultants throughout the country. And that network is outstanding when I explain the recruitment process, as those 125 consultants are involved in helping us recruit when we advertise for a position. I think one of the most impressive aspects of the firm is that if you look back the last 5 years, 80% of all of the superintendents that we placed in positions or executives and other are still in those districts and organizations. And if you go back 10 years, over 50% are still serving for the 10-year period. So the longevity of the folks that we place, again, collaboratively with our boards, is outstanding. And if you look overall, a little more than 50% of the folks that we place have been with their district in their position for 15 years. So I think that's very, very beneficial and important to share that with you. Our process is very comprehensive, and we provide the critical support that you would need as a board along the way in terms of identifying your next superintendent of schools. One of the things that we take a lot of pride in, and I know it's very important in Florida, is our process is transparent. We believe in transparency, and when I go through the phases that I'll share with you, certainly understanding the Florida Sunshine Law, and I've been, and what's interesting is I've been on both sides of searches. Obviously, as a superintendent, I was in searches with firms, and I was in as a superintendent. I participated as a superintendent candidate in confidential searches, and I participated as a superintendent candidate in transparent open searches. Now, I know there's been debate in terms of the Sunshine Law, and where people are on that. Personally, I was always in favor of a transparent open process as a superintendent, because what this did as a candidate, because what this did is it gave me the opportunity, because it's a marriage. And I wanted to have the opportunity to really spend time in it and really look forward to where I was going. So we can talk about that when you have some, later on when you have some questions. The district has been very successful in placing superintendents in Florida. The firm conducted the Orange County search. Dr. Jenkins still superintendent in Orange County, and it also was very successful in placing an outstanding superintendent in Duval County, although he chose to move on to Detroit, of course, a large city school district. What we do is we are very collaborative with you, and we work with you in a consensus decision-making model in terms of developing the criteria that you want us to use as we search for your next educational leader. We do extensive stakeholder meetings, and I'll talk about that under one of the phases. And also, we then actively recruit, which is very, very important, especially the fact that we have such a network of consultants throughout the entire country. We try to obviously say that's going to be confidential for applicants, but in Florida, that's obviously a different scenario. And a huge benefit, we think, is in our phase 5, where we will literally stay with the new superintendent and the board and work on development of superintendent goals, expectations, etc. So let me just go through the phases. And again, as I mentioned early on, this is your process. So we are flexible when it comes to any of these phases that I'm going to speak about. We are also flexible in terms of the timelines. We work with you in terms of timelines. And so let's go through those. So as you see in phase 1, the first thing that we need to do is collaborate with you so that you can work with us to establish the criteria that you feel are critical to your next superintendent. And again, we do a consensus building process where we work with the board and we come out with 5 or 6 criteria that we will use in our advertisement, in our recruitment, to make sure that when we are placing this individual and when we are bringing the 5 or 6, depending on 4, depending upon the number of finalists you choose to interview, that they all meet the requirements that you have developed as the Board of Education collaboratively. During that phase as well, we establish the timelines and we work backwards from where you want to see the next superintendent begin his or her work. And we come forward to where we are now, and we set the timelines in terms of when we have these meetings, when we establish the criteria, when we go into phase 2, when we establish our advertisement, what venues we advertise in, all of those, and the closing date for the applications. All those timelines are developed collaboratively with you. The advertising venues, we use websites, we use our Twitter account. There are, in the booklet, you'll see that we advertise in a variety of national publications. Many of these are free. A lot of the advertisement through McPherson Jacobson on our website are also no cost. We advertise in AASA, the National Alliance of Black School Educators, the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents. So again, we don't do any of those advertisements and choose any of those venues without collaborating with you and getting a green light going forward. So that all is what happens in that first phase. Develop the criteria collaboratively with you, we develop the timelines, and then we determine where you want us to advertise, what advertisement venues. After that, we then come back, hopefully, but what we've been doing is conducting these. Matter of fact, in North Allegheny, the last in-person stakeholder meetings that I conducted was in Roanoke, but we actually conducted stakeholder meetings virtually through Zoom meetings in Pennsylvania, but hopefully we can do that face to face. But we then collaborate with you and ask you, what stakeholder groups do you want us to go out to and have conversations with? And basically we ask them 4 questions. And we ask these same 4 questions of all the stakeholder groups. We meet with, in the past, we've met with community members, legislators, politicians, clergy, teachers, parent groups, teacher groups, administrators, central office staff, whoever you point us in the direction to, we will meet with and ask these 4 questions. And let me highlight the most important group, in my opinion, to meet with are students. Because when we ask these questions of students, and that's actually my most enjoyable time when I'm conducting stakeholder meetings, I love to meet with the students because they give us exactly the answers. They're very candid. And the 4 questions we ask them are, tell us about Polk County. What are all the great things about Polk County? Why would someone want to relocate to Polk County? What does it offer? Entertainment, recreation, you name it, cost of living. We get all of that information. Then we ask the next question, what is it that you can tell us that are all the great things that are happening in the Polk County School District? And again, all we do is brainstorm those. We don't filter them out, we record them out. As a matter of fact, our document that we produced just recently for the North Allegheny Board was 104 pages because we include what anyone has to offer. Of course, we will do an executive summary of those stakeholder meetings and present it to you. The third question we ask is what everyone wants to go to when we have these stakeholder meetings. And that question is, tell us about the challenges that your next superintendent is going to have when he or she comes into the district in order for he or she to be successful. Because it's really important for us to be able to share what those challenges are. And we always do get some consistency across all the stakeholder groups. And then the 4th question is, just give us some feedback on what qualities, what characteristics do you want your next superintendent to possess? And then again, we brainstorm all that. We present that to you. Most of our districts put that stakeholder feedback online on the website because people want to know that if they're spending time providing feedback, they want to know that they've been heard. Then what we do during phase 2 is we develop and distribute the application and advertising materials. The office in Omaha will work with you. You'll have a point person or 2 that'll work with us. Normally it's a community relations person, public relations person, in terms of developing the brochure, developing the applications, and we work through all that. And once that's all approved, and we do get your approval before we actually send it out, we then recruit and send all that material out, and we'll recruit and track the applicants that we have. We use an online application process, and then we go from there. After the applications are closed, what we then do is we screen them, and we choose, could be 5, 6, 7, 8. And when I was in Norfolk, it was 8. But in the you'll notice that in the proposal it's 5. But we do have some flexibility there. We will actually have each candidate that we think best meets your criteria. We will have each candidate then create a video where we ask them 3 questions that we derive from the criteria. And they have to respond to that video in 3 minutes for each question. And then and we don't give them a lot of time to do that. So it can't be a production where they go back and have all this. We give them about 24-hour window and say, here are the questions, create the video and present the video. And then we will review the videos. And then we come to you and we share the video, we share their resume and credentials and application, and we share all that we have learned about the candidates through our vetting process, which is very extensive in terms of obviously internet searches, all types of social media searches, but then we call their references that they put on their application. But as we all know, no one's going to put references that they're going to put the references that are going to speak very highly of them on their application. So we then ask their references to give us 2 or 3 more people that we can call. And then we'll call those folks. And then very often we'll ask those secondary references, can you give us 2 or more or 3 people that we can call as well, so that we can really vet out the candidates, so that when we come to you and present the application materials and our reference checks, we are confident that you're not going to be surprised by anything.
Dr. Ferry, just as a note that you've got a few more minutes to finish up. So I wanted to let you know we've been trying to keep each of the presentations at about 25 minutes. So I just wanted to let you know if you would be able to wrap up in the next 5 minutes, it would be appreciated so we could do questions.
You do that. So then that happens, and then we work with you and develop interview questions. And then phase 4 is when you will interview the candidates with the questions that we've worked with you. And then basically we step out after that and you make a determination as the board, whether you want to have a finalist, 2 finalists, 3 finalists, what the process is going to be, if they're going to visit, when they visit the district, how extensive that's going to be in terms of introduction to their, some districts choose to have stakeholder representatives meet with the candidates and provide feedback. So it's all tailor-made, and we work with you in terms of how you want to address that. And then we'll give you parameters that we work with you on. Actually, you give us parameters in terms of contract, in terms of such things as salary and so on. So we'll at least have that, length of contracts and so on. Then, of course, you work through your board attorney in terms of the specifics of that. We don't get involved with that. And then you appoint your superintendent. And what then we'll do, and again, not all boards choose this, is once your superintendent is chosen, we will come back in and work with you, with your new superintendent, in developing Board of Education goals, superintendent goals, so that there's a good way to start and get on a very positive trajectory for success. So that's the 5 phases. I think I've covered everything, and would love to answer questions that you have regarding our work, our firm. I do want to just very quickly say that Dr. Stephen Joel, who will also be one of the consultants working on this, he was one of the consultants that placed candidate in Orange County, Duval County. Dr. Joel is a superintendent, sitting superintendent in Lincoln, Nebraska. And as we speak, he has a board meeting because, as you can imagine, there's a lot going on in terms of trying to reopen. And that's a big concern that all of us have. So with that, we'll open it up for questions. And
all right. Thank you, Dr. Ferry. I appreciate it. And Dr. Wallace, we once again appreciate you being here. And so now I would like to open it up to our board for questions and comments. Mrs. Miller.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. I do want to say that I did enjoy reading about the student input as well as the staff, not just teachers, but district staff input, which I think is important. I'm not sure if the others have included that, but that was the process you have for obtaining staff input, I thought was great. I have a question. You mentioned Florida and the Sunshine Law. Previously, because we talk about the challenges of recruiting to an interior county of Polk County being an interior county in Florida that has its own unique processes and limitations and struggles with budgets. It has been reported that sometimes Florida in general is hard to recruit to. Can you talk about maybe working in that situation, or what your experience with the challenges, not only of Sunshine, but of recruiting to high higher volume students, very rural district. We have a lot of challenges here in Polk. So specifically, maybe your ideas or experience in similar situations.
I'll briefly respond, and then I'll ask Dr. Wallace to respond. I'm finding now it's a challenge nationwide. The budgetary challenge is a nationwide challenge. So no matter where you go, you're going to have, as a superintendent, you're going to face budgetary challenges. So it's good though to identify candidates who have overcome some of those challenges in creative ways, and that's something that we'll look to search for as well. I also find that sometimes in larger districts you do have some advantages, because especially if you have really good people that work with you, and if you're in a larger district, larger school community, you have more opportunities to be creative in terms of budget, in terms of partnerships with industry, other types of partnerships, perhaps a foundation, and so on. So Dr. Wallace, you want to add to that?
Sure. And one thing that you have going for you is because you are so large with over 100,000 students, that your quality superintendents really look for a challenge like that. They're comfortable with budget restrictions and they want to lead a large district. So they're not the people who are looking for the small little districts out of nowhere or in the middle of nowhere. They're looking for a big district and they want that challenge. So I think that's a real plus for you, actually, that you are so large, that you have some rural components, many. And again, it's not hard up our way to tell people it's Florida, I'll tell you that way. The weather really does help a lot. Really, people want to move to Florida. You're now we're the third largest state now. Right. So we're growing, and many places people don't want to have their careers in places that aren't growing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Fields.
Dr. Ferry, I thought it was interesting what you shared about inclusive of the students. I think that's a very important piece. I don't remember anyone else mentioning that, so I think that's great. And I like the thing that you have is about the kids, because you are correct, it is about the kids. I had a question about whether or not you guys are doing any searches in the state of Florida currently. I don't think that you mentioned that you were.
There are no current searches in the state. That's correct.
Okay, and then the other question that I have on page 25 of your proposal, you talk about being committed to working with the school district until a superintendent is identified, and if we need to go a second round, that there would be no added costs except for maybe additional expenses that's not related to the consultation fee. I believe that's what I'm understanding.
Yes, that is correct.
And then I don't see anything in your proposal, but I might have overlooked it, where it talks about if we hire a superintendent and if he or she does not work out within a window of time, are you willing to do a new search without an added consultation fee or just additional expenses?
Yes, I believe it's 2 years without the fee of consultation. It's just if there are trials.
Thank you.
One of the things I would mention as well, and when you look at the proposal financially, and again, I'm hoping that this isn't the case, but if we have to do some of our work virtually, that will lower the cost. And also the advantage of having Dr. Wallace and myself here in Florida, our travel to you is just mileage in a car. So, and we don't have to use hotel rooms or anything of that nature.
I had one more question too, which I have not seen it in other proposals. And with COVID-19, I don't know how that would work, where you would schedule an on-site visitation to the finalist home district. We did that years ago when we hired our first appointed superintendent. So is that still popular? Is that done often?
Actually, when I just finished the Roanoke search, they wanted to do a search to a visit to the candidates district and chose not to on COVID-19. One of the suggestions I had for them and they didn't end up doing this, but I thought it was a pretty good suggestion, is to have, if there can't be a visit, have the person create video of their district with them doing a 10 or 15-minute tour of their district, so that you can see the buildings and to get at least an idea of what their district is all about. But it still is popular though for for school boards to visit on candidates' districts, if at all possible. If I could also, I'm glad also that you highlighted the interest in the students. As a superintendent, I always had a student group that guided me on a monthly basis. And I find that students are so important to have involved in the process. And it's amazing how candid and insightful they are in terms of what the criteria should be and what they want to see in their next educational meeting. And that to me is very, very important.
And I agree with you. And our current superintendent is very much aligned with the students. So that was one of the things that attracted me to your comments. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Fields. And I have a few questions, Dr. Ferry as well. On page 25, underneath the notes, it indicates that the fees and expenses will increase if the district requests additional stakeholder input. So I'd like for you to just take a minute and discuss what that means. Do you normally have, what does that look like? Because normally we have stakeholder input, but what does that mean if we request additional? Does that mean a second round, or what do you exactly mean by that?
What that means is if you ask us to come back on several additional days to do the stakeholder meetings, but I don't believe that's going to be necessary, because what we do is we pile these meetings on from the time we get in the district at 8 in the morning all the way through 10 o'clock at night. So you'll set up the meetings for us. Someone will help us facilitate those meetings, and we'll get the stakeholder input you need in the time that's in the proposal.
So if I understand you correctly, in the past, the way we have done that is we've set up that stakeholder input at different times and different dates after each of the candidates have had a chance to meet with the community at large. So what you're saying is you are allocating one day for that, and if you had to come back on different days, then it would be the 500 per day? I'm just trying to understand.
Actually, two phases of the stakeholder. First is when we come in and literally ask those questions and develop criteria. And in addition to that, in addition to those meetings, we do put an online survey on your website. That's all included. So, so people who can't attend those stakeholder meetings that we get the input from, they can fill out the survey online, and those survey questions are the same. The second stakeholder meeting is if you choose that you want if you want the candidates to meet a team of stakeholders that you choose that are leaderships of the different groups, we can come in and facilitate that. Follow?
Okay. Yeah. So basically the first one would be to come in and get an idea of things that the community wants, the stakeholders want in a new superintendent. Secondly would be an online survey. And then if we wanted, as we narrowed it down, to have further stakeholder meetings, those would be charged at the 500 a day, correct?
So I believe that's
okay. Just trying to understand. Next is interview expenses for the candidates are not included in the expenses listed above. So in order for us to be able to compare each of our proposals, I'm simply asking if you could give me an average cost of what you've seen for the interview expenses. And I understand some are flights, some will be driving, I get that. But in general, do you have a range per candidate that you could give me?
Well, I guess I can go based on my experience. If someone's flying in from the Northeast and they need to stay in a hotel room for 2 nights or 1 night, it could cost around $800-900 for that kind of a trip. Obviously, somebody who's driving, that would be different. They wouldn't have to stay over. So and then it also depends upon the finalists if you're going to include their spouses in the visit.
Sure. Okay, and then it says there's an additional fee and expenses for the consultants to attend the interview sessions. Do you normally not do that? And then there's an extra fee, or do you normally do that? And if so, what do you normally charge for the additional fees?
In my experience, we do not attend the interview sessions. So once we come and present the slate and you see the videos, get our feedback, and you choose who you're going to interview, we step back out of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Is there any other comments or questions by any of our board members? All right. Well, I would just like to thank you, Dr. Ferry and Dr. Wallace, for joining us today. And we appreciated your time. And we will look forward to getting back to you after the board has an opportunity to discuss all of the different search firms that have presented to us today. So thank you so much.
Thank you. If I could just real quick, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful dialogue. I know that and confident that you will be very pleased with the outcome of the work that our firm does. Dr. Wallace?
The only thing I would say is I just recently finished a search in Pittsburgh, and we got caught right in the middle of COVID, and we did it from ground up. And I think if you would talk to anyone in Pittsburgh, they were very pleased and thought it was very professional. The candidates, the stakeholders, everything was done online, and it worked really well. We had to invent it as we went, but we have the invention done, and I'd love to use it again if we need to.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that. And y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And board members, we once again, a reminder, don't go offline. Just simply close your screen, and we'll see you back at 4 o'clock for Ray and Associates. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Polk County Public Schools work session to discuss various superintendent search firms. And at this time, I would like to welcome Ryan Ray and Sandy Guerrero, who are with Ray and Associates Incorporated. Welcome to our meeting today, and we're excited that you're with us. The way we've been working it is pretty much asking each firm if they could summarize and give us their presentation in about 25 minutes, which would allow time for our board members to ask questions of you. So welcome, and you're welcome to begin.
Well, wonderful. Thank you, Chairman Cunningham, for having us and allowing us to be here for you today. I know we're very pleased to possibly be doing another search with the state of Florida. My name is Ryan Ray. I'm the president of Ray and Associates. Again, thank you for having us today. I'll let Miss Sandy introduce herself.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandy Giroux. If there was a J at the beginning of my life, it'd be easier. But I'm excited to be here as well. I am a Florida career educator. While I have Midwest roots and I'm from Iowa originally, I spent 35 years in the school district of Palm Beach County. And where I was a teacher, assistant principal, principal, district administrator, and then most recently, chief of human resources. So my heart and soul is in Palm Beach County, Florida, but my heart, a piece of it moved to Charlotte, North Carolina, where we recently came when we became instant grandparents to 3 children. So that's why we're here. So we go back and forth. But and I'm also proud to be the mother and the wife of a Florida mock. Both my husband and my daughter graduated from Florida Southern. So we're excited to be here and share a little bit with you about what we do with Ray and Associates, and we'll look forward to these next 20 minutes together.
Wonderful. Well, again, thank you for having us. Sandy, if you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So what we really wanted to do before we got this all set up is to let you know that, during this time of the pandemic, we have a plan for COVID-19. We have a proven track record to make that happen as far as, a search is concerned. We've started searches during this pandemic, and we've also ended searches in this pandemic. One of those was a Florida county, Marion County, that we worked with during this pandemic. So we can go ahead and absolutely make sure that this happens. So the screen that you're seeing right now, the firm, we go ahead and put our little town of Cedar Rapids, Iowa up there, because a lot of times people think, well, it's a firm in Iowa, they're just in a bunch of cornfields, but that's not the case. We affiliated ourselves very, very well with AASA, groups such as NAPSE, which is the National Alliance of Black School Educators, ALIS, which is the Latino Administrators Network, as well as the Council of Great City Schools. Most recently, we do a lot of work with ALIS, the Latino Administrators, working with our cohorts. So Ray and Associates has been in business since 1975. So we've never dabbled in any other search option. This is the only thing that we do. We don't sell any other services. Our number one goal is to provide you the best leader possible and bring that person to you. So our professional consultants include women and minorities with long-term experience in the school executive field, as well as school board members, university professors, and attorneys. And again, recruiting the nation's educational leaders is our primary business. So associate continuity. We have over 160 associates across the country, and we'll provide you a diverse group of associates if need be. Our associates are with us long-term, which provides stability, and our associates work extremely well together in teams and networks. And one thing that I can tell you right now is the team that's presenting to you today, myself and Sandy, will be the team that's with you this whole search. Over 40% of our associates are women and minorities. We wear that as a badge of honor. We're very happy about that. Diversity right now across this country is very important, but it's always been very important with us and the firm. The pool of candidates. So our average number of completed candidate files is 60, and that's for across the country. Today, I actually went back and looked at the numbers that we had for Hillsborough that we did last year, as well as Marion County. And those numbers were 52 and 51, I believe. And so for average files for 52 and 51 in the state of Florida is pretty good. So we're very pleased and proud of those numbers. And Sandy will go ahead and walk you through some of the process of where we go.
So I'm excited to be able to detail the process that we use in Rain Associates. And the elementary school teacher in me likes to have a visual, and I know you guys have been there all day, so you're probably helped to keep you focused a little bit too. But I also know that 4 of the 7 of you are first-time board members. And so this is probably your first time ever going through a superintendent search. And the reason I originally got acquainted with Rain Associates is in Palm Beach County when I was the chief of human resources, and we were looking for a new superintendent. We utilized Rain Associates. And as a board member, I will tell you there is no other decision that you will make. And some board members go through their entire tenure and don't get to pick a superintendent. But the most important decision you will make as a board member is picking a superintendent. So when I had the opportunity to work with Rain Associates, I thought it was really critical for me to do that. So I'm going to detail a little bit about each of our processes. And one nice thing with Rain Associates is we have a full-time staff out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, that in addition to each board member having Ryan's cell number, my cell number, you will have access to the office in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So 24/7, you can get somebody. You will hear from us regularly with that. So the very first part of our process, you need to know no 2 searches are the same. And we start our first process with board input. We know collectively as a group what you say to us. We also want to do conduct one-on-one board member interviews with each of you, because we know that each of you have individual hot points or passion points, if you will, that it's really important for expectations as you approach the search and what you're looking for. So we will start right away with individual searches or individual phone calls if we can't do it in person with COVID. But we will get individual input from each of you. We will also get input as far as stakeholder groups, and I'll get into that in our next slide. But all of these things will be determined by the board because you are the sole decision makers with this. It begins and it ends with you, and we don't want anyone else to have that responsibility, and we don't want to delegate that to anyone else. However, we know that some of you that you're going to want input. So we will have you tell us about stakeholder groups. You will determine the timeline, and the compensation will help you with this and will facilitate those discussions. But we will start with, we know your superintendent at this point is looking at a February date. So we will back map that with you to get an ideal timeline for you. And then we will you will finalize the profile. We'll get into that in just a moment. But when I talked about the stakeholder meetings, part of the profile development, and when we say no 2 searches are the same, we just finished Marion County, we just finished Hillsborough, and what they were looking for in Marion and what they were looking for in Hillsborough were 2 completely different things. There were some things overlapping, but we had some completely different issues and interests. And the stakeholder meetings, we will ask the board members, how many people would you like us to go out and get input from? Faith-based groups, teachers, union members, administrators, parents, students. We like to have high school students give input because we feel like there's no greater group than students with input as far as what they think the district needs. We also have a unique online survey that we will work with your IT department. You will have a page dedicated for superintendent search, and we will provide these surveys, using them in foreign languages as well, no additional cost. But we've taken 33 research-based characteristics. And we know that if one person exuded all 33 characteristics, they would walk on water. That's not possible. So we ask for, we put this survey out, and we ask for any stakeholders that want to please complete the survey. And then they also have a spot to write comments. So of the 33 characteristics, they will rank what they feel are the 10 most critical characteristics needed for Polk County. For instance, one of them is possesses a PhD. Some districts will say that's important. Some districts will say that's not important. Possesses excellent people skills and can present a positive image of the district. Is willing to listen to input, but is still a decision maker. So those are just a few of the 33 characteristics. Then we will have comments. And as board members, you will be able to see, we will bring all of this back to you with tallied information. And based on what you get, you will have, the board members will be able to see every comment that a community member or parent wrote, and you'll also be able to gather the data that we share with you. In addition to your stakeholder meetings, and I've done as few as 10, I've done as many as 22 meetings. There's no number that's right or wrong. It's whatever the board chooses. But we also offer open public forums. So maybe you say there's not just a certain stakeholder group, but we just want it open to the public to see who's going to show up that night or that day. And we will have that as well. We'll take all of that information, we'll put it together, and we will develop the profile for exactly what's unique to Polk County. Once we get to the recruitment phase, Ryan mentioned about the fact that we have over 160 associates. We will aggressively recruit based on your profile with our 160 associates. We will send that profile out to all of our different associates and say, here is what the kind of person that Polk County is looking for in a superintendent. Look through and see what you have in your, like what people, your contacts in your network to see if you think they meet that profile. One of the positive things with all of this is we're looking for a superintendent, not somebody who's reading the want ads right now. We're looking for somebody who's probably actively engaged in a school system right now that has no idea they're going to be your next superintendent. By the same token, we can get some people nationwide that have ties to Florida because we know the unique thing with Florida. I can't even imagine the luxury of some searches that they don't have to deal with sunshine laws or public records requests. But you have people that have ties to Florida. They've gone away for whatever reason, and they want to come back. And so you can see through the list that I have here, the different ways in addition to our website and the advertising that we do, but we will be aggressively recruiting for you during this time. Our candidate pool. We will take the information that we've received in all the applications that come in, and we will screen based on the information we have, the candidates that have applied. Ryan and I will, as we go through and look at your profile, we'll probably start off with about 20 candidates because, as you know, you will get some people that will apply that just don't meet the basic criteria. We will come up with probably about 20 names or so that we think meet your profile. We will do what I call a cross-checking or further vetting, that we will send these same names out to some of our other associates that are not working closely with the search, and we'll have them check this out and say, we think they really meet the profile for Polk County. Will you tell us if we're on target or not? By the time we do some of this cross-checking and you see some of the other background checks and things that we do, they're going to come back and tell us yes or no. We'll have 8 to 12 candidates to recommend for you to consider. We will give you, many boards say, Sandy, I want to look at all 51 names or all however many we have. We can provide that for you as well. And if you choose to say we want 8 to 12, maybe there's a name that's not included on there. We can include whatever. Like I said, it's totally yours, but this help, as we're facilitating, as we go through this, it will help you as we start to get to your finalists. Our critical part that you pay us to do is do all the background checks, because we don't want any surprises for you, and you don't want any surprises either with that as well. So exciting part when we get to the selection of board candidates. And we've actually had experience doing this. If you'd ever tell me that we could do this virtually, I would have said, I can't imagine it. But with COVID-19, we're learning all kinds of things that we can do that we didn't think we could do, right? So we will bring candidates forward to you, and we will use, Ray & Associates uniquely has what we call a consensus building matrix. And it is a scoring instrument that we will take all of the candidates, will allow each board member to record their own personal opinion, and they're able to compare every single applicant to the other applicants. And what ends up happening is we come up with the numbers don't lie, but as many years as we've been doing this, but we'll come up with kind of the cream rises to the top, and we will come up with a group consensus from all of the board members to see, gosh, the top 5 candidates seem to be X, Y, Z, and then you guys, as a group, then you can deliberate and discuss which people you would like to bring in for your interviews. Depending on, we can do round 1, round 2, and part of this, when we get to the part of board selection of candidates, we will also help you with determining the kind of questions that you want based on your profile as well. So then we will get into the finalization and beyond, where we'll do the interviews, the final selection, work in a connection with your attorneys, with the board chair, with all of you for developing your contract. And the key here too is we offer a 2-year guarantee with any of our superintendent searches, because we feel strongly enough when we put all this information and all this energy on the front end, we are trying to make a marriage between a school board, a district, and a superintendent. And if we do this on the front end, we know that we can make a good fit. And if for any reason that superintendent does not stay for 2 years, we will come back and conduct the search again free of charge, with the exception of travel associates costs. But the other additional thing that we do with that is we work with the school board to do a board self-assessment survey. And with the superintendent, we will do that at the very beginning of their tenure, and we will do that annually as long as the board or the superintendent requests that. If they say we don't need that, that's totally your decision for that as well. And I've got one flip-flop, so I'm going to get to this. You'll see this, the unique transitioning. We offer lots of different opportunities for training and work together with the board and the superintendent as you develop your team. And so you can see some of that with our unique transitioning to success. And then I'll go back to, this is, you have this in your proposal, but here's just a summary of where you see our the consult fee, the $32,000, and you can kind of look through there and you see it's just laid out with the shipping, advertising, critical for part of what we do, the candidate screening and all of the professional background checks. There are no additional charges for that. And you'll notice with the interview cost, those are to be determined because it will depend on how many candidates you bring in, how far away they come from. That will depend on your prices with that as well. Ryan, do you have, I tried to go through, let's see, did we get through? I think we're good. I think we're right at under the 20-minute mark. Ryan, do you have something you want to add?
No, I mean, all I want to go ahead and let you know is some of our highlights, if I can just go over them again. The most experienced search firm in over 40 years of business. We can customize the candidate profiles for you. The largest diverse recruiting team network across the country of 160 associates. Excellent track record of completed candidate applications. Excellent track record of providing highly qualified candidates. And you know what, we really do. We encourage you to call Marion County. We encourage you to call Hillsborough. You know, we've done 15 searches in the state of Florida. 2 of them are Commissioner of Education searches. They liked the job that we did the first time, so we came back and we did it a second time. And so we have a proven track record in the state of Florida. You know, we finished 2 searches in the past 6 months in the state of Florida. So thank you for the time, for allowing us to give this presentation, for sure. But quite honestly, we're anxious to answer your questions.
And I would just add that Polk County is a unique county because you are a large, diverse county with rural, suburban, urban. I mean, you have got unique areas in Polk County and the size of your district. Not everybody's used to working with a district this large. And like I said, we just finished Hillsborough, which is even larger than Polk. And we feel very comfortable working with lots of stakeholders. And when we did our most recent in Marion County, when we did the community forum at the end, I think when I look back and see, we had over 3,000 people that participated. And so we were excited when we were right in the middle of the pandemic. We didn't know what to expect, but we see lots of potential for Polk County. We'd love to have the opportunity to find somebody great to be your next superintendent.
Yeah, and if I could just go ahead and say one more thing, the finalists for all those pools, they did have some Florida people in them, but they also had people from other states in them. In fact, we had in Marion County, the former National Superintendent of the Year across the country as a finalist. And so we can bring you your Florida people. We'll get you Florida people. But if you truly want a nationwide national search, then we're here for you.
So we'll open it up for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much. Sure. Mr. Ray and Ms. Jarrow, we appreciate your time today. And at this point, I would like to open it up to board member questions and comments. And I see we have one from Ms. Miller.
Hi, thank you for joining us today. I just wanted to talk about what you said, recruiting with inside Florida or nationally. Florida is so unique, not only with sunshine, but with our education. DOE is very different here. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming that you're the one that placed Addison Davis in Hillsborough County. Is that true?
We presented Mr. Davis and the board shows Mr. Davis. That is correct.
Okay. So, and he was from other counties within Florida. So most of the searches you're doing within Florida, are you attracting within our state or the candidates, or is the majority coming from out of state? And I'm very impressed with the Hillsborough County Superintendent choice, is why I'm accrediting that to you.
Good question. Very good question. So we get a nice mix of both, and we pride ourselves on the fact that we don't bring you just Florida choices. Now, if we come back and we've done our one-on-one interviews and you say to us, Sandy and Ryan, we only want to consider Florida people, we will do exactly what you ask us to do. We'll probably try to suggest you might want to consider, because there are some people on the outside that have Florida ties. So Hillsborough, when they hired Addison and he was from Clay County, they had 4 out-of-state choices and 2 in-state choices. In Marion County, when we brought forward their final 3, we had 1 Florida and then 2 from out of state, but the person they ultimately hired while she was from out of state in Nevada, she came from Orange County. So we will work diligently to help you with that.
Thank you.
We had a lot of late night calls with Addison.
Yeah, can imagine.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller. Next, we have Mr. Townsend.
Hi, thanks. Can you tell me which commissioner of education you did? Just out of curiosity.
Let's see here.
That was for Ryan.
Yeah, either one of you. Not the current one, I assume.
No, not the current one.
Okay.
It was 2 others in the past. Normally we have dates associated with it. But if that's something that you absolutely
no, it's fine. It's not
okay.
Not a big deal. I was more interested if it had anything to do with the current one.
No,
that's a no.
Okay. Secondly, how does the recruitment or the screening of potential internal candidates work into your thinking?
So internal candidates, as far as we're concerned, have to go through the same process as everybody else. We actually screen them based on your profile that you provide us and listening to your community, just like we would any other candidate, whether they're from Ohio, Washington, Texas, or Nashville. So that's what we do. We believe very, very strongly with that.
And the reason we do that is because, let's say you ultimately hire that internal candidate, you can share with all of your stakeholders that this person rose to the top with everybody else when they were compared to other nationwide candidates. So there's always, as a board, it makes you look very professional and very, you're not taking any sides, you're being very open-minded to that. And so if they win, they went through the same process as everybody else, and people can see that there was no inside track for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I guess to some degree, I was interested on if you would over rotate away from them. potentially. I mean, but it sounds like you try to play it right down the middle.
Yeah, we try to be as fair as possible. And Mr. Townsend, that's one thing that we will go ahead and have individual talks with you separately to see if you're interested in internal candidates.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. And now Mrs. Fields.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I just have a couple of questions. From listening to your presentation, I assume that you currently have no searches in Florida. Is that correct?
No, that is correct.
Okay, and then my other question is, can you expound a little bit on your board self-assessment survey and how it is utilized?
Sure. Sandy?
You will have a board survey that each board member will be able to complete individually, and then the superintendent will complete the survey. And then we will bring the information back together and through a series of meetings, work through because sometimes how the board sees themselves and how the superintendent sees themselves are completely different. And we will work through utilizing those surveys to find common ground and to develop some of the areas that you want to focus on as you're building your leadership team together. And we will do that every year if the board so chooses.
As long as that candidate is with you, we'll do it. If he or she is there for 7 years, we'll do it for 7 years for you. Yeah.
And there's no additional cost for that?
No, ma'am.
And once we hire a new superintendent, how soon after they are hired is that done? Is that annually after they've made their first year?
We would do that board assessment with you on the front end as you get started, as you're developing your team, and then yes, annually, correct.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fields.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Fields. Anyone else? Okay, I have a few questions as well. Looking at your cost breakdown on page 15, I understand and I see the consultant fee of the $32,000. And I understand that there can be other costs as you go down. And I know you expressed advertising approximately 5,000 in your PowerPoint just now. My question is, we're trying to compare different search firms and costs. What would you say overall in the ones that you have currently done? Could you give me a guesstimate of total expenditures for a superintendent search, like what we're looking for, narrowing it down to perhaps 2 to 3 final candidates and then choosing one and helping us with that process?
Ryan, do you want that or I can jump in?
Go ahead. I'm pulling up page 15.
So you're looking at the candidate expenses for, if you said like if you're looking between 2 to 3 candidates. Am I hearing you correctly, Chairman? I might have lost you.
There we go. Yes, I did, because it says for the top 2 to 3, there's no additional fee for a lot of things. So I'm kind of trying to get a ballpark figure. In addition to the $32,000 that's listed, what is an approximate average cost to do the search, period?
So when we're looking at candidates, like individual candidates, we're suggesting, say, probably a $750 per candidate is a ballpark amount for candidate expenses. But I'm going to tell you that's on the high end. A couple reasons right now. One, due to COVID, airfares are ridiculously cheap right now, but we may also do several things that will be remote, so that will be drastically reduced. Travel expenses, we had the $3,300 in your proposal. Here again, if we're able to do these things remotely and have that kind of contact that we have, that's going to be even much less than that's concerned. So, I think if you take that into account, you've got that little bit of wiggle room. Our advertising expenses, when we said like a $5,000 amount would be a large, like on the high end, and we'd look for that to be less for you.
Yeah, our advertising expenses for Hillsborough was more around $900 to $1,000. So again, that really always depends on you all. Our job is not to spend your money, not at all. Our job is to sit there and say, this is where you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck. And this is what we've seen, produce results. This is what we've seen hasn't produced results. So we're going to be very honest with you. And like I said, Hillsborough is about $1,000.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and I see all the different ones laid out there. So you're estimating in and around 35,800, give or take, for a superintendent search with us. So now I noticed that both of you, correct me if I'm wrong, are both out of state. Mr. Ray, you're in Iowa, and Ms. Jarrow is in now Charlotte, North Carolina, right? So as you've indicated,
I'm actually located in St. Louis.
oh, okay. Okay. So there would be obviously some travel and expenses to get things started, but I understand the new way of doing things through Zoom and Teams and all kinds of interesting meetings to do these things virtually that could save us some money too. But I know how important it is, having been through these searches before, to have one-on-one with the candidates and those types of things. So, well, that was the only questions that I had. Board members, are there any other questions or comments from any of you? I don't see anything further. I would just like to say to Ms. Jarrow and Mr. Ray, we appreciate you taking the time to present to us today, and for all the materials that you sent in ahead of time, which allowed our board the opportunity to review those prior to today's meeting. So thank you, and we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Meet all of you.
Thank you. And board members, stay with me for just a minute. I need to let you know that we need some time. Okay, so most are asking what's the next step. I would like to respectfully request that we hold off comments on the superintendent search until we meet for a work session on July the 28th. A couple reasons. Number one, we need to turn our room around to be ready for the board meeting, which begins at 5:30. Secondly, I know several of you that are driving now in here, so they need time to get something to eat and then to get to the Jim Miles Center to begin our meeting promptly at 5:30. Additionally, our tech teams have instructed me to tell you that you need to go ahead and completely log off of this meeting, because they are going to need to start an entirely new meeting for the board meeting at 5:30. So once again, when you log off, don't just turn off video, completely log off from this, and then we'll put you back in for those that are Zooming tonight. And for those that are driving, please be safe, and we'll see you shortly. Is there any other questions or anything that I can answer at this time? We have one. Ms. Fortney.
Yes, thank you for putting all that together, and Susan especially. I was under the impression on the agenda that we would have comments right now, and I have something prepared I'd like to read if the board would entertain me.
Is it something that you could read during your comments this evening?
You mean at midnight?
Yeah, at midnight. Why not?
I would rather read it now, because I'd like for y'all to mull over what I'm about to say. If you don't mind, please entertain me. It will take 3 minutes.
Okay, you got 3 minutes, Ms. Fortney, go.
All right. As y'all know, I've had hundreds of communications, just like you have, about reopening, postponing, e-learning. Just this morning in an interview, Admiral Brett Gearer, the pediatric MD, his quote: "We must get the virus under control. Close bars, wear masks, social distance and avoid crowds, wash hands 20 seconds as often as possible." As a school district, we will not be able to ensure the safety of our staff and students with face-to-face learning. We have numerous people with underlying health conditions that are considered high risk. Many households have multi-generational family members. We have no real data on how kids share this deadly virus. We do not know that they will have to share we do know they will have to share crowded spaces and materials in our schools. We have documented supply chain issues on PPE. Supplies are limited and hard to find. We have yet to work out COVID attendance policies for staff and students. Polk County is self-insured. How will this sickness negatively impact it financially? Saving people's lives is an expensive business. What don't we know about long-term effects on people's health? High school teachers average 150 plus students per day. Outside classes are already a safety concern for me. I was told that the Teacher of the Year roundtable around August 10th is now virtual, not face-to-face. And my comment is really DOE. Alberta Elementary, zip code 33881, has the highest infection rate, over 300 in just 1 week. We have no data on how school air conditioning filter systems will impact movement of the virus to staff and students. Bottom line, everything looks good on paper until we implement plans and follow through. Take ID badges at some schools, for example. Others do it great, others not so much. In Florida, if Florida was a country, we'd be tied for the 4th highest infection rate worldwide. As of this morning's data, Polk ranks number 9 in state by case numbers. Polk is tied for first in positive cases in the state. I am zooming in today because I practice what I preach. The in-person meeting to me today is still unnecessary and an unmitigated risk. Therefore, I request that my fellow board members support some kind of consensus to start school via e-learning with our altered 2020-2021 calendar and continue until Polk County documents 14 consecutive days with no new positive cases. Possible exceptions would be special needs children that need one-on-one services. Everyone agrees the most effective instruction happens in a classroom. Polk County Public Schools provide so much more socially, emotionally, and of course, economically. The risk is not worth the reward, according to science. This brings me to my second thing I want you to think about. Consistency is and has always been very important in my experience. I would like to propose that all pre-planning days by staff consist of training on the electronic available platforms that will be used, training on proper sanitation procedures, alternate job training, and to set up individual school task force to implement traffic flow and food services for the future, because this virus will determine our new normal. Public pre-K through 12, just do it better. Thank you for entertaining me, board.
Thank you, Ms. Fortney. I appreciate it. Okay, we will go ahead now and adjourn our work session, and we will begin our board meeting at 5:30. Once again, please go ahead and sign out from this meeting that we've had all day today since 9 a.m. Thank you very much, and I'll see you at 5:30.